It's a sunny California morning for me, and I can't wait to get started with some collegiate League of Legends. My name is TJ. That is Matt in Iberia Clondaniel. How are you doing?
I'm great, but there's someone else we have to shout out who's joining us here in the back. someone who's not talked about much. I actually prepared something for this. This is our producer Griff. Oh no, the white balance. Hold on, guys. This is very
I don't
important.
have a hat. I didn't think this through. You like told me you were going to do this.
I made a hat and everything. It is our producer Griffin's 25th birthday here. And every year for his birthday, he's been doing HUE Fest. So shout outs to him for coming to the Harrisburg University Esports Invitational every year on his birthday. So happy birthday, producer Griffin. We're going to make it a good one for you.
There's nowhere he'd rather be. Let's kick things off for his birthday present, the Harrisburg University Esports Festival, as you said. We have 2 whole days of League of Legends. Today will be groups. We're going to play best-of-1 matches. The top 2 or 3 teams, depending on the group, we'll get into that, get out into a single elim bracket. There it's BO3 through to the BO5 final. I am really excited. I believe we do have a groups graphic coming right up. But we have come into this event right off of the UCLA Invitational. And the UCLA Esports Invitational was kind of a very good starting point for the collegiate season. And we had a couple of really standout teams. First among them is, of course, that Maryville University team in Group A, though they also have a terrifying B team elsewhere. And then we also had a decently good performance from Arizona State. We're sitting down there in Group D. But it should be noted, Maryville went through the entire tournament undefeated.
It's a pretty good record, TJ. Just saying. Out of the ones you want to have, undefeated up there.
All of these groups, you may notice, there are 2 groups towards the end here that only have 3 teams in them. Those are the groups that only 2 teams will get out of. The top 2 in those groups advance. The top 3 in groups A through D will advance. These teams are, of course, playing for a massive prize pool as well. $10,000. So I can't wait to see how things develop. There it is. Per game. We got Overwatch as well. That's over on the Harrisburg A stream, but you don't want to watch that.
No, all the fun's going to be over here. And it's Griffin's birthday, and you wouldn't want to disappoint him by going to a stream that he's not producing.
Griffin's not producing Overwatch.
That's right. Producer Griffin's here. League of Legends. The important one.
Our first game of the day will be Harrisburg's own team, the HUE Storm, taking on Illinois Wesleyan. And I can't wait to get into that. Let's touch this. I know you did a ton of research, Matt. You were talking to all of the team's coaches, like embedding in the teams, filming a 6-part HBO documentary series. Tell me more about these 2 sites.
Well, first of all, HBO's not sure they want to run it, so it's being optioned at Amazon as well right now. I think HBO, it was too dramatic for them. They really just didn't want to go for it. And the production value was a little bit too high for them to afford. Pockets are not full enough, even after Game of Thrones. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's just some content that's too R-rated even for HBO, and that's why it's airing on Amazon.
And that was talking to all the coaches. It was really just a gore-filled experience. No, but they were all fantastic. And I reached out to, I want to say 17 coaches now, 17 or 18, somewhere in there. Because, of course, there's A teams, B teams. So I think I got every single team so far. It was a long week of prep, but it was so worth it. This morning I was catching up with the coach for Wesleyan as well. And Command Attack had a lot of great things to say. They feel that they're very favored in this matchup, so I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to pull out. There was one thing that I am not going to mention on broadcast, because that's right, coaches. I keep our conversations between us. But I'm very excited, and I'm hoping we get to see it come out on stage today.
If you want to know what else, if you watch the HBO series, you can find out what else was said. The Harrisburg team didn't look incredible to start the season. Didn't look bad, but didn't look incredible. But I pulled out an interesting nugget. It was asked of the undefeated Maryville side after UCLA who they were worried about coming into HUE, and they said Harrisburg. Not Arizona State, who were the only team that made it look close, but Harrisburg, which was kind of incredible to me, just results alone. Which means, they know these players, they believe or know from scrims that this is the match to watch.
Yeah, and especially for this team who's replaced a few of their players recently. Since the last time they competed, they've replaced 3 players, the top, bottom, and support. So coming in will be Ron, Fizzy, and CJ1. So it'll be interesting to see what this new iteration of the Storm is going to be able to bring out on stage.
The double CJ lineup.
Yeah, so I was actually talking to Command Attack, and Fizzy is a former Wesleyan player, actually, named CJ. So I was wondering if in internal comms and Special or one of the team members, if you could reach out to me and tell me this. Do you guys call CJ1 CJ1 and then call Fizzy CJ2? Because if not, that's what you should do. And if not, Fizzy, I'm so sorry, because that's what they will do from now on.
That would be terrifying if somebody else's gamer tag, to use the Xbox approved language, was your own name. I don't know how I would deal with that. Because I've gotten to the point where 90% of my interactions are esports, so everyone calls me TJ, and very few people in my day-to-day life call me Thomas. So if there is a Thomas, that's like not a big deal, but I don't know how I would respond to another TJ. Hey, get me in there. TJ, CJ, and CJ. Also worth noting from my research, Harrisburg, this is the team that gave birth to Poom, who we followed religiously during the last season. We were, of course, calling a lot of amateur tournaments, and as we were watching the 100 Thieves Next lineup dominate, they started to promote their cool kids. One of those, of course, was Poom, who's now on 100 Thieves Academy. So they have some powerful alumni.
Hashtag Poom Gang.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Let's talk about the bot lane here, because that was kind of my takeaway from the prep. Ran and Fizzy for HUE Storm are incredibly good.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see their play come out. From the scouting I was able to do, it looks like Fizzy's champion pool is very aggressive-oriented, very playmaking heavy, with champions like Rakan and Pantheon. So I want to see what they're going to be able to bring out in the bottom lane, some lanes that have a lot of agency and a lot of ability to pop off, especially with Rand's champion pool, which, from what I have seen, is also very early game dominant, like picks like Lucian, Misfortune, who does so well in those early laning phases. So bringing that, I'm expecting to see a little bit of a bot lane focus coming out from the side of HUE Storm.
And then at Illinois Wesleyan, one of the exciting things about their own bot lane is Kongzi and the Spacemaker are brand new. They are the new arrivals in the bot lane. I don't believe they played in UCLA. I may have just skipped their games. I apologize. And so we have a complete X Factor against half an X Factor on the opposite side. So it's kind of the matchup to watch in terms of determining how good these teams are coming into this tournament, where, again, Harrisburg Storm are supposed to be the team that can challenge Maraville, at least according to Maraville. And on, their home ground as well, you really don't want to lose. But Illinois Wesleyan do have a pretty sizable esports system of their own.
Yeah, I was talking to Command Attack about it before the games. They've got a brand new facility that they just brought up. They're a varsity program, which you'll find is a trend with a lot of the teams who've made it this far, made it to the Invitational. A lot of them have their esports programs as straight up varsity programs. Like some of them are even under the athletics departments, which is fantastic. And Wesleyan has a brand new facility, 4,500 square feet. They were very proud of that fact. And you know what? I would be too, Wesleyan. I would be too. But of course,
are they vertical? Is it just one story in 45? Or
I'm kind of hoping it's like 7 stories, It's just like, yeah. No, it's a 9-story building with 50 square feet per floor. We have one player on each floor, and then the coach is on the bottom floor. If they want to get food, really they have to pass by the coach so he can talk to them first.
Social distanced gaming. I approve. Everyone's got their own floor. No, it's really cool to see all of these teams build their own facilities and building their own programs. I know just last weekend we were doing one of the high school events, and the high school programs kind of across the country are really ramping up as well here in the US. And one of the big selling points is, hey, by the way, going to university and getting a collegiate league scholarship is like a very real thing right now. I think you said there are 200 universities in the US that are offering collegiate scholarships for League of Legends.
Yeah, 200 plus, and some of them, I believe there are some that give full rides. I'm going to be honest, I didn't go very deep into the page, but there were at least 200 universities.
Like
I know
200.
some of them are competing here today. We know at the very least you can also win $10,000 if you compete in the HUE Invitational. But yeah, it's really cool how much legitimacy it adds because, you know, just 5 or 6 years ago being like, yeah, I played League of Legends. The response to that would be like, yeah, you and everyone else, first of all, but also, who cares? You're good at a video game. But no, it's been gaining legitimacy so much in the same vein that, you know, playing lacrosse or something, which is a local sport for me, but
Lacrosse
everyone else across the
isn't a
country
real
is like,
sport.
what?
It's not a real sport.
Shout outs to
lacrosse
Maryland.
Players. They have sticks. I shouldn't say that. The big thing for
Very
me
big ones.
has been obviously our focus. We did Challengers Uprising, which was like a really solid amateur tournament, and that was part of our focus here in North America on building up the path to pro. Because obviously you get these big conversations happening about like the LCS and America's place on the international stage, and the steps towards fixing that and developing a better pro scene in NA are building a better pipeline, a better path to pro for the amateur players, the high school kids that find that they're actually quite good at League of Legends. And while the scouting grounds and the amateur circuit is obviously one half of that, collegiate is, I would argue, the more important half, because not only is it obviously encouraging young people to commit to League of Legends, but it also adds legitimacy here in North America. It's a very real way that you can institutionalize League of Legends, and with a decade behind it now, League is getting to the point where these major institutions are accepting it into their collegiate programs, and that's helping build it as not just an esport, but something that's here to stay, which is very important for the longevity of the game.
And I know that just for, as a kid who grew up loving video games, my parents were like, oh, you're just staring at that screen again. I know that for the players, it's got to be real nice to be able to say, no, Mom, I'm actually looking to get a college scholarship. And I'm like, oh, of course. Sorry, go back to your game, honey. You can't pause. I understand. You're saving us money.
That was a big thing for me looking at the high school kids, because not all of them wanted, we were doing these interviews, not all of them wanted to go directly into, you know, I'm going to be a pro League of Legends player. Some of them said that. There was one kid who we had a form that was like, what do you want to do after high school? And he just wrote pro and did nothing else. So some of them obviously want to go straight onto the LCS stage, and I wish them luck. But a lot of them are like, okay, I can play League of Legends well. I'm maybe going to attend a collegiate program, but my main focus is on attending that university and getting a serious degree. And I think that's really fun because we can get, you know, multiple levels of engagement. And that is, again, part of legitimizing League of Legends, is when you can have people who played League of Legends competitively at a high school level, at a collegiate level, and then went on to earn their degree and do something maybe completely different, maybe ingrained in esports. So I'm really looking forward to seeing these collegiate programs continue to grow. They've grown even since I was doing ESL Collegiate earlier this year.
Oh yeah, gosh, the ESL Collegiate for me was like a year prior with the.
Yeah, you did that as well.
Yeah, I was the one who started the broadcast that you went on, Big East Invitational, before they turned it into their own league format. So it really has grown, and I think, to add on to your point, we did have another player that we interviewed that was just like, yeah, I'm actually looking for med school after this. So I'm probably going to do collegiate in order to get into, you know, a program, in order to maybe save money on college if you can get one of those scholarships. But my dream is to be a doctor. So I'm using this as a way to buff up my resume, essentially.
I'd like to give a shout out to producer Griffin, who's giving us a little bit of play-by-play in the background. We are, of course, stalling for time here, waiting for Harrisburg, Storm, and Illinois Wesleyan to get into the draft. We got word that they had started the draft and then stopped the draft. So our drafting, not yet as legitimate as the collegiate programs here in League of Legends, but we'll get there. It was tied all together bad. Give me a C at least.
You tried, TJ, and that's what's important. And I will never yell at someone for trying or belittle them for doing their best. So I did reach out over this past week. Some of you may have seen the only tweet I made that actually got traction, where I was asking the coaches to reach out to me. And one of the things that I found interesting was not only were coaches reaching out to me from League of Legends, but one of the Overwatch coaches reached out, and I took notes on their team. I was interested in letting them talk about their teams and how interested they were.
Ready to cast the Overwatch team as well?
I have info on an Overwatch team. So if any of the Overwatch casters are somehow on this stream, get back to your stream. What are you doing?
Actually, no, stay here. It's our producer Griffin's birthday. Let's get into it. Draft is ready. Harrisburg University over on the blue side, and of course Illinois Wesleyan over on the red. So far, so standard, man. Mordekaiser, Hakarim, Olaf, not exactly the full meta, but Hakarim being dropped out is nothing new. Graves and Shen are the opposite. Notable things that got through. Caitlyn still on the draft here and not picked first by either side, apparently. And I am kind of astonished about that. Also, Lilia, who has been terrifying of late, gets through.
Yeah, neither of the AD carries play a ton of Caitlyn. I was looking at them, and it's definitely more towards, like we said, that Lucian style. And on the side of Illinois Wesleyan, Kongju plays a ton of Ezreal, Kalista, Ashe, that kind of AD carry. So neither of them have Caitlyn as a major AD carry in their champion pools. So just giving the handshake away on the AD carries, being like, all right, you get your pick, we get our pick, we'll see how it goes.
Dr. Matt, we got a spooky boy.
I love the spooky boy. Please go for the skin that makes it look like his Q is toothpaste. I call it Colgate Nocturne. Regular people call it Haunted Nocturne.
Mid or jungle, Matt? Jungle, right?
Yes. I'm going to say yes. I'm secretly hoping mid, but double global, essentially, at this point, for Illinois Wesleyan.
If he goes jungle, he's going to get bullied. Because that is a Lilia against him, the fastest clear in the West, or the East, actually. More the East. The LPL plays a lot more of Lilia. And it is actually just a terrifying matchup already. That Lilia is going to get so quick through the jungle that Nocturne pre-level 6, I think, will already be getting shoved off of camps and stuff. Harrisburg,
the one advantage really Nocturne has, though, is that if you're able to find a 1v1, Lilia loses 100% of the time early on, because Nocturne, the reason he's such a strong mid pick as well is that his all-in from levels 1 to 3 is absolutely like terrifying. You have a ton of attack speed coming in from lethal tempo, and your passive, you're able to have a spell shield, and you just do a ton of damage with Duskbringer as well.
We'll catch up. LeBlanc added to Illinois. Harrisburg grabbed themselves Thresh. That may be Thresh Lucian bottom, but Lucian can go anywhere right now, so I get too attached. Support bans come through now, and Illinois believes that is not Lucian ADC, banning out a Kalista.
Just want to take away one of the stronger matchups into the Ezreal. If you're able to get those spears into him, he pops pretty quick. Bit of a squishy boy, Ezreal. Syndra ban coming out towards the mid lane. For that LeBlanc matchup, you want to have some security, and Syndra is able to just all-in you post 6 pretty easily if you're able to keep the distance. So taking away one of the worst matchups there for Super Deer, which is a fantastic name, by the way.
Super Deer? Who says Super Deer?
Super Deer is the mid laner.
Oh, I thought that was a Lilia nickname. All right. What? No. Lilia mid?
I wish. Some people have actually been running it. I was checking some OPGGs, and some people have been trying Lilia mid. We're not going to see it this game, but it would be really funny.
I checked my notes. I was like, wait, that sounds familiar. Oh! Nautilus will come through as that support after the Brom's banned out, so there won't be anything directly. There won't be any direct defense, but Nautilus certainly has infinite CC. I'm gonna be very interested if we get this Caitlyn. And we do even get it hovered and locked in. So I think Harrisburg are dominating this draft right now. Because I really like Lilia over Nocturne. I know you have your own special place for the spooky boy with his toothpaste, but I'm all in on the Super Deer. Then you get the Caitlyn Thresh, which I just take every time out of 10 over Ezreal Nautilus in the bot lane. Then we got Lucian into either a mid or top lane matchup. He's flexible. And we can take the Volibear into the mix as well, presumably for top lane. I really like this. I think Harrisburg have won out strong.
I think the strength of Illinois' draft is, at this point, they need to have very good picks in team fights as well. If they're able to just all dive onto the Caitlyn, she pops very quickly to the combination of Nocturne and LeBlanc. So if you cannot keep them off her or even off the Lilia, you're going to have trouble in those longer, more extended team fights. However, I do agree that Harrisburg's draft is incredibly strong.
They do have a better backline access now. The most terrifying part about the Harrisburg draft was, sure, you want to get onto the Caitlyn, LeBlanc kind of has to do that with the Nocturne. That works. Thresh is going to make that hard, very difficult. Now you got Set as well. So that's 3 major ways to gain entry to the backline. The Set will be grabbing the Volibear, grabbing the Thresh, whoever's up front, throwing him into the backline, doing a decent burst of damage, most importantly, slowing, which lets Nocturne and LeBlanc have an easy pecking. So I actually, with that Set pick, kind of come back round. It is all going to be on Ran, playing that Caitlyn for Harrisburg Storm. If he can stay alive, if they can keep that Caitlyn safe, they win hard. If that Caitlyn gets shut down early, if they get blown up in team fights, it's going to be really difficult to win a team fight.
And on the side of Illinois, they have a lot of pressure riding on their backs. If you can get the LeBlanc ahead and you can have her roam around with that Nocturne, you essentially just lock down the map and you control it for the rest of the game, because you even have True Shot Barrage coming in from the bottom side of the map. However, if you're not able to do that, you're going to have to deal with 2 very powerful threats in team fights. Between the Lilia and the Caitlyn, you have 2 squishy champions that are able to output a lot of DPS over the course of a fight, and that means you have 2 targets for your assassins. You have to pick which one's more threatening right now, which one can we leave for the Set to try and find access to. And that's the danger for Illinois. They have to play these team fights essentially on a tightrope, but if they're able to, they're going to be having a good time.
We get to do the old-fashioned League of Legends thing now. Welcome back to 2005. We're going to take a little bit of time to get into game from here, as we have to eliminate some delay. Although I noticed the Academy stream for Riot was doing this as well. So, we're going to ramble a little bit and get back to the game in time when it comes up. Matt, I'm going to ask you right as we're closing our thoughts on this draft in like 1 word or maybe 2. Who do you think's won and why? I just ask you 2 words. Who do you think's won and why? There we go.
Illinois, Spooky Boy. Spooky Boy's 1 word. Okay. I'll fight it.
All right, you hyphenated. I got it. That's interesting. Yeah. I would have said Harrisburg all the way. That is my 2 words. Harrisburg all the way. It's hyphenated as well.
Okay. I feel like that one's a little bit cheating, because like Spooky Boy could be a mononym for Nocturne that I came up with, and I could get away with it that way, but
all the way, and then there's a little hyphen between each one. Don't tell me you've never seen it. That's how the New York Times would write it.
All right. Well, if you've got the New York Times behind you, I really can't fight it. I'm more hopeful for the side of Illinois, mostly because I'm going to be honest, I'm biased. I've been talking to Command Attack since like 10 a.m. this morning, so
you do that.
I've got Illinois on the mind.
Were you ever able to do that at the LPL? Did you ever get access to any of the coaches like this?
No, which is one of the cool things that I've found about working on like collegiate and amateur events is sometimes the coaches will just be like, "Hey, yeah, I'd love to talk to you about our team," and I'd be like, "Hey, cool, I'm excited for that." And, well, the other thing was the language barrier, but I speak enough Chinese to get through and ask the basic questions. I could be like, Nocturne, question mark? Or Anivia, so.
Spooky Boy?
Bing Niao. Give him a little shrug face. And they would probably answer just no, and that would be the end of the interview. But it is one of the things that I've really appreciated about, especially in my prep for HUE Fest. I had very long conversations with 2 or 3 coaches. The ones I'm going to shout out are Zoo and Command Attack, who both of whom gave me like literal 1 to 3 hours of conversation. And I was just like asking them all these questions. I was asking them about their strategy behind draft, their strategy behind their teams themselves. That is respectively Zoo is Maryville's coach, and Command Attack is the Illinois Wesleyan coach. And all the coaches I spoke with were incredibly kind, incredibly willing to let me into their world and talk about their teams and be like, here's the things we're proud of. Here's the things we're working on. Here's what we think our strength is. And also we think we're going to win and these guys suck. And I was like, boom, nice, fantastic.
As one of my favorite parts about I previously worked with Tencent on another MOBA, and one of my favorite parts about working on that was that I would talk to the coaches and they would invariably be confident. They would be, because they're like very PR conscious when they're talking to the cast, or at least in that game they were. So I'd be like talking to them and they'd be like, yeah, we're definitely going to win, here's why. And then I would talk to the players because we'd be on the same buses to events and stuff. And they'd be like, oh, we're going to lose today, man. It was incredible sometimes because the coach that I'd been speaking to, who'd given me the quote that I was going to read on air where they said, we're going to blow them out 3-0, would be like sitting 2 rows ahead in the bus. And I'd talk to the player and they'd be like, yeah, we don't have an answer to this very specific thing. So we'll have to see whether or not it's the confident coaches or the realistic players that win today.
I requested some trash talk this morning from Illinois' coach, and he was like, yeah, I asked them, but they all gave me copy pastas instead. Which I thought was fantastic. I was like, okay, it's valid. It's valid, I can see.
Esports players use more Twitch emotes in conversation than any other class of people. Every time.
Yeah, they're like, we think our draft going into this is really pog. But we were really looking at that Nocturne S, and we were Nocturne pick, and we were like, oh my god, Monka S. And they'll just, it's one of those things where I'm like, I never want to say a Twitch emote on air, so I was very uncomfortable for those like 3 sentences. But
no,
players,
you had it easy. Okay, when we were working on the Tencent game, we were in a deal with Facebook. By the way, love Facebook. Great streaming service. So we were in a deal with Facebook, and that was where all of our broadcasts were being aired. And so I would go to interview the players. I'm standing there on air holding a microphone saying, how do you feel about their draft? And they go, it's really poggers. That's not a Facebook thing. What do I do?
Actually, they just need a Facebook replacement emote like Foggers or something. Just like, yeah, we'll just, in the subtitles, just replace the P with an F.
Yeah, we really like our draft today, and we're going to be sure to share it with our friends.
I actually, I was talking earlier with one of the coaches. I poked him, and he was responding that, do they even have pokes on Facebook anymore? Because that always... Looking back on it, like 2009 was a weird time because nowadays that's really creepy, and back then it was just like, yeah, I poked my homie, and now that is like not. Well, that's uncomfortable.
They have like. Okay, so this is the most unqualified conversation of Facebook ever because as a Zoomer, I have never used it.
I haven't used it for 6 years,
Facebook,
so we're both
great streaming service. I have used it. The thing about Facebook was that they like full invested in Facebook Messenger, which is like a text chatting app. It's like equivalent to WhatsApp, which they also own. So yep. I assume if there is a poke or messaging feature, it is wrapped up in Facebook Messenger. Man, that's our Facebook minute. Speaking of minutes, we're about 1 minute away from the game. So it's time to turn our conversation back towards Harrisburg University's Storm versus Illinois Wesleyan University. We did just see the draft. I threw it in our document. If you're having any memory issues, I certainly would. And I wanted to highlight again our conversation about the jungle because I gave you 2 words to defend Illinois Wesleyan and tell me why you think they're going to win, and you said it was all Nocturne all the time. Why should we believe in Nocturne jungle? You were ready.
I
That came out fast.
yeah, I was ready for this, TJ. I love Nocturne. I've loved him since I started playing the game. He was my first jungler, so I'll admit there's some personal bias there. However, I do think that if you're able to get an early lead on Nocturne, you can absolutely blow out a Lilia. One of the issues Lilia runs into, especially early on, she's incredibly weak to invades. Her clear is fast, yes. It is healthy if you kite perfectly, but she is unbelievably squishy, and Nocturne has a ton of burst damage early on between his passive, between Dustbringer and his passive attack speed, plus a spell shield. End of fear, he wins almost any 1v1 in the early game. The exceptions are against champions like Olaf, who you'll note has been banned. So if Nocturne's able to find Lilia early on in the game, I think there's a chance that he can just start blowing her out from there.
What's he gonna do? Walk at her? Unless he's
he has a move speed buff on his Q, TJ. Yes, he's gonna walk at her.
Lilia's got a move speed buff on her feet.
She has 4 feet. He has none. Mathematically, you may be saying that's an advantage, but no. Actually, the reason it's not. Lilia's going to have trouble stacking up her passive, and her passive move speed scales with level. So early on, her passive move speed actually doesn't give her a ton, especially because she's not going to be able to spam her Q as much. Later in the game, when it's on a 2-second cooldown, sure. But early on, when it's towards that like 4 to 6 second cooldown, you're not really looking for the ability to stack up all 5 stacks. So if you're able to find her after she's just gone to a camp or just gone to, oh, I don't know, Scuttle Crab, she dies in those 1v1s. Now, I don't know if that's how you want to play it going into this game, because that Nocturne, really the level 6 gank is what you're going for, but I can see a world in which that Lilia gets absolutely run over by Nocturne.
It is a fun conversation to have, because there are a lot of Lilia matchups we haven't seen yet in competitive play. Lilia Nocturne is certainly one of them. Nobody else is trying that, and if that's not one of the joys of collegiate, I don't know what is. I put a lot of hope for Harrisburg over on their bot lane. We highlighted Ran on the Caitlyn. We're going to have to see as we get into game whether or not that Caitlyn will be able to make up the damage difference come late game. We are finally here. The rambling is over. The TJ in Iberia podcast has been permanently cancelled. Welcome to game, the first game of the Harrisburg University Esports Festival, Harrisburg Storm versus Illinois Wesleyan's Titans.
I was hoping to take that podcast into syndication. Oh, God.
Producer Griffin says he can help with that. He's got connections.
Shout-outs to
All right,
Griffin.
we were talking
we saw
about
that graph up there on the top side of the map, TJ.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that proves my point, but I am saying that they're considering it. That's all. I'll just leave it there for now.
All right. We're talking about the bot lane. We're highlighting Ram's ability to provide late game value. Talking about that, though, there does need to be a bridge to that. And it's kind of all on High-Key Savage, because as we talked about, the Lilia, despite her clear, oh dear, will be in trouble.
We don't want this fight coming out. Swagger is winning it, but the lethal tempo will fall off, and that means the 2v2 is going to go towards the side of Harrisburg. Swagger is in a lot of trouble, not blowing flash just yet. Gets away just barely.
A very narrow escape.
There's the caveat, TJ. That's the caveat to the level 1 winning. Turns out in a 2v2, when you have a stun for the Lilia, you can actually just threaten that Nocturne incredibly heavily, and now as a result, Swaggerus is going to be left behind for most of this game, and now, already, we're starting to favor Harrisburg.
Yeah, really, really clever execution of that. Taking their top laner and just making sure that CJ is there level 1 to get Frost Forest ahead. They got a lot of the Raptor camp. They did just get buff, I believe, as well. So this is an incredible start for Harrisburg.
I want to see how Swaggerus decides to recover. Right now, it looks like going for the back after the first camp. Just not enough health to keep going. Not going to be able to pick up any items, though. So this is a really rough start, and I wouldn't be expecting any ganks until that post-6 mark. The problem I foresee as a result is that Frost Forest is going to be completely uncontested on these Scuttle Crabs and get even further ahead in both gold and experience.
Bot lane is getting shoved, though. Ran and Fizzy running that wave underneath tower, taking advantage of the time during which they can bully in Ezreal. And he's struggling to keep up with Caitlyn's clearance for these first few levels.
Yeah, the problem with Ezreal is you don't really have great wave control into the Caitlyn because she can just force it under your tower with the tilt over Peacemakers. Even if you want to try and stop it from crashing, there's no way. All you have is your Qs and auto attack. Really good trade coming out here from Chomdax.
Stun flash away will save CJ. That was really good. He used the minion for the head smash so that he could get a stun and drop CJ down with the Haymaker combo. Just perfect utilization of Zed's kit.
Being careful here. 1v1 down in the bottom lane. Kongja in a lot of problem. Has to flash away, or rather shift away. Shield has been blown in this bot lane now.
Rand, they're utilizing the Lantern to get close to Fizzy. And that was so that he could get distance from Spacemaker, get closer to the target he's chasing down in Kongjin, and not get rooted by Spacemaker. So just really cool support utility. We were talking about how they did have a new addition to that bot lane for the Storm. It does look like they're already on the same page.
Shoutouts to CJ2. Will say, though, this is looking like a really, really rough game for Illinois. The only way I can see them getting back into it is through this top lane, because Chomdax is having a fantastic time early on, and he knows this. He's gone for the double Doran's Blade to try and get even more aggressive, because they want to play through him from now on. Super Deer finding a roam up there, plus a gank level 6 from Swaggerus, would put that set on the path to winning.
I think it's important to highlight... Okay. Highlighter has been paused. We ran out of ink. Because that mid lane matchup did go down, like HUE Savage winning out versus Super Deer. I think it's important to highlight that all through this, exactly what we feared has happened. The Swagger is really far behind. And yeah, that's what they're going to have to be dealing with the entire game from this point, DJ. It's just Illinois trying to catch back up desperately. The mid lane matchup isn't going great for them until Super Deer has that one item, or at the very least a lost chapter. Doesn't really have kill pressure over this Lucian, and HUE Savage is abusing that to get this massive CS lead, even going for a call, because you don't need more aggressive items than that at this point. These set mechanics are nuts, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Chomdax has a new fan, and his clan tag is Come Here, which really does connect with the character he's playing.
Good synergy there. Level 6 here for HUE Savage. I suspect them just trying to shove it in and then just calling. Yep. Super Deer, incredibly low. Has to flash! Oh. It's tragic.
Oh, good pull down here in the bot lane. Shouldn't get the kill. He's going to drop Spacemaker low. That's going to prompt the TP in. That was, weirdly enough, Chomdax, who does not have an opportunity to engage down bottom, will instead roll against Frost Forest inside the jungle.
I think it may have been a little bit of a preemptive TP. Meanwhile, though, going for the engage in the bottom lane, Fizzy taking a bit of damage, but they don't have any damage pressure, so...
Chomdax just lost so much in the top lane. He'd been doing a decent job of keeping CS even, winning those trades. He's like solidly behind now.
And don't get me wrong, I get the instinct for that. It was really good because Chomdax knew, okay, I'm ahead. I'm the only lane on the map who can actually make change across the rest of it. If this engage goes further, I TP in, I maybe get us a kill or two, we're back in the game, the CS I lost doesn't matter. Problem is, it had not turned into a full engage just yet. They saw the TP, they immediately backed off, and now Chomdax himself is behind. So the entirety of Illinois is playing catch-up.
That bush is going to be warded if they're pushed that far up. I guess that's where my problem is. Ooh, that was a good play. Spacemaker very low, but the kill comes through for Illinois. First blood on the game. Kongjin jumps forward, grabs the kill onto Fizzy as he overextends.
1-for-1 trade into the bottom lane is good, but now Space Deer in trouble. There's the sleep from Lilia. Frost just waiting for the burst coming out from Lucian as well. Super Deer goes down.
A little bit of a bop in the mid lane will confirm the kill. And CJ1 himself is trying to bully out this top lane advantage. He's got Perswaggerus heading up here. This lane is rather harder to gank though. Volibear now sitting on his ulti can just disengage at any time.
Swagger's thinking better of that idea, but take a look at the mini-map. All of Harrison looking up towards this top side of the map. They want to take away the Herald. Swaggerus knows there's really no way to contest it at this point.
So, a really good early game from Harrisburg across the board. A little bit sad about their loss of Fizzy down bottom if you're a Harrisburg fan, because I think that does give Congent a little bit more to work with.
Swaggerus goes in with the ultimate, but Paranoia not going to work out for him. The answer in, good flash away, but Swaggerus has no health left, and now it's Chomdax in a 1 versus 2. Frostforest can't re-enter, no mana to speak of, so CJ has the flash over the wall.
They do a backup. Fizzy's coming in here, and they baited him for long enough. The Flay should land, and Chomdax has to flash because of that. That was the Rift Herald, I believe, also picked up during this time. So another set of major victories to Harrisburg as they shut down Perswaggerus again and managed to get the Rift Herald.
Cullen comes out, but will not be able to take down Chomdax. Good effort. They're really trying to put pressure on here. Facebreaker won't land either.
That was a really good dodge. Very aware the Facebreaker was going to come out. Very aware from Illinois as well to realize they have space on the map. They should be able to get this Drake. Only a Cloud, so it's a small victory. But they do have at least something back across the map.
You say only a Cloud, and normally I'd agree with you, but the one thing that Cloud is really good at is champions with high ultimates who want to use them essentially off cooldown. Nocturne is definitely one of those. When your composition was supposed to revolve around a roaming mid-jungle duo like this one, despite Nocturne being behind, that Cloud Drake actually may get you an extra use of that ultimate around a fight. So, it's not the huge win that they're looking for, but it's a way back into the game, slowly but surely.
Ever the optimist
The bottom
map,
lane's a different story, though.
Yeah, how do Illinois get back into this game? Ooh, not like that.
Or that. At this point, they're kind of waiting to find picks. The only people who aren't super behind at this point are Super Deer and Chomdax, but even they are really struggling. Perswaggerus has caught up pretty well, so I'd want to see some sort of either mid-jungle or top jungle, because this bot lane, there's no way it gets back into the game compared to Rand. Unless you're able
The
to find a pick
preemptive
here on
play is
Fizzy.
very good. That was such a good preemptive play from Busy. That means that Spacemaker can't lock him down immediately on engage. He gets space to drop the box, wins the trade as a result, or wins it as much as you can after being hooked in. Will survive. They don't really lose anything as a result.
Hockey Savage is just not afraid of this tower. At all. Just taking a tower shot for fun. And even puts more damage on the Super Deer than he takes.
Did you see his culling drop up top? He's not afraid of any towers.
Just literally
Chomdax is
in
continuing
between the towers.
Yeah, Chomdax is continuing to show off some really cool set mechanics up here in the top lane. But it is not winning him the rest of the map. Rift Herald does get dropped, confirm the first turret take of the game. That's going to be to Harrisburg in the mid lane.
This is a really bad position for Illinois. I know that doesn't really need repeating, because it's been sort of the game state. The only thing they can look for is picks. If you're able to find a pick onto the Lilia, on big shutdown, maybe onto the Lucian as well, you can start getting back into this game. You still have the burst, even though your laners are behind, you still have enough of a bursty combo to get something out of it. You just can't take team fights at this point. Your lanes are still struggling. All you got left is picks.
Chomdax barely missed an opportunity for the top lane. So it's Akram. Yeah, that is the only lane that's kind of going well for Illinois. All the way up top. Their jungle pick theory. I guess maybe Perswaggerus plus Chomdax is set. You roam down, you find yourself a deer in the forest or something, and you make it happen. That's like the game theory for now.
Not sure they're going to be able to find it, though. Positioning from Harrisburg has been really good, and now the reverse has happened. Going to find a pick onto this Nocturne.
Now, ooh, 1-for-1 trade. Very well done by Super Deer. TP will be coming through. CJ1 to arrive on the scene. And Savage behind the turret will find the kill. Meanwhile, down in the bot lane, it's continuing to get dicey for Fizzy.
No!
He will barely survive, and Rad goes in, aided by the Lantern, finding a massive pickup. Their minions find turret. He'll get another kill. Goodbye, Spacemaker. Goodbye, Illinois' entire bot lane.
Entire bot lane, entire mid lane. This game is Harrisburg's at this point. HUE Savage is no longer afraid of literally anything in this game. Able to burst down Super Deer under tower. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Ran and Fizzy perfectly timing that engage with the falling of the tower so that they could follow up and secure the kill onto Spacemaker. 50 CS lead in the bottom lane, followed by 30 in the mid.
Yeah, outranged from moment one down. Outranged from moment one down bottom by the Caitlyn. That Ezreal has just never been able to come online. You did have a pretty even mid matchup, or sorry, top matchup, but in mid, it's just been HUE Savage. I don't even think it's the matchup, I just think it's him having no fear. Bullying Super Deer underneath turret repeatedly, and the mid duo with Frost Forest has been really good, whereas Piswangerus being behind has meant that there literally hasn't been a single successful gank.
Because they've been so far behind, they're behind on power spikes as well. Super Deer still has not built that Luden's Echo, which is when you finally start to get a little bit of burst on LeBlanc. And as a result, there's just no way to find successful picks.
Yeah, it's been...
This Dragon will be the next spot where they can try, though.
It's been a really rough time for Illinois. As you say, they may have a hope around this next Dragon. It is up. This would be their second drink of the game. I think if you're Harrisburg, you're not especially interested in it, though. Because them taking the drink means that you can take the turrets, getting you one step closer to the ultimate goal.
A lot of people might think on first glance that losing 2 dragons is bad, but realistically, the only reason that Dragon Soul becomes a threat is if the teams can keep contesting you going later into the game. But Harrisburg at this point are uncontested by Illinois no matter what the situation, what the engagement is, unless it's a straight up pick from 3 versus 1. So as a result, you can seed these dragons if you can find objectives elsewhere, and it's actually a better trade for you. When it comes to fighting around that 3rd Drake, that 4th Drake, Harrisburg are going to be there, and they're going to win those fights 90% of the time.
Yeah, and it's going to be even harder for Illinois to even contest those Drakes, because they're not going to be able to leave their base, right? Top and mid lane is all the way down to the tier 1s, or the tier 3s, sorry, in a moment. And that's going to mean that our Baron objective, when it comes up very shortly, just about 3 minutes away, is going to be almost impossible for Wesleyan to even get, like, wards on. This is complete vision control by map control from Harrisburg Storm.
Chomdex looking for something against Frost here. He's just going to try and hop away. Oh no, HUE's here. TJ, this is a problem. Suplex not going to be enough. HUE Savage on a rampage, 4-0 and 0.
I know it's like a small detail, but the confidence in timing that Frost Force just had, able to land the silence and the sleep and just go right past him as soon as the set falls asleep, be safe from the face breaker until your teammate arrives. Really, really good. Shows that you've been practicing with the character.
Super Deer tries to find a pick, but double ultimates being blown. Here comes Paranoia. No! The Deer goes golden, still gets taken out. That was 2 ultimates and a jungler they had to sacrifice in order to get that trade.
Not really a trade when you add the rest of the team fight plus the turret to the margins. They're being ripped off, man. I haven't seen anything this bad since I last visited wish.com.
That was your first mistake, TJ, is going there in the first place. Try Taobao.
I think I did.
Much better.
I think I just got adverts for it. All right, sell me what's on Taobao that's not on Wish.com.
So nothing. Taobao is Wish.com if Wish.com were honest. So instead of being like, this super cool thing for $20, it's like, here's this mediocre thing, we're selling it for like $3. Wish is just like the Americanized, westernized version of Taobao and AliExpress, where they're just like, yeah, here English speakers just have, I guess, if you want some of these things. But it's just so much easier. There's a lot of websites. Taobao is Chinese only, so I would not recommend it for most of our audience. But AliExpress isn't. Alibaba isn't either. They both have an English translation, and Taobao has a bunch of third-party websites that let you search and buy in English. So there's a lot of really cool things. Like Jingdong, I know, also Chinese only. But some of the similar products they have. There's a throat steamer that I use for my vocal health that's only available in China. It's like $40, which sounds pretty expensive, but for the technology you're getting, it's damn cheap. It's really good, portable, fantastic battery life, really easy to use, and I have yet to find anything of anywhere near the same quality here in the States, so.
Monkey Savage will throat steam. I don't know, there's a segue in there.
That was
getting
like
steamy in the top lane. There we go.
There we go. Nice.
Very good. That wasn't the kind of steamy I was thinking, but it is now. High key.
I mean, sets in the top lane, TJ.
There.
It's always steamy.
No kills come through, but it's all about the zone control because this Baron is coming up in just about 20 seconds. So Chinese marketplaces, online marketplaces, genuinely terrify me because their web design is just impenetrable. But every time I've been to a Chinese market, either in China or in the US physically, it's like really good. So there's probably a connection there.
Yeah. There's just like good stuff. There's so much more. It's like imagine Amazon with like 400 times the options. Mm-hmm. And that's Chinese online marketplaces. And in-person ones. It's just fun.
Complete map control is Harrisburg's as both objectives come up. It's a marketplace of options. There we go. They're going to select one Infernal Drake and get it very cheap, Matt. Excellent deal. No contest. And take their time.
Same day delivery, too.
Oh,
it was very impressive.
Really, actually, quite quick delivery.
Yeah, it was actually faster than anything I've got. What was the fastest you've had anything delivered?
Okay, so you know about this. If you're in a major Chinese city, you can order stuff online and it will show up within the hour.
Yeah. I just wanted everyone else to be jealous of living in China for a little bit. Because, like, I'm going to be honest, there's, like, other things that aren't great, like trying to do everything in Chinese. Not easy. But I was like, man, I don't have any AA batteries. And I was like, wait a minute. And 2 hours later, I had AA batteries. And it was really cool. I was just like, all right, neat.
There was a pick ordered up and delivered. Super deer grabbed, and that should mean this Baron is clear. There's very technically some vision on it. I cannot stress enough how technical it is. Illinois bought those Wish.com boards and will be paying the price. High-Key Savage finds the pick on the Perswaggerus, and this will be a clean Baron side.
A lot of markup on that Baron take. I usually don't have to pay a full jungler for it, just a smite, but Illinois, unfortunately paying the import tax. And this game, in case it's not been clear from us talking about Chinese marketplaces for the past 10 minutes, is essentially over. It's a 10k gold lead at 22 minutes. I remember earlier, TJ, you were just like, yeah, they're going to be picking up that tier 2 tower, and Baron's going to be spawning in 3 minutes. And I was like, Baron's not going to be spawning it. Oh my god, Baron's not up yet.
Yeah, it did feel like we'd rather arrived at the late game 10 minutes early. I mean, it's still, we're at the 20-minute mark, and it feels like we're watching a game that's at the 30-minute mark. But Harrisburg are lasting through this game, which is a good sign. We talked about earlier how they were one of the teams that Maraville, the undefeated Maraville, to put a finer point on it. Considered legitimate competition for them here. And this is certainly a good note to start on their home grounds here.
I think the level 1 was the really key play there for Harrisburg as well. Just from there, they have not lost control of this game. So really fantastic macro play coming out from them.
It was the knowledge, the read of the draft to go. If we bully Perswaggers off the level 1 with CJ and Frost Forest, they will not have a way back into the game. And that's just a kind of mobile reading of the game, knowing where your power points are, making sure that Nocturne is completely irrelevant.
Which at this point, a very apt description for poor Perswaggers. 2 inhibs down. I think Harrisburg may be going for the full set at this point.
Back it off,
It was
Matt.
important to complete your collection.
CJ with the troll blast cone.
He's been popping them all over the
right
map.
team.
I don't know if you've been watching on the minimap, but he went up to the one towards the bottom of the gate, and he was just like, whee! Into the base. So I think he just enjoys blast plants. And honestly, I get it. I get it so much. Infernal map is the most fun just because you can bounce.
Blast plants are a ton of fun. However, just yesterday, a teammate dumped me into 5 people with a blast plant. So, oh my bad last.
Oh my god,
worried
Super
about-
thought he had something.
Yeah,
Really
I was worried
did
about
not.
that for
I'm
a
so
second.
sorry.
I was like, Super Deer, maybe you able to find a pick? No.
Yeah, no, Super Deer just had an encounter with an F-150.
CJ will dive into the backline all by himself. Ult popped into stasis. Will go there a high damage member, but he'll go down anyway. Frostboros does find
with
the
the
kills.
turn.
He's going to get shot down at the front of the fight. Huge plays, and only
kill.
Fizzy left. A massive fight for Chomdex. A quadra kill for Chomdex.
This game was all but over, and they're still going to lose the Nexus Tower, I believe. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
TJ, I spoke too soon.
Ooh.
They might actually be able to save it. The beautiful turn from Illinois, just hanging on with everything they've got. And I'm not going to say that's the end of their problems, because by God, it isn't. But it's a damn good start to getting back into the game.
Hey, the only laner who won his lane, Chomdex, comes back into this late game and finds a massive set of picks. Off the back of that, there is now a sparkle of hope. I'd say
All
they need
4
this
of his
strength.
kills, TJ, came from that fight. He was just biding his time, man.
It was waiting for exactly that moment. I'd say they need this Drake. Because that would get them almost to Soul Point. Infernal Soul would genuinely be game-changing. But I don't think they have a word in that one.
No. Only way you can find that miracle steal coming out from Kongju, who's saving it for later in the game, when inevitably they're going to be pushing back into the base. Both inhibitors still down, so it's going to be a huge push out. They won't have Baron this time.
He's saving the true shot steal for Baron. Minute 30.
Yeah, but all right.
Well, we'll see it. I guarantee
It's like
it.
Double Lift saving Flash for Worlds. It's like, all right, sure.
No, he's got it. Watch this. Here comes the shove. Super minions in hand. Harrisburg may not even need the power to end this.
Looking for the engage, they find it onto Rand. There goes the 80 carry for Harrisburg University. A good start. Perswaggers will find the shutdown. And now High Key Savage down as well. Both 80 carries taken down. Frost Forest forced out of the fight. And once again, Illinois hang on to the base.
Okay. 2 front-to-back fights, won by the presence of the big tanks from Illinois. And you can see the damage starting to arrive from their own backline. We're talking up. Chomdex, it's worth noting, Kongju never really got knocked out of the game in the bot lane. He certainly was behind, but he didn't get multiple kills or anything like that. And now they've won a truly massive fight because the Baron is only 30 seconds away.
This is incredible, honestly, from Illinois, considering the level 1 and literally every level from that point up to now that they suffered. The fact that they are able to come back twice within their own base is absolutely fantastic. The problem I foresee for them, though, is these inhibitors should still be down by the time Baron comes up. If they can't contest that, the game is probably over.
Here it is, Baron up. They do have vision of the surrounding area, some very clever wards placed in the periphery. We'll see if any of them survive the initial scourge of Harrisburg.
Farsight from Swaggerus. Ultimate's up.
They know what's happening. 3k left, no sign of the steel mat. Baron scooped up by the storm.
I guess he just felt it was too risky. I mean, if you go for that steal and you miss, that is 100% game over. At least if they get the Baron and you don't lose your jungler, it's only like 70% game over, so I see the logic behind it.
No attempt at the steal, no attempt indeed at the contest from Illinois. They're confident they can win another late game teamfight inside their base. I think if the Storm are smart here, they don't even take a team fight. They just bring in the super minion waves and let them do the work.
Mm-hmm. Top lane's pushing in by itself. They have people in both bottom lane and mid lane. So if they play this well enough and Illinois don't capitalize on their positioning, it could be easy for them.
You can see exactly what I was talking about. No base entry needed. There's the artillery being brought down.
I remember when the Baron up cannon minions became a thing, and they were just so unbelievably strong, and people would stack, what was it, Banner of Command on them. So you just have these massive minions that were completely unkillable, taking down towers in 3 shots.
There's a Banner of
Much
Command
harder to come back from than this situation for Illinois.
Ooh, good dredge line. Team fight begins. True shot will come through as well. The redemption starts things strong. The front line holds this time. The engage from Illinois gets taken apart. And here comes HUE Savage. Kongju in huge trouble. A triple kill already for the Lucian. Make it a quadra, as that will finally be the game. The Storm reigns supreme in their home tournament. Game 1 goes to them.
After 2 miracle defenses from Illinois, Harrisburg finally slam it through with the aid of that Baron buff. And shoutouts to them from minute 1. Literally, they had control over this game. That level 1 play, I think, was the start to this entire domination.
Yeah, it's really rough because Harrisburg did a genuinely fantastic job for 22 minutes of gameplay. They ended the game functionally at the 22-minute mark, and then they took 10 more minutes to actually end the game. And that is really rough to calculate. Is that Harrisburg getting overconfident, getting a little bit sloppy with a few team fights? Is that Illinois showing some impeccable team fight form, and are they a team that we need to be worried about if they don't get knocked out of the laning phase completely? There's multiple different things you can take away from that, and I'm very happy that we have a group stage format like we do, because we will get more chances to see both these teams.
As always, it's a little bit of both, TJ. That second to last push, or third to last push, rather, coming in from Ran. A little bit low HP under the tower. That's when the turn came out from Illinois. As you can see, HUE Savage, though, in the mid lane would be my player to highlight this game. Able to get a massive dominating lead in mid. I mean, it's obvious, 11 kills. But from the lead in mid, was just able to go around to side lanes, find assassinations left and right, and was just diving towers for people. As Lucian. Absolutely terrifying coming out from him.
Watching HUE Savage do that is already the highlight of my evening. So I can't wait to see more from him. I can't wait to see more from this Harrisburg roster, because they are supposed to be one of the most terrifying sides here at the HUE Invitational. So it'll be entertaining as we go towards the end of the groups. Of course, they are in one of the big boy groups, which means the top 3 teams will get out. Their sister team, HUE Storm B, are in one of the top 2 groups, so they will have... I suppose that's not a slightly more difficult path. It's just a statistically the same path to get out of their own group. It'll be fun. Much more action still to come. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, it will be Oakland taking to the stage to play Arizona State University. were the runners-up at the UCLA tournament earlier this month, coming in second place behind Maryville. I can't wait to get a look at both those teams. Don't go far. The HUE Invitational will continue right after this.
Hello, guys! This is finally the end of the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to playing.
We can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play it out.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, start!
You're back watching the HUE Invitational. I had a split second of hesitation there, Matt. I was like, do I say the Harrisburg University Esports Invitational or the HUE Invitational? And I made a choice. I committed to it.
I had that issue earlier in the day. I know you remember it, where I was like, hey, Harrisburg University Esports Invitational. Because I'm used to just using the hashtag. I'm like, hashtag HUE 2020. But on air, that doesn't come off as well.
You're watching hashtag HUE 2020. We are into the biggest collegiate event in the history of college. That's right. Sit down, college football. You've got nothing. We're continuing our group stage here today with Oakland taking on the Arizona State University. That'll be our game in a moment. I'm very excited for one of these teams because they're looked really good. That's, of course, Arizona. They took second place at the UCLA Invitational. And I'm very excited for Oakland because they're right in my backyard.
Nice.
Their sky is also orange.
Oh, good. I meant to ask about that, TJ. How orange is the sky today? Because you said it was a sunny day, but I'm not sure what sunny means in San Francisco.
We're doing good. I believe we even have full sunlight. There were a couple of days where there was so much smoke in the upper atmosphere that you could actually see the sun, but it was like it was like a stage light where there's an umbrella in front of it. It was like someone had put a filter over the sun, and it was just, I don't know, chill. And it was more cold because of that. You could definitely tell. But we're good today.
Post-apocalyptic smoke to study and relax to.
You know, as somebody who kind of misses the English weather, I'm not going to lie to you, I was kind of on board with it. It was colder, there was some rain like a couple of days ago, and there wasn't nearly as much sun.
But there's no one saying they were chuffed to bits, so it's like not English enough for me.
No one's chuffed.
I'm chuffed to bits.
Oh, bad. Don't do that.
That was really
Definitely
bad.
Never do that again.
Give me the proper Northern English.
No.
I know you can do it. That's why you're not doing it.
We're not doing it for you. Let's talk about Oakland and Arizona State University as we head towards the game. We do the draft in a couple of minutes. I was really impressed by the Arizona State team at the UCLA tournament. I know you chatted with their coach. What are your takeaways?
So, I actually talked to Popsay for a little while, like a few hours. Was really interested in their top mid, how they're working that out. So essentially the story is Cat on That Roof was an alum of the team, has been on there, I want to say a few years. I have the notes, but we have a ton of notes on this team.
He's
so
their mid lane.
Trying to find it. As a result, when they brought in Fire Theft, who of course is an SGC top laner, they were like, okay, Cat, what do you want to do? And Cat was just like, I'll just play mid, whatever, who cares? I'm just that good at the video game. So they were adjusting around that, and I talked to Bopsay, and they were saying that instead of trying to make Cat learn just the meta picks, they wanted to use that diversity in having two former top laners to bring that same sort of style of pick into the mid lane, which is something I'm really excited about because one of my favorite players while casting the LPL was Doinby, of course, who brings out things like Nautilus, Renekton mid, Riven mid, all those sort of top lane oriented picks that also have a space in the mid lane. So I'm looking forward to seeing that similar drafting flexibility coming out from Arizona State.
I'm really impressed by their team play. That was like my big takeaway. Their macro was like really good across the entire tournament. You could tell that they are a team that is drilling how their team play works specifically. One of the big instances was Snoops repeatedly, he's their AD carry, would get hard boosted during the early game. They would just say, we are getting this AD carry ahead. They would send funnel, jungle, and mid resources into that bot lane. Come late game, he would be a monster on Aphelios or whatever. And that's just a level of awareness that I'm not going to say is new to collegiate, but I'm going to say is developing in collegiate. And it's good to see more teams taking on the mantle of challenging Maraville playing at that top level.
I'm really looking forward to the top lane because we cast a little bit of Fire Theft because we did SGC with Challengers Uprising, and
He's on Supernova Dark Matter.
yeah. And one of the interesting things for me was that we were pulling stats. I want to say this was like week 4, so like the final week, and Fire Theft had rotated off the team, presumably to come here to Arizona State, and we were pulling our stat sheet. And we were like, oh, let's take a look at the solo kills. And Fire Theft was still number 1 after not having played for like 2 weeks. So Fire Theft, absolutely a monster in the top lane. And I was looking at It's John's top lane pool, which also has some really interesting picks, like still plays Urgot.
I'm going to be excited for It's John's pool. As you said, Pike, Urgot, that kind of thing. Mind-blowing. But if we're going off recent performance, I know you didn't get the chance to review all of that UCLA tournament. Fire Theft is still a monster, don't worry.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
He was absolutely dominating those top lanes. And I mean, frankly, it looked like he was smurfing. So, if there is a takeaway from what will be the strength of this team, what will be the rock they can build around Arizona State, will always have Fire Theft, and he will always be ahead.
Well, that's something to look forward to. I am actually most looking forward to the draft when it comes out. Mostly just because I want to see what Arizona State's drafting looks like. Like you said, I didn't get much of a chance to look at the UCLA tournament. I want to see, Coach Bopsay had lovely things to say about their players and was very excited to talk about that mid-top flexibility, which is what I'm looking forward to seeing. One of the things that I always prioritize in teams when I'm looking at their drafts is how many times can they outthink the other coach. Not in a sort of like, haha, our coach is better way, but if you can keep them guessing until the very last lock-in, that makes it much more difficult to adapt around. It makes it much more difficult to find those winning matchups. And usually, if executed correctly, will give a huge lead to the more flexible team. So Arizona State, knowing that they have those flex picks coming into this, really exciting for me.
They're also not a varsity team. This is, I believe the Oakland side is a varsity team. The Arizona State side is entirely student-run. And they are, I believe, the best performing student-run organization here in collegiate. But your mileage may vary. So, very impressive stuff from the Arizona side.
Yeah, I actually talked to both coaches from Arizona State, both A and B teams, and both of them were talking like they are super duper passionate. You have to be to have a student-run organization this big, but they all, they go out and volunteer and stuff and to local places and just try and make it a very visible club, and they try very hard and put their all into this. You have 5 players on both teams, you have 2 coaches. It's like a fully fleshed out club, and I'm hoping that Arizona State after this gets to see this and say, all right, maybe we should look into making that a program.
Hey there, kid. You want some money? Let's get into it. Draft time. Oakland over on the left, the blue. Arizona State on the red, the right. Oh, interesting. That was the wrong side. They flipped my webcam. That's messed up. Coach Griffin.
No, wait, hold on. You just call him coach?
I did, because he's supposed to be coaching me. I'm pointing which way I'm supposed to be pointing, and instead he's like, producer Griffin. I don't know, I'm disappointed.
All right, good recovery.
Get into the bands. Lucian and Silas both knocked off. Oakland's definitely adapting to Arizona's own pool. That Silas was terrifying during UCLA. The Lucian is very meta right now, and of course with their flexibility, can be put mid, can be put top, can be put bot. Caitlyn and Draven both off the board for University of Oakland, and I recognize the Draven from Endrit, Oakland's bot laner's pool, and the Caitlyn I assume is just a meta ban, but I would be curious to know if they are terrified of Endrit in particular.
So one of the things that I noticed about Endrit's pool is like outside of the Draven, which he's nearly a one-trick on, It's weird, bro. It's really, really weird. I love it. I'm hoping Indrit will bring it out. I saw like a Swain in there. Not like one-off Swain 80 carry. Haha, I'm just trying this out. But like, no, I'm a 2-trick with Draven and Swain 80 carry being my more dominant pick. So what I get from that is that Indrit loves to play lane bullies. Traditionally, 80 carries you don't think of as lane bullies. Usually that's the role of the support. But with the Draven, with the Swain, you do have that capability, which is why it's interesting to me to see him put on the Ashe this game.
Man, there is sanity. I don't know what you were talking about. It was kind of stressing me out. I felt my heart rate going up. But we got Ashe, and life is normal. Arizona grabbed their own bot lane at the Senna with infinite flexibility, and a Shen notably conspicuously absent from the bans. Many people will tell you at the competitive level Shen is the most powerful character in the game. Arizona can lock him in just about anywhere.
Interested to see what they pick into it, because I want to see Fire Theft manage solo kills on Shen. I know it's theoretically possible. We've seen it once or twice. Definitely not post-6, but pre-6.
Fire Theft will do it, man.
All
Where's
right,
that
I
Pike
trust.
headed, do you think? Is that the top lane, it's Jong Pike, or are we seeing a more traditional support? Or we could see the wild mid-Pike we get sometimes?
So here's the thing, TJ. I'm pretty sure everyone on this team plays Pike except for Indrit and Musin. It's like top, mid, and support all play Pike, so that could be going anywhere. I'm ready for it. Surprise me, Oakland. Mess me up, man.
You were on the mid-Pike train like months ago, and it's actually getting serious play right now at the highest levels of ladders, I think internationally as well. So, maybe you saw the future. Jarvan will be slotted into that jungle, not resolving any of our mysteries here. And I assume this will also be a jungle pick for Arizona, unless that Shen is jungle. In which case, America wins again.
Oh, God, I can't wait for more Shen jungle. I love it. I haven't played it since the origins of River Shen. After the rework, I didn't think it was viable anymore, and then Spica just comes out and is like, hey, what's up, North America? River Shen's back. And I was very excited by that. I am less excited by the draft coming out here from Oakland at this point. The Jarvan, to me, is a very odd pick. His clear speed is not that great anymore after he receives some nerfs to pretty much all of his clear speed kit. Like his W got base nerfs, his E attack speed got nerfed, and we haven't seen him in a while because, especially into champions like Nidalee, he just gets out-farmed. The one time when I think it's a good choice to pick a Jarvan is when you have a strong combo champion with it. Something like a Rumble, something like an Orianna or a Galio, get that cannonball composition going, and Oakland don't have that yet. So maybe Arizona State, I can see them banning out things like that Orianna, like that Rumble, just to try and take away basically what makes Jarvan useful nowadays.
We get Aurelia instead. Fire Theft did play Aurelia during UCLA, was scary at points and got blown out in the final against Maryville. So, scary enough that Oakland don't want to see it. They actually seem to be pretty heavily targeting him between that and the Renekton. Makes sense. Arizona, can we get confirmation on that, Producer Griffin? Did they miss that ban completely? Or is that maybe a visual glitch? They missed it. Okay. A little bit sloppy banning from Arizona. They do get rid of that set.
They don't need it, man.
Sorry, a little bit of confidence out from Arizona.
There we go.
Get rid
That's
of
what
that
I'm talking
ban.
about. It's all about bigging them up. It's about supporting the teams, TJ. Arizona State, though, like you said, there are a lot of bans focused towards Fire Theft because Shen is the three-way flex. You can take him top jungle support. Already see the jungle being taken away by that Nidalee pick, unless someone wants to really surprise me today. Oh, interesting. I love that. Arizona State taking away the Galio so that Oakland doesn't have the opportunity to pick it for the Cannonball. It was really good.
Galio mid. Shen. Could be. I'm gonna guess Shen top lane, and then they pull out like a wild AD carry pick. That's center support. That's
well.
what
I mean, we could also see
They
both
have
of them
so
flex
much
still.
flexibility.
There's a chance we still don't have the top laner. There's a chance we still don't have a mid laner picked. Not on the side of Oakland.
And that's what we were bigging up about Arizona State coming into this, is their flexibility in draft. Here we go. Example, Exhibit A. Oakland, though, as you say, a little bit more predictable. That Yone will be going into the mid lane. That is the first competitive Yone I've ever seen. So I'm excited for that.
That's not true, TJ, but I understand why you would forget the first time you saw it, because it did not go well.
You're right. There was a high school Yone who still needed to graduate from, like, level 2.
Yeah, it was Rabbit. Oh, gosh, I'm forgetting it. I'm
don't call him out by
name.
name. Do not call him out by name. He had a rough series, man. Leave him alone.
He was trying, man. He didn't make it, but once he got to that 30-minute mark, he was popping off. Hey, like I said, they didn't pick top till last pick.
So that Shen is support?
Yeah. Shen or Gallia. No, Shen. I was like, no, it could be Gallia support, but then you'd have a Shen mid, and gonna be honest, don't know how that one goes. Okay,
Pike support, that flexibility did surprise us earlier, but we do get that Pike support. Alright, I'm really excited. That missed ban, we have been reconfirmed. Fleecer Griffin lied to us the first time round. He's back to Coach Griffin. And apparently it was a Bard ban. It's his birthday. I gotta be mean to him.
How does that work?
Maybe that was just my birthdays.
You need a. Oh gosh, I'm sorry.
We've got our requisite 3-minute delay now as we head towards the game, so we can talk more generally about the draft and ramble for a bit. I was really impressed by the amount of flexibility from both teams, but I think, especially considering the UCLA results, there is no way to paint that in favor of Oakland. I think you have to favor Arizona State. When you have a team that's performing really well, pull out an oddball draft, you can be like, wow, who knows what they'll do with it. But when the team that is performing really well pops out a standard draft and the underdog is picking Pike to go who knows where, then it's a little bit harder to weight them.
Yeah, I think I'm not going to say there's no direction to the composition of Oakland, because there definitely is one, but I don't think it is a very strong identity, especially into the draft that we see coming out from Arizona State. Arizona State has a very tanky composition coming out of here, and it seems like the goal for Oakland is just make a pick, absolutely one pop that person. You have Ash Arrow into Pike Stun, into Jarvan combo, into like Vladimir and Yone just spamming buttons. I will say they get to late game. Very strong.
They have so much ability to engage into fights without actually committing. Like, that's my big takeaway. Is that Yone, Pike, Vlad can all just like start a fight, get a kill, and then fade away into the night. And especially with, as you point out, the global presence of that Ash Arrow, there is the potential for that to be ruinous. Now, the problem is that Arizona State don't really have anyone you can do that to. Are you telling me you're going to half commit into a Galio, into a Shen? That's 2 taunts that could just keep you locked down while you think you're fooling them.
And it's also, like, for that reason, it's a really strong draft from Arizona State. If you're looking from the side of Oakland to try and pick off one person, the problem you're going to be having is they have 2 globals that are meant to defend literally one person. Come in with the Stand United, come in with the Hero's Entrance, suddenly that person's getting taunted, into knocked up, into blown to pieces. And sure, you can theoretically jump back if you were the Yone going in for an engage, but they might just kill you right then and there.
Yeah. A little bit of stage setting, I think, does need to be done. Maraville, the A team from Maraville are the expected favorites here at the HUE Invitational. We did just see a really solid performance from the home team, the HUE Storm, so maybe there's an extra player in there. But the expected top 2, I would say, are Maraville followed by Arizona State. Because Arizona State was the only team that even took Maraville close in the UCLA tournament. I believe there was a game that had to be ended by a backdoor. But they did come out on top and did do so undefeated. So there's no... I can't feel like Arizona State are the only team to take a game off of Maraville. They're the only team to make a game look close against Maraville. And that certainly does put him up there. But I would be, in addition to, being in Arizona's corner, be also looking for somebody to come out on left field and hit hard today. Be that the HUE Storm, be that one of the other teams we haven't yet seen on broadcast. If we can get surprised by somebody, that is, I think, the hope for anyone rooting for Maraville's downfall.
So Arizona State are looking to upset the clear favorites then, TJ.
Yeah. This is a game they should stomp. Let's frame it that way. If they don't show up here in the same form they did at UCLA and destroy Oakland, then you can put a worry tick mark on the whiteboard behind them. So I want to see a really strong performance from Arizona here.
TJ, are you just assuming that every college team includes a whiteboard at this point?
I have, over the past couple of days, been looking at a lot of pictures of collegiate setups. They all have whiteboards, so I think it's pretty safe.
I was going to fight you on that, and then I was thinking about my own college experience, and there were just whiteboards everywhere.
Whiteboards?
I was in an a cappella group, and we had a whiteboard, which doesn't seem really useful, honestly.
What did you write on?
We usually wrote the warm-up, so we did this warm-up that was, you go across the scale, so do, re, mi, fa, sol, and you'd go up it, and our leader would just erase one of them and be like, all right, you're skipping that note, good luck. So you'd just be like, do, re, mi, fa, la, and all the way back up, and then all the way back down, and you'd have to remember which one to skip. But by the end of the exercise, you were skipping like 4 notes, so you were just randomly jumping like to the 4th, then to the 7th, then to the top again. And I was really bad at that exercise because my ear is not that great.
I enjoy your passion, but I just want to know that you saying I was in an a cappella group in college is like not a surprise at all. That is the least surprised I've been by new information in a very long time.
No, because it tracks, because now I do opera, which I guess that's the more shocking thing, is I went from a cappella to opera, but...
Producer Griffin, nobody uses chalkboards anymore because you gotta like buy chalk all the time.
So
he chimes in whatever happened to blackboards. Yeah, but like the markers last longer, first of all. They don't get short when you use them. Chalk does that. That's wild. I've never had a whiteboard marker break in my hand. Whiteboard markers don't leave a stain on my fingers. Okay. He's got us there. The blackboard does make more sound.
So we have these 3. I go to University of Delaware, who has never fielded a successful League of Legends team. And I'm still upset about that, because I was just like, hey, I'd love to cast for us, and they're like, our team sucks and we don't do any tournaments. I'm like, okay, cool.
You're in
I guess
Delaware.
I'll go to China.
Yeah, that would be my response to being in Delaware as well.
Yeah, China's better. China's so much better. To be fair, kind of was. But we have these 300-person lecture halls that are massive, and some of them still have these huge chalkboards. So it's a 3-chalkboard setup, which sounds really confusing. So they have one here, and then one here, and then a sliding one in front of it that can go anywhere. So you'll have these professors just going up to the board and going like, I can't, someone help me with this. It won't come down. It's stuck again. And then, like, one of the tall kids, which would sometimes end up being me, but usually there's someone taller than 6'1", because it's college and there's 300 people in a class. TJ would be sent up to do it.
What I'm getting here is that Delaware is a dangerous place to attend university.
For other reasons. But they'd go and grab the chalkboard, so we'd have to, like, grab it by the hand, because sometimes the rope wouldn't be there. Sometimes the rope would, like, not be broken, but it, like, was hidden somewhere, so we'd have to, like, grab it by our hands and pull down and be like... We got it! We can start class now! Ugh. Anyways, I'm just saying that that's why whiteboards are better.
Leave a thought in the chat. Hit us up on Twitter. Where are you at? Chalkboards or whiteboards? We do have the game beginning shortly.
Oh yeah, there's games.
So, yeah, there is a game beginning shortly between Oakland and Arizona State. If we could get pictures from both those teams, maybe chalkboard, whiteboard, what do you have in your own setup? That would be good. As we stated, it is hard to favor Oakland, especially out of the draft, but I think we're all delighted by the things they picked. the X factor is still the Yone. As I said, the second competitive Yone that I've seen. The first one really struggled in the early game, then hit that 0-10 Yasuo buff. Boom! Late game powerhouse.
See, we saw someone try to go for that strategy just a week ago, TJ, and it did not resolve in a powerhouse strong enough.
No, but it was a threat. Welcome to our second game of the HUE Invitational group stage. It's all BO1 here today. We'll be back with BO3s and a best-of-5 finals tomorrow. This is our last game, so if you're sick of your voices, we've got the talented Audio and Rebel Fox to pick up action after this. I believe it is all rather up in the air, but I believe we are headed to Maraville's A team, another powerhouse of this tournament, playing Western University. Our third game of the day with Rebel and Audio casting.
Oakland goes for the early invade. Unlike last game, we're not going to see a whole lot come of it. I will note to the folks in the chat that I have sent out an investigatory message to the ASU coach, Bapse, and hopefully they will get back to me about whether they use a blackboard or a whiteboard.
He's coaching, Matt.
Yeah, I told him. I'm like, I know you're drafting right now, but we were curious on air. Do you have a whiteboard?
I'm always disappointed in you in new ways, Matt.
I get it, because you're just disappointed that I didn't ask earlier.
Yeah, no, I mean, why wait till he was coaching? Let's also address the Jarvan that is here. I think we've seen a fair bit of competitive Jarvan recently, and it's always looked terrible. I don't believe in him these days.
Yeah, his ganks are still really good, level 2 and onwards. The problem is always with his clear speed, which is really abysmal and doesn't get a whole lot better as he levels up. Depending on your build, Cinderhulk will get you a little bit better of a clear, ironically, than Warrior, because you don't have AoE, but 2v2 in the mid lane coming out here.
Yeah, they thought they had an opening for the level 2. Okay, was in the area though.
Don't worry, you've got attack speed. Jarvan gank, successful.
I mean, there was no way in. Check out this top lane. Fire Theft already a level advantage. He will be your player to watch over on the Arizona State side. Of course, one of our favorite players in the amateur SGC scene as well. So he is one of the more promising at a developmental start.
I am getting a confusing update from my friends at ASU. Colomer, the coach of the ASU B team, and Bapse have both responded to me. Shout outs to them. Okay. Bapse says he believes it's a blackboard, but Colomer says it was like, or one of the players says we have the black whiteboard thing in the practice room, which is very confusing. And then Colomer clarifies that they haven't been able to use it for a year because of COVID and stuff.
Okay, so they don't remember. It could be anything.
It is a board. That is all we have been able to clarify thus far.
Arizona State University using their tactics from a board. It's a great success so far.
Colomer is actually DMing me more information as we speak. I appreciate these coaches so much.
We got
they care, guys.
So we'll hold up. We'll hold up. Kellyan needs to blow the flash, but does recognize that in time, gets to safety. Now, blackboard uptime.
Colomer says he's colorblind, so he's not sure what color the board is.
What?
But he clarified that he hasn't been able to use the practice room in a while, so that's why he doesn't remember.
I can't get the mid lane. That literally does find first blood. A major pickup for Northwood. Arizona State. I'm very impressed by Arizona State. It does look like our team names are wrong, so I will clarify again. Arizona State are over on the red. Franklins are on the blue. I'm very impressed by Arizona State finding that opportunity. It was a rather long-range Nidalee spear. Found the pick.
Didn't even need a board to do it, TJ. That's why they're the team to watch. I bet
Imagine
Maryville
being
has
so
a blackboard.
colorblind.
I bet they use
Imagine
it.
being so colorblind you can't tell whether or not it's a whiteboard or a blackboard.
I think
Tragedy.
Colomer's just funny as hell, but I also am liking the idea
At that
of being
point,
like,
you're just
yeah, sorry,
blind.
I'm colorblind. I can't tell the literal opposite colors.
At that point, you're just blind. I don't know.
At that point, you just can't see them. Sorry.
Hey, we got team names. Producer Griffin. Woo!
Esport.
Early game is going pretty much as predicted. All of the punk across the map goes Arizona's way. They found that mid lane jungle gank. Fire Theft is dominating up top, already a 10 CS lead. And the invite's going pretty well as well.
The one thing I would point out, though, for the side of Oakland is that this Yone is doing pretty well early on in the lane. I would not expect it to be a super hard counter early on there for the Galio, but it is rough playing a melee into Galio when he can just taunt you and then beat on you for a few seconds. So Keelan doing a fantastic job in the mid lane, keeping even in CS as well. Has fallen down once to the gank, of course, but honestly, considering the Yones I've seen play, that is fantastic.
TP into this top lane gank will cancel him. Arizona get nothing. They do waste Kellyan's time.
Oh, on the other side of the map, Oakland looking for this dragon. Pseudo and
Looking
Snoops are here to contest.
TP will
Teleport's
be
coming
coming
in, but
all the way across.
Flash taunt. Here comes the hero's entrance as well. Moves in a lot of trouble. Will fall down. Injured on the other side of the wall. Beautiful knockback there from Cat. Just standing on the blast cones. There's nowhere safe for Endrit. 2-0 in favor of ASU.
Very, very good team fight. Oakland, I understand the idea of forcing that. Oh, this is a step too far forward taunt. Will keep Cat safe. No, Kellyan gets him. The first pick back to Oakland. I understand why they wanted to force that Drake, but you have to recognize they have two operative TPs on the team between the heroic entrance and the actual TP from Fire Theft. They can contest that with their entire team in moments, and they know where two Oakland members are guaranteed to be tied up.
A little too aggressive there from Oakland, but to be fair to them, on the backside of it, Keelan able to pick up a kill. Oh no, this is too far in from Arizona State.
Yeah, they've got very far forward here, and Snoop pays the instant price. Pseudo should be eaten up here as well. It's going to be Endrit picking up the kill. A major victory, actually, now for Oakland. I have trouble with this. That's just pure overconfidence, but the pick that Cat gave over and that over-aggression down bottom. Arizona State play a really solid macro game, so that's out of character.
And that's going to be punishing for them, especially going into the later stages of the game against this Yone, who has already found a fantastic lead in the early game. 2-1-1 now, on a hyperscaling late game champion who just basically needs 2 items before he will eat your team alive.
Fire Theft. Still bullying this lane though, so they've got something. You can see Vaco does recognize that this mid lane is the focus. They want to get rid of Gila.
Going for a bit of an engage in the mid lane has been shut down though by ASU. Good positioning from Pseudo to make sure that Bone Skewer didn't pull him over the wall. Now going to be rotating that top lane advantage into a Rift Herald, ideally.
Fired left to fight its Jong in the jungle. He's going to go into the Sanguine Bull and he's baiting, but he flips out of the engage, almost survives. Fire Theft will go down 1v2. Rift Herald in the meantime was scooped up.
Was a beautiful Hextech ultimatum. Perfectly timed to dodge the flag and drag from Jarvan, but still didn't matter. A lot of damage coming out from that Vladimir early on, but a valuable sacrifice from Fire Theft in order to find the Rift Herald secure.
Milan in the mid lane, definitely looking comfortable on this Yasuo line. Sorry, Yone.
Easy to confuse, TJ, but Snoop's in a lot of trouble. No reposition available. Beautiful ultimate from Tupac.
Lined up, so even the flash was still within range. Very, very well placed ulting. one of the skills of Pyke if you can get those ultis placed right. And that's going to be a second pretty major kill in the bot lane, passed over at least gold-wise to Endrit. And I'm starting to actually really worry for Arizona State, because a lot of those late-game champs for Oakland are starting very strong.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure here on the side of ASU to get things to happen in the early mid-game. This is why I'm going to be concerned, similarly to you. But if they realize that and then start trying to force ahead of that and say, okay, we really got to get things going, guys, and keep falling into macro mistakes, keep taking the wrong fights, it'd be an easy snowball here from Oakland.
Yeah, they're definitely benefiting from Arizona's, I'm going to say, overeagerness, because these fights don't need to be forced. They get pretty major power spikes the longer this game goes on. Like, wait till the Nidalee is a threat, right?
Mm-hmm. Give her like 2 items, she'll start popping off entirely, but Snoops and Pseudo are getting absolutely bullied here in the bottom lane.
For now. Just hanging out inside that bush, waiting for somebody to step too far forward. SU instead dedicating their focus towards fire theft all the way up top.
Will be spotted, so they won't be able to go for that dive up in the top side of the map. This is one thing I'm worried about here for Bako, who has been not being able to find the early ganks they were looking for. Sure, has 2 kills off the back of that team fight around the Dragon Pit, but looking for these dives, spending a lot of time in these lanes, already spent a ton mid. Going to now just drop the Herald top to try and push It's John out of the way.
And they succeed. It's John won't be able to defend his turret. That's going to be a sizable amount of playing gold passed over. In the meantime, Oakland, you get the better end of the macro trade for once. Here comes Keelan up towards top.
Easily engaged, will be stunned up. Stand United is out
TP
as well. Hero's entrance off on the backside. Beautiful stun out from Tupac. Hero's entrance lands onto Keelan. There goes Yone. The shutdown comes out, but the fight's not over. Tupac in trouble as well. There he goes. No ultimate for you, and ASU finds the 2 for none.
The stabilizers have been deployed. ASU managed to engineer a spectacularly advantageous team fight up top. Stand United, TP, and then after the TP, the heroic entrance from Cat. Didn't seem strictly necessary, but it sort of guaranteed Keelan died. And they don't even quite get the turret for it, but the gold is continuing to get funneled from the kills over towards Fire Theft.
Fire Theft was trying to deny as many minions as possible, and as a result, miscalculated ever so slightly. Was not able to find that tower, but should be able to shove John off the tower long enough to get those 2 autos you're going to need in order to finish off the tower. Not actually going for it. Maybe that was intentional then.
Yeah, Fire Theft may want to keep that wave pushing so that he can keep farming.
Uh-oh.
Break the turret, they can just farm pretty far back.
Good dodge out from Snoop, but teleport down from 1, the roam down from Keelan. Not going to be able to find any sanctuary for that Senna.
Are these 2 lanes on the same map? Because on one side we have Oakland getting absolutely blown out of the top lane. They've just lost their first turret. And on the opposite side, you have exactly the same thing, except it's Snoops getting blown out of lane.
Well, and I think that just shows the respective priorities of these teams. ASU really want Fire Theft to pop off, and to be fair, that is exactly what's happening. And on the other side of the map, Endrit really is the carry here for Oakland this game. I will say, though, Senna kind of does better relative to Ashe without the items. It's kind of hard, because Ashe is also a utility AD carry, but if you're going to go for the gank, Ashe doesn't do very well even with the gold. Oh my god!
Fire Theft deletes him in like half HP. A big ulti out though. Keelan does shut down Pseudo. That's a major turnaround. Great use of the Cataclysm to secure that kill, but now he's in trouble. Taunted in, eaten by the winds of war. He still gets the pick. Boozin has to be shut down by the Snoops, who has just arrived. Tupac and It's John will back away from the fight. A negative flank for Oakland at the end of it.
Really beautiful engage, though. I'm seeing why they picked the Jarvan. Normally, I didn't think of Yone as a good combo piece for that. But I was wrong, and I'm happy to show that, because that was a beautiful engage into the fight, especially with the undertow from Tupac. Wrong skill name, moving past it. Able to find consistent multi-man stuns, and I am incredibly impressed at the level of pipe play coming out from Oakland, considering that they can flex this 3 ways. Tupac has shown incredible mechanics, not only with the ultimate, but with the multi-man stuns as well. Unfortunately for Oakland, it just hasn't been enough to win out in these team fights.
You know, it is really messed up that Pike's stun that involves, like, water isn't called Undertow.
No. I remember his W's Ghost Water Dive, Phantom Undertow. That was it. So it is Undertow, just spooky. Undertow's taken, guys. What are we going to use? Can we make it spooky?
Phantom Undertow?
Oh, that's a good one. Ship it.
All right. You want to fix the client later today?
No.
Young Sheldon down at the bot lane will go down. That's, of course, a setup for Vision. Oakland trying to compound their focus on the drinks. I didn't realize this earlier in the game, but they apparently actually did get that first drink that they got blown up around. So this would be Ocean, or sorry, yeah, Ocean Soul Point. Infernal Soul Point. Brain small,
One of
no
them.
thoughts. Infernal Soul Point, which would be pretty big.
Oh, big pick potentially here onto Tupac. We'll find out with the Ghost Water Dive for the time being. Flag and drag away from Moose in. No taunt coming out from Cat on the Roof. Oh, but the stun will follow. Fire Theft looking for a way into the fight, able to find it. Chemoplague has gone out. Able to find another one, but Fire Theft so low, survives miraculously in the back of the fight. Pseudo looking for even more taunts, but not going to be able to find it.
Here comes Keelan.
Comes Yone, finds Pseudo. The snapback follows. Double kill for Endrit. Not quite the triple. John takes that one away. It's just Bako and Snoops versus the world. 3 for 2.
And Endrit has just stayed alive at the back of that fight the entire time, chipping away, playing Ash. And despite everything that comes their way, the investment that Oakland poured into that bottom lane pays off.
It's getting really terrifying here for the side of ASU. They don't have a dominating lead by any means. They have, I'd say, the macro lead. They have the Herald as well, second of the game. But like you said, this next Dragon will be Soul Point here for Oakland if they're able to secure it. And from there, I don't think ASU have a solid way back into the game. It's not over, but it is infinitely harder because that Yone will just keep scaling up.
Rift Herald should be picked up there in the mid lane. It gets a charge off, and Arizona were hoping that would buy enough time to grab the Infernal Drake. It did not.
We'll be looking for the contest here. Tupac on the flank. Looking
Over the wall, they have vision. Tupac
Finds
looking for a way in. And the Glacial Arrow did land as they engage. The taunt grabs 2. Bako trying to hold. Here comes the backline dive into the Chemoplague. John onto the backlines. Keyline gets shut down early by Snoops. Fire Theft chases down Endrit. He'll find the kill. Oakland are blown out of the critical mid-game team fight. And Arizona may have just stabilized.
Arizona, beautiful team fighting, especially from Fire Theft. We were highlighting him as the carry coming out for this team, and he showed why in that fight. Hextech ultimatum perfectly timed with the Yone snapback, followed him, assassinated him, then moved back into the fight to take down Endrit. Both carries taken down by the same deadly top laner, and as a result, ASU will find their first Drake of the game with this Infernal.
Needed to stop Oakland from continuing to scale. And that gives Arizona, alongside the fight, a pretty sizable gold lead, 4,000. At this point in the game, the 20-minute mark is not nothing.
Now into the bot lane, they need to figure out what the hell to do from here, because Oakland still have the scaling option available for them, but there's not a whole lot of objectives to contest right now. So where do you prioritize your time? Could set up for Baron, but it's so early that that's pretty much a pointless endeavor.
Yeah, I'm suspecting that we won't see any rush for the Baron. I think Oakland's win condition from this point is to just leverage more 5v5 team fights where they're more concentrated. The last major fight they lost came off the back. Okay, I'm gonna hold this. Fire Theft is
Going
interested
in.
in 5v5s.
There's the taunt to follow it up. They weren't sure who to give that kill to, but Keelan definitely dead. That's the one thing they knew.
The focus, I was going to say, needs to be on getting the 5v5s because they win those. But the second they go for these isolated fights, and the problem with the last team fight was that it developed into an isolated fight, there's so much more mobility available for Arizona that they could always have a man advantage in the split fight.
And that was sort of the problem with my draft analysis earlier, was I was thinking, you know, Oakland can go for picks with this. They have the Ash Arrow, they have the Bone Skewer, they have so many options. And yeah, they do, but Arizona State's comp is like better at that exact same thing. And fantastic at defending against it at the same time. So as a result, Oakland are having to try and make a pick into a team fight, which is a much harder condition to follow.
You need to find a really solid engage, and they do have plenty of tools for that. And then you need to follow it up with a 5-5 team fight.
Able to find the arrow. Teleport comes in into the back line. Cat on the roof getting engaged onto. Goes Golden. Dawning Shadow comes out. Cat is down. Knockback will be able to find 2. As a result, ASU trying to find their way out.
That is a pick, but for a turret and a TP, it is not positive. Oakland need more here, and it doesn't look like they're going to get it.
So off the back of that, I mean, Baco on this Nidalee is starting to hit that power spike, going for a faster spike than the Rod of Ages build. I really like that, especially this game, that Zonia's is going to pay dividends in these team fights, as we've already seen it do for Cat on the Roof. Able to stall out so many fights that way. And this is just a really dominating performance here from Arizona State. This Yone isn't out of the game, but every time he's off in a side lane trying to split push, he gets absolutely murdered. So the farm available is limited. We're seeing him dip into the jungle to try and make up for that, look for that Infinity Edge.
This is the second really solid Predator Galleon we've seen in 2 weekends of competitive play. So I'm hoping we see more of this. Galleon, one of my favorites. It just gives you... It unlocks so much. Chief among them for me is it means you have a tank presence from your mid lane, which means that your top lane and your jungle don't need to be on tanks. And we get that here. The tank is the support Shen, the tank is the mid lane Galleon. We get Lee plus Camille top lane. Much more interesting than the orange set meta.
Very much more interesting, TJ. Luckily, Fire Theft not going to be put onto Ornn duty. I think that'd be a bit of a sad day for him.
Ornn jail! He was in a bit of Ornn jail during his time on Supernova Dark Matter. Remember all those games where he built up like a ridiculous gold lead on Ornn?
It's just like, well, I sure am tanky, I guess.
Get back. We'll get assassinated again. Fire Theft freed from Ornn jail. Find himself another kill.
And on the roof in trouble, finds the Justice Punch, goes Golden off the back of it. Keelan looking for an engage. Finds it, but Fire Theft finds him! Keelan has to get out at the back of the fight, but the re-engage comes in from Cat. Finds the taunt onto Keelan. There he goes! Another carry down for Oakland. 1 return kill. All they'll find so far is John knocked up, knocked down. Double and the ace coming out for Arizona State.
And Endred again just followed, hunted down by the mobility of Fire Theft. They tried everything to keep him safe. They put Fire Theft and Baco inside a Hextech Ultimatum, tried to just, inside a Cataclysm, tried to just stop him physically from reaching Endred. Could not keep him alive. As a result, the major source of their damage they invested so much into during the early game could do nothing again during a major team fight. This gives Arizona State map control right as the Drake is up, right as the Baron is up.
Dotting their I's, crossing their T's. As ASU will pick up the second Infernal Drake very likely. Maybe looking for another pick onto Tupac. Having a really bad day. Not the first time.
Hard to be... okay.
What? He's gotten picked off again earlier.
It's hard to be Pike when you're facing into a lot of very tanky people with taunts.
Great assassination potential coming out from the side of Arizona State as well. This Pike, very riding the struggle bus repeatedly, has definitely a membership card. On the bright side, though,
Call those bus passes.
yeah, I forgot it for a second. We don't have public transportation in Delaware, TJ.
Delaware sounds worse and worse every time I talk to you. Why don't you have public transportation?
Like we do, kind of, sometimes. Like, technically, the city I'm in has a bus, theoretically,
Okay.
but it has, like, one route it runs once a day.
It's really garbage.
Yeah!
Shoutouts to Delaware. They're sending photos of buses. I love public transportation. And trains. San Francisco Bay Area, very good for both those.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
BART
you're,
train
like,
that
in the perfect
swings at
area
you.
for it, but also in, like, definitely the wrong country if you love public transportation.
I'm a little bit worried that Arizona... Also, by the way, I went to Arizona. They have no public transportation. Which
Just
is why
heat.
they're driving the train. They're making their own public transportation. You can hop on board if you want to get to the top of the bracket. Arizona State driving the train so far, and they're going to be basing for this Baron, which is really fun. But I don't think they have vision on Oakland. Instead, it's John, who is like the one member of Oakland that you can't gank.
Yeah. They found damage, at least, I guess. And they found his flash, to be fair.
Vladimir threw out the peace sign and faded away.
Fire Theft going really deep for that. Forces out the Stand United, and they want to keep going. Arrow onto Pseudo. Oh, we'll find his way out.
Pseudo took an arrow for the president there. Comes out of Stand United, keeps Fire Theft up from the Glacial Arrow. Does mean that no picks come through and they have complete map control headed into this Baron, but they really have spent the last couple of minutes doing very little on the Arizona side. They will eventually turn towards this Baron and should scoop it up. There is vision on it, so there can be a contest for Mike.
We'll be looking for it. Tupac being very careful with his positioning this time. Doesn't want to get caught out again, but Cat on the roof finds another key. Engage, look to move in, but stays alive somehow. There goes Cannonball into the ultimate, and Keelan into the backline, but Hextech Ultimatum will get the pop. Snoops is down. 80 carries for both sides are out, and ASU chased down onto its John, who goes golden, but will not last much longer. Triple kill for Bako. Do they just put this into the Inhib? Inhib's down. They could be going for the end here, TJ.
Another team fight where Endred just gets full focused. Arizona very aware of their win condition and pick up the clean ace. And yes, exactly as you say, it will be their win in the group stage. Filed into their column. Oakland put up a good show during the early game, but are unable to keep pace with Arizona, particularly Fire Theft, the star in the top line.
It was a really beautiful game from Fire Theft, and I want to shout out High on Bako as well. 9-1-5 on that Nidalee, as you're seeing. It was beautiful team play that really secured the win for ASU. Their early game was a little bit sloppy, almost uncharacteristically so, but as you said, their strength really is in that macro game, and you could see it in the later stages, and especially the way they initiated team fights was so incredibly clean time after time.
None of that sloppy, oh, we got to take the Baron, you know, we could technically end here, but why take the rest? They get the kills, they say, hey, we can just close this. Arizona pedal through to the medal. And we didn't talk enough about Bako. I think it was because he wasn't pulling off those flashy Nidalee like 1v1s. He was contributing instead to the team fights, being a very consistent member, getting his laners ahead. So, really good performance from him on the Nidalee. A team to watch, Arizona State. You're looking for somebody to keep your eye on in the bracket. If Maraville are looking real powerful, the team to keep your eye on. Also, not a bad performance from Oakland, considering. Looked pretty solid during the early game, as we said, but once the tank HP came online, once the map mobility came online, once Fire Theft came online, it became very difficult to play to the style they had drafted.
Yeah, their scaling composition never really got the chance to scale, as it were, because Keelan kind of popped off a little bit early game, but then kept continually getting shut down. Cat on the Roof made sure of that. They have so many ways to lock down carries, and that was sort of the Achilles heel of this composition for Oakland. We saw in the early game both teams were going very hard on one lane. All of the ultimates were going towards top lane for the side of ASU to get Fire Theft ahead. Similarly, all the TPs, the ultimates, the roams were going towards bottom lane for Oakland. And that may have worked, but the composition that ASU drafted was sort of tailor-made for that exact situation. Sure, 100%, you can get that Ashe ahead. You can give that Ashe as good a lane as you want. She ain't living through a team fight. We'll just run her down repeatedly. Oh, she's got slows? Fantastic. We have 6 ways to dive past them.
The downside of the fadeaway comp was that there was nobody who had the presence in teamfights to stop Endrith from just getting blown up. Right? I kept watching, because I keep my eye on my supports in teamfights, I kept watching Tupac sitting there as the Pike, watching his AD carry just get blown up, and he's like, I can't! Yeah. What do I do?
What are you going to do? Dive into them and die as well? Like, maybe, but that doesn't save the Ashe anyways.
That will close our broadcast day. However, we're going to go to a quick break. There is much more HUE Invitational still to come. We've got 2 more games of the group stages. It'll be Maryville versus Western University in the safe hands of Rebel Fox and Audio in just a few moments. You won't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. There'll be more HUE Invitational right after this.
Welcome everybody to the 2019 second annual HUE Invitational Overwatch Grand Finals, everybody.
It has been hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
They have players that have come literally from across the world to compete.
I've been really impressed with the college scene, just how much it's growing, how fast it's growing, and I know the level of play, especially at this level, the top of the college level.
Zeke falls into the fight. Deesum going to be the next casualty coming in for Harrisburg. Only having Platypus alive. He's underneath the turret, underneath his own mountain. Congratulations out to Maryville, the Titans of Collegiate.
Look at how far they're pushing. Hypnon outside of the shield. Neutral knockdown, but Olu is in enemy territory for the second year in a row. Maryville double down and come out on top as HUE Invitational champions.
Hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
It's easy to underestimate the ability to compete in Overwatch, and the team right here is the best in our nation.
Got in. Well set up one more time. Utah point 1-1. Can we get back to the point? And it's Harrisburg. Harrisburg is your champion.
Your 2019 ESPN Collegiate Esports Champions.
And welcome back, everybody, to the first day of HUE Fest Invitational 2020. I am Caster Audio. Joining me today is Rebel Fox Cast on the desk. We'll be taking over for TJ and Niberia. And we just saw some crazy games there, Rebel, and we've got a lot more coming up.
We have first few games of the day, already some exciting stuff. Even if you look through all of the groups, there have been some really fantastic games that we haven't even gotten to see yet. So already HUE Fest living up to the name, living up to everything I think everybody wanted it to. And we still got plenty. Haven't even hit playoffs or even close to it yet. So
it's the craziest thing is we've got so much more games left to play. This will be the last group stage game, I believe, that we stream today. And then we'll be moving on to the playoffs, which we should be airing one best of three of the quarterfinals here today. We will be joining you for that one as well. But for this game, it's Maryville University, a name that really needs no introduction, is around the collegiate esports world that has been pretty consistently at the top. And I'm saying that through the gritted teeth of a Harrisburg University fan. Maryville. Going up against Western University, who just unfortunately took a loss in their first game, but they're looking to come back in a big way against one of the tournament favorites.
They are. 3 teams get through in every single group, so I believe just getting a win, so long as the final team in that group does not secure a win, should get them in it. Very minimum if Ohio State B doesn't make some sort of massive upset against Boise State in some fashion. But still, Maryville has come out today. They've come out swinging. If I recall, I was looking through things, what happened last game, and they won in 17 minutes or something like that. Absolutely to be expected after what we had seen at the UCLA tournament. And now Western, they had a good game against Boise, but it was not fantastic, and they certainly got beat as the game went on even harder and harder and harder. And MU already beat Boise today. This is certainly an uphill climb for Western to try to take this one.
It definitely is. And Rebel Fox, I've been hearing that you've got some sort of connection to Maryville University.
Yes, I do attend Maryville University, and I'm able to do things like that.
So tell me a little bit about their program, because here at HUE Fest, I mean, obviously, we love to celebrate, even if it's our rivals, the great collegiate programs all over the country. And since you have a little bit of insider information, maybe you can give me and the rest of the fans some insight on what Maryville's got going on.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that's going on at Maryville, which a lot of people could probably see just from looking at the bracket, is the double team. We've got double stack positions, top to bottom, all throughout every single position. And we're running 2 teams, of course, at this tournament, which means we get scrims, we get extra voices, we get extra players, we get extra ideas on meta. And there's a lot more kind of interesting stuff to go along, hence the reason I've stepped in kind of as an analyst here, because myself and, of course, Tej, who creates those Tej gaps for Group A, both have a ton of work to help out ZU, making sure that both teams are operating at full capacity. And I guess this is the first tournament where we're going to get to see that, where both these teams are tested and going to get to see what it is that they come about. So I think the big thing is Maryville sporting that second roster. We get to see how it is that that team is capable of working today, alongside the first group, which has already made a name for themselves, as you said, being one of the most dominant forces in collegiate league legends.
Absolutely. And that team is the one that we're looking at here today. And you talk about their track record. This is a team that not only has been making waves in collegiate esports, but also just the amateur scene as well. To any of the fans that have been watching the SGC over the last couple of months, Maryville has also been performing incredibly well there. So this is a team that has tons of practice together. And going into this game, they already have a read on their opponents. You can see that Nico banned out. Western University tried to pull that out in the support pool, and it did have some successes.
Oh, man, you call that some successes. That was ultimately, I think, the hardest carry that they had on their team. The support was absolutely popping off on that specific grab. So I'm not shocked to see the Nico just take it away from Skytech, because he looked completely insane on that champion.
He absolutely did. And for Maryville University, you can't really talk about this roster without talking about Niles. Up in the top lane, this man is symbolic with the words 1v9. It's in every single Twitch stream that he goes live in. And this is the way that Maryville University plays. They like to grab counter picks for Niles in the top side, build a, relatively, I guess you could use the word supportive draft around him, but at the end of the day, it's usually looking towards the top lane for Maryville. Lilia will be the first pick locked in, though, a new jungler. We've already seen her a couple times here at HUE Fest already, and she's shaping up to be a pretty contested pick.
I don't know if you've had the pleasure of watching Iconic's Lilia jungle, but I can assure you, if you haven't, or if you have any second guesses about the champion, you will not after a game of watching Iconic on something like this Lilia. Level 1 invades, always in the favor for Maryville, because they like to strike hard, they like to strike fast, and this champion for Iconic is just been amazing for him. He has done so well. You remember that UCLA tournament, I remember they won a game in like 15 or so minutes, where I think he had 11 kills, 11 assists, and he had already Flame Horizon the enemy jungler. I don't know how you even do that on a jungler. I didn't know that was even possible, and he was capable of making it happen on this Lilia pick. That's something to be scared of right now.
Fans call it a pleasure. Opponents call it a nightmare. Iconic will be grabbing that one for himself. They're also going to grab that Jhin down there in the bot lane as an answer to Aphelios. We saw a lot of ADC bans in the first round, the Ashe, the Caitlyn, the Lucian. The Lucian, a little bit more of a flex pick, but now going down to that Jhin, has solid laning, has some utility too, which is really big for this team as they lock in a global CC bot, Twisted Fate.
Yeah, interestingly, they're locking it into Aphelios. So typically the Jhin has been the counter pick to something like the Ashe, like the Caitlyn, or anything of that sort. Picking it into the Aphelios, I think, is actually not a bad idea either, because the reason you're picking Jin for the most part is that W being able to lock somebody down on chain CC. And unfortunately, his ultimate, which I have many things to say about Jin's ultimate and the strength of it at the moment, not going to make an impact because, of course, the Nocturne going to be able to shut those lights off, prevent Twisted Fate from probably making much of a movement around the map as well.
Absolutely will. The Nocturne going to be picked up, though. Spooky Boy. Shout out to TJ and Iberia for telling us all about this pick and how much they love it. Western, they're sold. They heard the sales pitch. They said, sign me up. I'll take one versus Maryville University. Is going to help answer the global from the Twisted Fate. Works as a soft counter as well. As soon as you see that Twisted Fate start ulting in, you can drop that Paranoia, and all of a sudden, he has no clue what he's actually going into. So we'll see how that one shakes up as we are into the second rounds of bans.
We are, as we already see top laners getting pinched off as fast as possible. The Camille, the Gangplank, two really big Niles picks right here. And the Camille has been just kind of strong no matter what, so it's not shocking to see that. The Fiora and the Ornn taken off the board. I'm curious if these top laners can reach to, because after these first few picks have been gone, or at least they're taken off the board, it starts to get a little bit curious as to what they will grab in terms of what they think is good, what they think is blindable. Here, you want to see mid lane, unless, of course, the Nocturne's getting flex, so that you can get that top lane counter pick here for Western. The Aurelia is a bit of a flex pick, but certainly could fit that mold if necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the Fiora, the Ornn band away. The Aurelia, we'll see where she actually decides to go. Niles has a good idea what he's going to be played into, though, and he's hovering that Renekton. This doesn't surprise me at all. If Maryville were to ever draft Niles some sort of tank or some sort of scaling pick, I think I would actually just fall out of my chair. It's just almost predictable at this point that he's going to be on a hard carry, but I don't see any way to actually shut him down. This man's laning phase is just so dominant. He is consistently able to create enough pressure to draw all sorts of people to him and still walk away with a CS advantage, some plates, and usually a kill or two under his belt.
And here, the support is potentially under grabs. So we're looking for that, because now that the Nocturne's locked in alongside the Nidalee, it's a question of whether it's going top or mid lane alongside the Aurelia. I do like the Tahm Kench pick here, just because, of course, you want to be able to shut down either Aurelia or Nocturne diving, or even just Aphelios or Nidalee Spear, something along those lines. And they've been waiting for support counterpick. I don't think that's super easy into the likes of Tahm Kench, especially since Gragas was banned off the board. That's been a pretty good counter to the likes of Tahm Kench in the bot lane. Because that's no longer on the board, you can go to something typical like a Nautilus, like a Thresh, or Morgana is what they're hovering here as a way to try to get rid of some of the CC, especially since Twisted Fate's gold card super easily blocked by something like that.
Yeah, really smart pick. I think the Morgana going into that bot lane, not necessarily for the lane itself. You kind of have to target Tahm Kench, or your binding's just going to get eaten up by that catfish. But later on to the game, in those team fights, being able to black shield an important carry from something like that Twisted Fate, from a Lilia ultimate or Jhin, just getting that long range W down can be invaluable. We do see the team comps in completion, though. So tell me a little bit about how Maryville and Western want to approach this game.
I mean, on the side of Maryville, what we're looking at is quite a bit of kind of range to work with, because Lilia has some engage range with the likes of her speed and her swirl seed. But the big thing is Twisted Fate, the Tahm Kench ultimates, and then of course Jin's ultimate, which can affect from pretty far across the map, means they can engage on somebody from a pretty far distance away. And then on the opposite side, you've got Nocturne for a lot of engage, Aurelia for a lot of engage. It's a game of range, to be honest, and either team can strike very hard from quite a far distance away. And once again, I'm actually super curious of the Nocturne. I have to imagine it's going into the Twisted Fate to deny that lane. But there's still quite a bit of work to be done, even after you get something that would be considered maybe a counter pick in this case.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And we have this Nocturne versus Twisted Fate that we touched on briefly, but I cannot understate how important this level 6 is going to be for both these squads. If the junglers can get into these lanes and start to get either the Twisted Fate or the Nocturne ahead, and they can get to that level 6 30 seconds earlier, that could be a bot lane play, that could be a top lane play, that could turn into a objective. So really keep your eyes on these two mid laners, especially around that time when that level 6 is coming close, because I'm expecting some big impact ultimates coming out.
And actually, the way that junglers are played around in this game, I think, changes up quite a bit as well. Whereas on Maryville's side, Lilia can be played too, with things like Twisted Fate Ultimate, Jhin W, Tahm Kench Ultimate, even Renekton lane priority. On the opposite side, typically the Nidalee actually wants to play to the lanes. You've got Morgana Aphelios for a little bit of lockdown, quite a bit of damage. Aurelia, Nocturne both have their own forms of CC to follow up, and then of course the ability to kind of take control of the river. So to me, Maryville is here to support Iconic's play style, whereas on Western side, it's actually the Nidalee who's playing to quite a bit of the lane state here.
Absolutely. And we talked about how Nidalee wanting to play more towards these lanes. Up against Maryville University, there's a question as old as time itself. What do you do with Niles? Do you try to attack him? Do you try to keep this man down and prevent him from becoming the superstar pop-off player? Or do you try to wash your hands of him, say, I want nothing to do with this guy, and just try to stay on the other side of the map?
In this case, I mean, he has the Renekton pick into what is imaginably the Aurelia, which is kind of a skill matchup for Aurelia, but still Renekton favored early on. And then he scales into a pretty good team fighting champion, which just kind of favors Niles because he's never really been that, like, Fiora split push master where he just stays in the side lane permanently. He always likes to be involved in fights no matter what, and Renekton kind of fits into that mold a little bit. In this case, I actually think Aurelia is relatively easy to play to, as well as bot lane. So mid lane is where they're going to just kind of leave things be. The Nocturne will instead look to push out mid lane against Twisted Fate, roam either to top or to bottom. And on the opposite side, you should be able to respond to some of that, but a little bit of overloading in either top or bot lane against the Renekton or the Jhin Tahm Kench could cause some real issue. I have to imagine that's where they're going with this competition.
Yeah, it will very much be so. Last lane we have to talk about here now is the bottom lane. It's going to be the Jhin and the Tahm Kench. How do you see this one shaping out?
You could say what you want about Jhin. I don't know that the Tahm Kench is a perfect grab for him. But again, the idea here for Jhin is to just be able to kind of develop him alongside the Lilia as another damage dealer, especially a burst damage dealer. And then also to use him for all the CC that he's got. On the opposite side, I don't really know. There's plenty to talk about with this bot lane matchup. It's hard to aggress into the likes of the Jhin and the Tahm Kench, something along those lines. So I don't know how much pressure we're going to get outside of if Nidalee decides to come to the bottom lane. But of course, the Morgana able to do quite a bit of work. That Black Shield prevents pretty much any sort of massive engage from the Jhin and the Tahm Kench, barring, again, Lilia showing up. So the jungler should be the primary influence for this bottom side.
All right, well, you've got the lowdown on the comps. We're going to go into a short break as these teams actually get onto Summoner's Rift. We'll knock out that delay, so don't go anywhere. The game between Maryville University and Western University is going to come up real soon. And we're back. These teams are getting ready to load on to Summoner's Rift. And some eyes to keep on this game. We talked about Niles, how strong of a performer he was up there in that top side. Also, have to keep your eye on Iconic with the Lilia. I really think that these two players in the top and jungle, respectively, are going to have so much control over dictating the pace of this game. Which mid lane comes out on top and is able to start roaming first, how the top lane dynamic works on, how much of a clock Maryville University is going to have to work with is going to be decided by this Renekton and this Lilia. So super interesting matchup to watch here. And here we go. We're on to the Rift.
And I think, actually, if you look at the opposite side and you look at Western University, Skytech isn't on the Nico. He's not on the damage dealer with Electrocute that can pop off and do things. But I actually do think that Skytech is really important to this comp, not only to set up the Aphelios, who's going to be a late game carry, but also to get rid of a lot of the single target CC that MU brings. So there's a fair amount of success that can be brought about by this Morgana, despite it not really being that massive damage dealer.
Now, we did see in Western University's game earlier today against Boise State, they did go for a very aggressive level 1 invade and attempted to really just bully their jungler off an entire section of camps. Not going to go for the same thing against Maryville this time. Decided to fan out in that 5 point. This is a very practiced team that is very aware of those level 1 shenanigans. And I will say that it was a big reason as to why Skytech and Chow down there in the bot lane actually got off to a significant lead.
That it was able to kind of generate some of that pressure onto the likes of the enemy jungler, and actually got the red buff, if I recall. It was against Ethug. He was trying to steal that. Actually, really nice. Again, I talked about the Raptor invade here from the likes of the Lilia. Not shocking to see. Once again, it's so hard to stop this champion's level 1 and clears those Raptors so quick. It's almost impossible to prevent that from coming through. Now, Saber wants to respond on the opposite side. This Nidalee doesn't have the same kind of massive clear speed that the Lilia will have early on, so it should be a little bit of tempo advantage here for the likes of Iconic.
Ooh, Iconic, after grabbing that red buff, is going to walk straight back into the mid lane. He wants to go down to make sure that Saber cannot just take his entire red side jungle. You can see him. He spotted him walking through mid, says, okay, I'll just trade red for red, and I'll sit in this brush and recall. But that means that Iconic is going to be able to grab both those Raptor camps. And that's a lot of golden experience here early on. He's already going to be a camp up, and forcing the recall out of Saber also puts him at an experience advantage.
That it does. It prevents him from getting a really good back timing on his first back away from the jungle. So now Saber has to come out with a kind of not a great back into his first jungle clear and has to clear it a second time. Whereas the Lilia is going to be able to walk away, probably able to even just contest this river brush because, pathing through mid lane did give away his position for the Nidalee, but also gave a little bit of pushing pressure towards Wolfie against the likes of the Nocturne. So now if the Jhin and the Tahm Kench can push a little bit into the likes of Aphelios Morgana, they should have bottom lane priority to grab that crab. It's actually spooking Saber off a little bit, and it looks like he's going to continue to head towards top side for that top crab, potentially.
Yeah, we will see. Iconic loves to path up towards the top side. You can see Niles just crashing a wave here into the turret. Normally, this is around the time where Berryville likes to make a 3-man dive in the top lane and really start things going. But that level 1 red swap did mean that they're a little bit behind their normal tempo, and Iconic will have to wait a tad longer. Instead, he will just go up and grab that crab and let Niles get a really good recall off. Goes back to base and buys the refillable plus longsword.
That kind of cheater recall strategy here, I saw him do that earlier on in this tournament on the Akali, absolutely devastated the laning phase against an Ornn, and now on the Renekton up about an entire wave, will get back to lane before the Aurelia should be able to collapse that into his tower. And again, as you said, with the longsword and that refillable pot advantage, you're going to be able to keep this Aurelia in the laning phase, be really aggressive, but also, since Iconic is on this top side, a real threat of some possible aggression against Shinoya here.
Oh no. Saber has gotten his Raptor stolen away again. The only camp he has gotten of Iconic's was that red buff, but he is he is very falling behind here in this jungle early on. It's so hard to keep up with the clear of the Lilia. I can see Niles also getting a bit aggressive, trading down. Joyoya has his jungler behind him, forces the flash, but Niles has a TP coming in behind him. Wolfie with the gold card. That's all you need. First blood to Maryville University.
Yeah, a little bit of hovering towards Niles. As you said, they like to make those plays up on the top side. You see why right here. He's able to get that kind of cheat recall, able to get the itemization advantage, and then when he's playing in the opposite wave, has Iconic, has the Twisted Fate readily available to roam, able to make the play and punish this Aurelia pick, which was it was the counter pick. It's what they wanted into this lane, or at least it's what they wanted kind of as a blind solo laner here. So a little curious on that one, but either way, Joyoya going to be put in a rough position, and the Renekton should have all the lane priority he wants for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, thankfully, still has the teleport, so won't lose too much farm. Just going to be down the 1 kill. Renekton picking up the assist. It's going to be enough money to grab him an Executioner's Calling. Interesting choice. Got a bit of an early bump in damage, as well as just making sure that that stacked up Conqueror cannot keep Joyoya alive in this laning phase.
And the one thing that could keep Joyoya in the game is if you're able to get onto the likes of Black Cleaver, Blade of the Rune King without too much more pressure. With this Executioners, as you said, it denies the Conqueror healing, the Blade of the Rune King healing. Like Joyoya, it will not be able to take a great extended fight anymore. With any motor pressure. Again, this is just locking down the Aurelia lane. So now you don't really have to worry about top side as such. So my curiosity comes to where can they play on the bottom side here? Can they get Iconic? Can they get Wolfie rolling to any extent? That's where my eyes are going at the moment, and what the next play is going to be here for Maryville. The Infernal Dragon is up, and they have 2 minutes until the Rift Herald. And at the moment, Saber's looking at this because of the bot reset here from the side of Maryville. So they might just give this for free.
Might be able to sneak this one away. No vision for Maryville in this river means they are going to be none the wiser. They might be able to infer where Saber is, but down to 2,000 HP. Saber getting very low. He might actually have to smite early if Skytech doesn't start tanking this one up. There it goes. They're able to pick it up, albeit maybe a little sloppy, but definitely a good play there. We'll see what Iconic is able to do in return. You can see him already walking up to this top side. Joyoya is under half HP. There's the ultimate from Wolfie, and there's a kill onto Niles. They can start stacking up that pain train in the top lane. They're even going to donate some solo plates over to Wolfie for his efforts.
They are. My goodness, they're just full focusing on this top side of the map right now. Twisted Fate feels perfectly fine into the likes of the Nocturne thus far in the game, being able to roam faster, being able to push a little bit faster as well, making sure Loyal can't really punish him. Already been out of his lane twice, and Joyoya on this Aurelia pick was, again, it was their preference for a solo lane into what would have been a blind top lane matchup, and yet it's not able to find any success right now. And how do you aggress against this bottom lane? It's not super easy. All you're relying on right now is either the Gravitum coming out from Aphelios or a Q coming out from the likes of Morgana, and Saber hasn't really had the pressure to make that one work either.
Yeah, Saber has had a hard enough time just trying to pick up camps this game, man. Iconic's been just living inside his top lane jungle, and has even been going out of his way to deny the counter jungle that Saber's been trying to do. Niles finds a solo kill. I shouldn't even be surprised, really. I feel like every time I cast a Maryville game, that's one of the first things I say.
And like Aurelia just doesn't exist in this game right now. 23 CS down at only 8 minutes into the game. The Executioners on the opposite side to make sure that there's no healing for even a potential one-on-one. And even if she gets that, she still has to worry very heavily about the Lilia, about the Twisted Fate who like to come to this lane. So at this point, you have to go into bot lane. That's your only real strong point here on the side of Western University. We've seen Saber not really make any sort of movement down there. Iconic is just running this top side of the map with not really any response from Loyal or Saber to the bottom side to kind of equalize or find anything in response.
Yeah, and it is a bit difficult going up against that Tom Kench, but you're right. You have to be able to find something, because right now, Niles is proxying the wave outside of Joyoya's turret. He is 2 levels up. Saber's going to try to do something to save the top lane, but this very well could turn into a 1v2. Niles is not quite able to find it. He was very close to that empowered Q, but Joyoya will find a shutdown, will be able to pick up some farm, and Western University breathes a huge sigh of relief.
A big shutdown doesn't quite get him back into the lane, but I'm glad Saber was able to grab something. But on the opposite foot, I mean, Iconic was able to grab this Rift Herald, which he could either pop top lane, immediately break that tower, and then unlock Niles to be able to pressure the rest of the map. Or he could throw it into the bottom lane, try to get the Gen accelerated. Twisted Fate's already pretty good. If you get more gold onto the Twisted Fate, that could also be a very nice play. Or they could even make a kind of a duo move on the map. They try to drop the Rift Herald top and then make a 5-man flood to bot lane, play 2 lanes at once, make something like that happen. It seems like all the cards right now are in the side of Maryville, and it's just responses exclusively coming through from Western.
Curtain call in the bottom lane doesn't quite find the 4th shot. Bo Chow is able to stay fairly healthy, and gotta give credit to Value and Shady. They have, for the most part, been able to freeze this wave outside their turret for the entire game. You can see they've lost 1 plate, but in a game where all of the resources on your team is going to the top side, I'll take that.
I mean, right here, you have 4 members on the bottom side of the map while Rift Herald's being dropped top. You gotta force this. Like, there's nothing there. There's no vision from the opposition. Not that they would know something like that. But they can't just sit here and watch as Value continues to stay relevant in terms of farm to Bokyao on this Aphelios, as their entire top side of the map is just getting completely shoved out. Iconic is sitting here, 30 CS up, completely denying the Aurelia's existence in this game. Now Twisted Fate bot side.
Yep, he read the play, is going to teleport right down to help out. Skytech down to about 100 HP. Can they find it with the cards? Bukiao flashes away, but Wolfie will be able to grab that kill. Finally, Loyal is able to show up with his own ultimate, but the stopwatch will shut it down. Stunned now, will be going down soon. Wolfie picks up his 2nd. And everything is coming up Maryville. They're going to keep going on the play. Niles has teleported in. Shady will use the tongue to find the fadeaway kill. And a 3-for-0 for Maryville in the 1 lane where Western University had a glimmer of hope.
And that's just disaster. I think that, honestly, I'm not going to call it completely game at this point. This is feeling relatively over for Western. Any possibility they had of making plays proactively from this point in the game came from this bottom side. You saw them attempt to, but it got responded to immediately. It was Twisted Fate there earlier. It was Niles teleporting there earlier after a topside play where they nearly got
Loyal.
powers and were able to take more advantage. And Iconic is sitting 40 CS ahead while all of this is going on. There's not a losing matchup or a losing lane on the map right now for Maryville. And Western, I really don't know what their response is anymore. Their Nidalee isn't close enough to being powerful. This Nocturne hasn't really had any sort of impact in the game. And the Aphelios is a very long distance from being able to carry fight.
They are picking up some dragons here. The 2nd one for Western University. Mountain Drake going to be going under their belts. Those Dragon Souls can be a decent win condition, but the Cloud Soul, not the favorites of many teams, does give you some very nice cooldown reduction and mobility, but you'd much rather have a bunch of extra healing or damage from something like the Ocean or Infernal. And I want to point out how much more effectively Wolfie's been able to do. We'll come back to that point in a minute because it's a 1v3 for Joyoya. He has nowhere to go. Maryville University is knocking on the inhibitor door 12.5 minutes into this game.
Yeah,
and they're still going. Niles, he's going to blast cone under the turret. The Blade of the Ruined King to close the gap. And he might even walk away. Loyal does not have the paranoia for another 10 seconds, maybe. He might be able to chase Niles down. He's going to pop the ultimate and turn this one around. There's the stun. There's the one shot. Niles on a killing spree, 5-1-3. And now he's just going to walk mid. Calculated all the whole time. Going according to plan. My God.
I mean, I think hit the absolute nail on the head. This Nocturne pick should have been the Lich pin for this team. This should have been push pressure in the mid lane. You go Tiamat first item on Nocturne mid lane, you should not get pushed in ever. No one should be roaming on you if you're Nocturne mid with Tiamat in the mid lane. It's happened all game. Wolfie has been everywhere on this map right now, playing to this top side, playing even to the bottom side in some defensive facets, and being able to lock down towers, lock down kills has been super, super simple, and Loyal just hasn't had even close to the same kind of impacts. And now, a snowballed Renekton, snowballed Twisted Fate, and no acceleration for your Aphelios. Like I said, this game's feeling over. It's 10,000 gold lead at 13.
Yeah, it would take a massive mistake here by Maryville University to give Western University even a chance to come back in this game. And as much as I love to, say, well, it can always happen, this one is looking a little bit more and more like it is a done deal. However, coming into this one, this is what we expected out of Maryville University, a team with their pedigree who has not only been dominating collegiate for the last few years, but has also been at the top of the table in the amateur community as well, placing very highly in the SGC, going all the way to the playoffs, and being in that conversation for the best of the best in amateur, up there with teams like 100 Thieves Next, like a new esports. This is just a stacked roster, and it takes a very stacked roster to be able to compete against them. And I mean, this is what we're used to, Rebel. This is just Maryville.
They not only have like some of the best players, but their game planning and their execution of game planning is also just completely unrivaled. You think about this game, like on paper, you look at like, okay, you've got like Renekton top lane, does good in the lane phase, should shut out Aurelia pretty well. You go like mid lane, you're like, okay, this should be relatively simple in terms of its consistency across both. As we get play mid lane, should be shut down by the Paranoia. But again, if you don't look at that, and you look at the way that Maryville has played, they've just completely crushed topside with no response whatsoever, because they knew that's what they were able to do. They knew that was their game plan coming in, and they executed it to an absolute T.
They absolutely did. Well, and the scariest thing is, too, that I mean, going into game, like, the next game against Maryville University, what do? Do you ban the Renekton? Well, Niles has about 17 other champions that he can do this exact playstyle on. He's got the Gangplank, the Camille, the Akali, like, there's just, his champion pool is just absolutely massive. So this is one of the scariest teams, and for a good reason. You are seeing it right now, how dominant this squad can be. Right now, looking to break this final outer turret here in the bottom lane. Will be the seed thrown over from Iconic. They're just going to be comfortable grabbing all the jungle, shoving in the waves, and taking a reset before this next dragon spawns. The first two going over to Western University. Now's the time where Maryville can say, okay, we've completely dominated top and bot. Now we can start focusing on grabbing those dragons, making sure that Western doesn't even have the soul as a win condition. As Shady will say, I'll get that later.
I mean, what's the point of the ward being there? Why even kill it at that point? This just means they're going to drop it somewhere else. That ward does very, very little for the enemy team. I guess maybe that's the thought process here. And we talk about just how well Niles and Wolfie have been able to get ahead in this game. It's shocking to me that it's also just a 60 farm lead on Iconic, and he only has 1 kill participation to his name somehow. Usually when he plays this, he is all over. He just makes every single move on the map. But in this game, has not had to have that massive impact. Instead, has just controlled topside, been that kind of hovering bot, making sure there is no pressure on the opposite side.
All right, here we go, Niles. 1v3. Can you do it? He pops the ultra very early. Flash is already down, but a big chunk of damage onto Loyal. It's turned into a 1v4 as Saber has joined the fight. Lots of healing coming through, but finally, even gods can bleed. Niles will be shut down. Can Shady stop the backseer, though? They're pushing into the base with the Rift Herald. They've been able to send one back to base. Shady is going to at least keep Loyal here in the lane. He might even be able to solo kill him. The chomp coming through. Big ol' catfish taking him down. Spooky Boy ain't got nothing this game. And the inhibitor will fall less than 18 minutes in for Maryville University.
My absolute favorite that I get to see just about every single time that this team plays. It's the play of they take command of the entire map. The enemy team commits way too much to trying to punish a side lane, and then they just completely wreck the entire base. And you saw exactly that right here. 4 members committed to top, and now
this could be the last team fight of the game. Curtain Call going to open up to force Western University back under their Nexus towers. Niles going to be taking down the second inhibitor. Blinking health bars for WU, and Maryville is going to show a little bit of restraint, and they are going to reset down to this dragon to make sure they pick up all the advantages that they can, clearing out the jungle as they go.
They are. We're encroaching upon the 70, maybe 60, 70 farm advantage here for the likes of Iconic in the jungle, which is just absolutely, that's like 2 full jungle clears of advantage. This dragon will also help them out because they do want those ultimate cooldowns. Things like the Lilia ultimate, the Wilting Lullaby, it's such a massive team fighting to be able to work with, and having that on lower cooldown is always going to be beneficial. The rest of the ultimate, really, the Lilting Lullaby is what's going to probably help put a finishing touch on this game if they don't just like kind of run away with the remainder of what's going to happen.
Absolutely. Now, taking stock of the game right now, we are getting close to that 20-minute mark where Baron is going to be on the table. Some of these bigger objectives are going to start spawning. Maryville University currently sitting at a comfortable 12,000 gold lead. 4-0-4 on Wolfie, 5-2-3 on Redacted. They have at least a full item advantage in almost every single lane. Thank you, Observer, for toggling that gold graph. Now, please, turn it off. I'm getting scared.
Yeah,
I'm going to have nightmares tonight from those numbers. Oh, my God. I don't even know if Maryville needs to wait until the 20-minute mark. Wolfie's going to teleport into the back line, and Aphelios is almost gone. His Q will keep him alive for now. Paranoia is going to slow the engage, but there comes the curtain call. There comes the sleeping lullaby from the jungler. And Iconic is just looking to dive in and end the game right now. Nexus turrets, who needs them? Iconic doesn't care. They might even decide to dive the fountain. That would be Maryville's MO. One member left remaining, and the Miracle defense will not come through today. Maryville University starting off this weekend very strong with a 20-minute slaughter fest.
They draft a roaming mid laner. In the opposition, they say, okay, we're going to match that, and you are not even close. Like, the Twisted Fate was almost unanswered in the side lane whatsoever and was able to just capitalize across the map. It was often Niles after Niles after Niles that they go to. But even the bot lane play, just being able to shut out any sort of revenge that could be had on the bottom side of the map was humongous, and that was all Maryville. There was not a moment of Western in that whatsoever. Everything was Maryville in that game.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the mid lane because I think that it was so important for this game. You talked about how Wolfie on a roaming mid laner answered with the Nocturne. Theoretically, on paper, Nocturne has good push with the Tiamat. He can match the roams from Twisted Fate with his ultimate, and he can even find some solo kill potential with the spell shield being able to block the stun. He's got plenty of move speed to close the gap with his Q. Like, it works. If you think about it, it works. But when you're actually playing against Maryville University, you're like, okay, awesome, we can match these roams. Wait, Wolfie is making a play before I even have level 6. Also, Nocturne Ultimate, rank 1, does not come close to the Twisted Fate range. It is much harder to actually get to a fight at the same time or even previously to the Twisted Fate. Also, Wolfie decided to go with the Minion Dematerializer, so until the Nocturne got that Tiamat, he was just getting constantly shoved under the turret because every cannon wave was just getting absolutely obliterated. So there was a lot of little things that Maryville did to play around this mid lane that at first glance, you're just like, oh, Wolfie's better. But Maryville is so deliberate with the way that they set up their compositions, even down to the runes and masteries, that it just allows them to do things like this where Iconic is living in the enemy jungle while protecting his own jungle, and Niles is proxying waves at 7 minutes.
It was certainly something to behold. I think a big part of this also, it came down to a little bit of the jungle, just because if you look at what the Nidalee brings into the likes of Lilia is just obtusely stronger in the early levels of the game. Now, Nidalee can have a lot of single target damage, assassination potential, but in those first few levels, it's very important because Iconic just took complete control of topside. That's what let Wolfie roam in the first place. Ended up pushing out Saber a couple of times from his jungle, slowed down that pacing for the Nidalee. Now, you don't really have contest. That mid lane early prio goes to the likes of that Twisted Fate because of that minion dematerializer you talked about, and your jungle matchup doesn't go in your favor whatsoever because Iconic puts on that early pressure. Now, what do? Do you walk into river? You can't really because you lose fights there. You can't really gank lanes because Twisted Fate will arrive there much faster, or Iconic will be around the map on the opposite side of the map to make plays. They kind of just ran themselves into a little bit of a rut very quickly in this game where they weren't able to make those runs. That's why I think first Nocturne Ultimate came out somewhere in the realm of like 11 minutes, 12 minutes into the game, which is way too late for the first Nocturne Ultimate of the game, let alone the fact that it didn't even do anything.
All right, Rebel. Well, as the resident Maryville University expert here on stream, and I'm sure none of the teams will take notes on this either, how do you beat this team? How do you actually go against Maryville? How do you try to attack this squad that feels like they're just stacked in every lane and can play literally anything?
All right. ban Lilia. I'm just going to tell that to everybody right now. Iconic didn't get to show at this game because they smashed the 2 lanes in the mid and the top as best as possible. Ban Lilia. This champion is too good. Everybody should be banning Lilia whatsoever, but especially against Maryville. It's way too practiced. Really, really good of a champion. That's one. Number 2, you got to come in with a really good game plan. You can't come in against a top team with really good players that have fantastic game plan, that execute it very well, without having some sort of idea. I think that was also a partial issue here, and against a lot of teams I see, that they simply walk into a game, they have an idea of what they want to do for composition, but they have nothing else prepared. You got to have a game plan coming in.
All right, ban Lilia and do your homework. There you go. Anybody looking to take down Maryville University here at HUE Fest 2020, it's as simple as that. You heard it from Rebel. He goes to the school. He knows all their trade secrets. But we are going to be taking a break here. We have some more games coming for you guys up here shortly. I do believe we will be moving into our first quarterfinal match. I might be corrected on that later
16,
for my producers, but make sure you stick around because there is so much action still yet to come. But for now, audio, Rebel Fox, we're going to be signing off. We'll come back real shortly.
Hello, guys. This is finally the end of the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and
We can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play it out.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, start!
Welcome everybody to the 2019 second annual HUE Invitational Overwatch Grand Finals, everybody.
it has been hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
They have players that have come literally from across the world to compete.
I've been really impressed with the college scene, just how much it's growing, how fast it's growing, and I know the level of play, especially at this level, the top of the college level.
Zeke falls into the fight. Decent going to be the next casualty coming in for Harrisburg. Only having Platypus alive. He's underneath the turret, underneath his own mountain. Congratulations out to Maryville, the Titans of Collegiate.
Look at how far they're pushing. Him not outside of the shield. Neutral knockdown, but Olu is in enemy territory for the second year in a row. Maryville double down and come out on top as HUE Invitational champions.
Hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
It's easy to underestimate the ability to compete in Overwatch, and the team right here is the best in our nation.
Got in. Well set up one more time. Utah flying 1-by-1. Can get back to the point? And it's Harrisburg. Harrisburg is your champion.
Your 2019 ESPN Collegiate Esports Champions.
everybody to the 2019 second annual HUE Invitational Overwatch Grand Finals, everybody.
It has been hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
They have players that have come literally from across the world to compete.
I've been really impressed with the college scene, just how much it's growing, how fast it's growing, and I know the level of play, especially at this level, the top of the college level.
Decent going to be the next casualty coming in for Harrisburg. Only having Platypus alive. He's underneath the turret, underneath his own fountain. Congratulations out to Maryville, the Titans of Collegiate.
Look at how far they're pushing. Him not outside of the shield. Neutral knockdown, but Olu is in enemy territory for the second year in a row. Maryville double down and come out on top as HUE Invitational champions.
Hotly contested the entire time through at HUE Fest 2019. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and it's all about who's going to stack up this year.
It's easy to underestimate the ability to compete in Overwatch, and the team right here is the best in our nation.
Got in. Well set up one more time. Utah flying 1-by-1. Can we get back to the point? And it's Harrisburg! Harrisburg is your champion!
Your 2019 ESPN Collegiate Esports Champions.
Hello, guys. This is finally the end of the drought. We are back to collegiate season. The summer is over. Everyone's back to play, and
We can come back. The other team came back. More energy, better comms, planning. Remember the fundamentals.
Being benched, it's a wake-up call of we need to work even harder.
Remember, guys, always do a little bit more than what you think you can.
There's a lot of pressure on the players to succeed.
I'm kind of worried about how our teammates are going to play now.
Everyone wants to win.
We just need to go up on stage and put on a performance.
This is not the time to be frustrated. This is your only time to prove yourself. Literally the last 2 months of preparation, everything we've done comes down to today, this match.
1, 2, 3, start!
Welcome back, everybody, to the first day of HUE Fest 2020. We've just finished up our group stages here for the League of Legends show, and we're still currently waiting to get the playoffs brackets seeded. So I know everybody's been sitting patiently waiting for this next game. We're gonna have to wait just a little bit longer. There was some crazy tiebreakers in the group stages, and so they're trying to figure the math of all that out. But we'll have the next game to you as quickly as we possibly can. Until then, Rebel Fox and I are gonna break down how day one has gone so far. Right now, we've got some interesting ties in multiple different groups, as well as look at a couple of different teams that are at the top of the table.
I think like the best way to go about this is just talking about. I think we could either go like team by team and who's undefeated, who's been playing super well today. We could go by group, something like that. I don't know what your preference.
Let's start with groups, because we can kind of talk about the teams in the groups as we go down the list. So let's start with Group A, which is Maryville University, currently undefeated. They're A team 3-0, followed by Boise State at 2-1, Western University at 1-2, and Ohio State's B team, who is currently winless at 0-3. This is probably the most standard group we have so far. You got Maryville, and then you got everybody else.
Yeah, Maryville, I think their average time for these games was somewhere in the 20-minute range, so they are just absolutely like speed running a group like this, speed running the tournament for the most part. But Boise had some good play against them, at least at the individual level where they were pulling kills and things of the sort at the time. And so they were able to get some work done in that one-on-one matchup between those two teams. But outside of some of the scrappiness that had come about, it was pretty much all Maryville in terms of objectives. Same against Western University. Some scrap had come about, but very, very little done against Maryville. And of course, Ohio State in the exact same fashion just gets trucked by Maryville's University. The big matchup to me was actually Boise State versus Western, where Western looked like they had a little bit of competition against Boise State. But again, Boise State's super hard aggression, super hard focus on individual like skirmishes and one-on-one matchups seemed to be enough to get them enough gold to just like kind of pounce around the map at anything they want. It's something to keep track of because it's kind of just a skill check that they do against a lot of opponents. So against some teams that might have trouble with that, they really could throw off the balance of like macro versus individual play.
Yeah, and in tournaments like this, a single game taken off an opponent, especially one of the favored opponents like Maryville University, can really shake up the standings a lot. So it'll be interesting to see how Boise and Western actually continue throughout this tournament. Moving on here to Group B, though. Group A, we kind of expected Maryville to dominate. Group B, Harrisburg University's A team is currently undefeated at 3-0, followed by Illinois Wesleyan at 2-1, the UTD Comets at 1-2, and then Arizona State at winless currently at 0-3. Another pretty standard bracket. You do have Harrisburg there at the top. We actually haven't seen this team for quite a while. Harrisburg, not a team that participated in the UCLA tournaments earlier this month. They also did not field a scouting ground circuit team this year. So you have to go all the way back to like March, April during the collegiate season to actually, the last time that we saw Harrisburg compete at a major event. So coming out really strong at the start of this tournament, they have looked very good. High Key Savage has shown some pretty awesome plays. He pulled out the Lucian today. He's been known for his LeBlanc, so there's a lot of pretty strong picks there. Overall, the roster does seem very solid, and I think it's one that can compete against Maryville. Obviously, that's been the storyline forever, is Harrisburg has just been coming in at that close second to Maryville. But I think once again, it's they're fielding a very strong roster that at least has a shot at taking it all the way.
Now, I don't want to be disrespectful to any teams. I don't mean to rush anything that we've got going. But if I actually am seeing this right, the bracket is completed. So we actually could show the full 16-team bracket as we get coming into playoffs, which I don't know about everybody else. The chat can be honest with me if they want, but I would rather take a look at that than continue to go through teams. That was more of a stall tactic. So if possible, we could take a look at that bracket, which in part, I mean, top to bottom. First off, how about the number one matchup, Maryville Esports versus Arizona State? After the performance at UCLA, a lot of teams would have pegged Arizona as a top 4 team. And now either they or Maryville will be put out in round number 1 of the playoffs.
That is pretty crazy. I mean, you said there's not a lot of teams that can really compete against Maryville University, and Arizona State being one of those. it makes this bracket so much more interesting because we're either going to have a situation where all of a sudden Maryville has one less threat to actually worry about throughout this tournament and prep for, or we just see the biggest upset of HUE Fest and Maryville gets knocked out right away, and all of a sudden the entire bracket just looks completely different. But going down the list again really quickly, we do have, you see that number 5 match, Harrisburg University coming in as the 2nd seed against UCI. We see the 3rd seed in Grandview University's A team against Western University. And then the 4th seed team is going to be Harrisburg's Tempest, their B team, going up against UTD Comets. So Maryville and Harrisburg pretty high up there in the standings, followed by Grandview. You can see Maryville's B team is down there at the 6th seed, so they kind of dominate all the top teams right now.
My question at this point also is, just looking at this bracket, I think one of our best round 1 matchups is Maryville versus Arizona. It's kind of sad that both Illinois Wesleyan teams will be competing against one another in that round number 1 matchup, so one of them gets put out immediately. But this bracket, as it's set up, not to say that there's a little bit of possibility, we could actually have a semifinals, a very realistic semifinals, that is Maryville versus Harrisburg B on one side and Harrisburg versus Maryville B on the other side, if we get to that point, which would add for some very good spice here.
That would be absolutely amazing. You know we'd love to see that on stream. Anytime we can get a Harrisburg and Maryville on the same screen, it's a good time. Usually more so for Maryville, but we won't talk about that. But yeah, so that's the bracket so far. It does look pretty spicy. I'm excited to see it, and I can't wait to see what we're going to have going forward.
And I believe we have a confirmed stream game as well, which will be Winthrop University versus Ohio State University A. That's the 5th seed coming out in this competition. The winner of this match will play the winner of Harrisburg University at that 4 speed, their B team in Tempest, or the winner of UTD Comets, potentially one of those 2 teams. So really interesting round 1 matchups across the board. Again, I think Maryville versus Arizona is a phenomenal one. Winthrop versus Ohio State University is going to be a big one. Even Harrisburg versus UCI would actually be a pretty good one as well.
Absolutely. Taking a look at how both Winthrop and OSU did in the group stages. Winthrop came out at the top of their group in Group C. They are currently undefeated. So definitely coming through the group stage is looking very strong. We'll see how they're actually able to do against OSU. But yeah, this is definitely a program that has been around for a while, in the collegiate esports scene. It's a name that comes up a lot. When you're talking about some of the big dogs, it's usually Maryville, Harrisburg, UCI thrown in there. But Winthrop is always in that conversation. They have really dedicated themselves to making sure they have a good esports program. I'm in love with some of their coaching staff. Those guys really care about their players, care about their game. So I am a big fan personally of Winthrop University, and I really look forward to seeing them perform here today. And I'm really happy that they came out of the group stage without a single loss.
Yeah, they've got some really good players. I know Dox is currently, I think, 3rd in terms of KDA in the tournament, and Sir Kenji hasn't actually died. So pretty crazy to think about those 2 things happening. And then their opponent in round number 1, the Ohio State University A. Gotta love that one. Gotta love the Buckeye State. That's where I hail from, even though now I'm in St. Louis. I get to see them come up against a very strong team. And we didn't get to see much of them, unfortunately. They played against Grandview, ended up going 2 wins, 1 loss over the course of the entire group to make sure that they could confirm that number 2 spot against UCI's 4-fun team. And I don't know that they're specifically favored in a matchup like this, or Winthrop is particularly favored, but I do know, given the fact that I didn't really get to see their team, we're going to be kind of in for likely a very solid match.
All right, and we are right into the draft. First pick, Caitlin. We've been waiting to see this one, Rebel Fox. A lot of teams have shied away from it, and honestly, you can say that for North American just as a region in whole, is we don't put a lot of priority onto Caitlin, but here you go. Winthrop looking to change that. They're going to snap her up right away.
They will. The Caitlin pick taken immediately, and then the response is Morgana Jin from Ohio State in that's relatively punishing, but again, with a Caitlyn and a Karma, there's tons of poke, tons of counter. Lux is another one. It's like Caitlyn and Lux, or Lux and Morgana are the 2 main partners with Caitlyn. The Karma would specifically be a lane counter to what the Jin and the Morgana can bring. It looks like they're going to go to that. They could still flex it if they wanted to, but it's exceptionally weaker than it has been in prior patches. And so I have to imagine this is just the pure bot lane counter pick from Winthrop.
Yeah, and that Caitlyn's so powerful as a first pick because not only do you get just one of the strongest bot laners in the current meta, you can see Ohio State also forced to pick up that Morgana in the support pool, because if you give over Caitlyn plus Morgana, your bottom lane is pretty much just done for the for the laning phase. They almost have no hope. There's not much that can deal with that. Winthrop going to round out their first round picks with a Zoe in the mid lane.
Hey, well, I think Zoe is an exceptionally underappreciated champion right now. Like, I've seen it played in especially Eastern regions, but pretty much across the world, and it is obscenely strong in the right compositions. And especially against something like the Morgana and the Jhin, it's going to be relatively easy to get some poke out. But the Skarner will not make it a lot easier, given that ultimate being able to pull her very, very.
Yeah, we get to see the Skarner coming out today. I'm sure if Captain Flowers is watching, he's super excited to see Ohio State University pilot that one. Interesting pick. It definitely has some gap closing potential, but there is a lot of kiting and a lot of range on Winthrop. So I'm curious as to how he's going to be able to actually consistently get on top of these carries with all the shielding and the speed ups from Karma. Caitlyn's got some mobility too. And this composition coming out from Winthrop, the siege from them is just absolutely disgusting. If they can start to get an advantage, it is going to be just ridiculously easy for them to push down towers and get objectives, because if you can set up around the jungle, get some vision control, and then throw down those Caitlyn traps through an entrance, Zoe's toss and Sleepy Bubble troubles over the wall, it becomes damn near impossible to even approach a fight, let alone win one.
On the side of OSU, if you want to make this work, you've got really good range from Jhin and Morgana, and you have to fight forward with Skarner, so you need more that can fight forward. I wouldn't be shocked to see, like, I think Camille Galio could fit into here. You're kind of low on magic damage in that sense, but at least you have a lot of ability to get into backline to take advantage of the fact that if you're sieging up with Caitlyn, with Zoe, with Karma, and with whatever else is going to be put together with this composition, you're going to be able to get onto that backline, which is kind of what the Caitlyn does. Nocturne's another one of those champions that can do the same thing, but again, they're not looking for junglers so much at this moment, so I'm curious what they're going to go for. The Zillion is an interesting mid-lock, and you can punish the Zoe positioning with that double bomb, help speed up the Skarner as well, get him in and out with that ultimate very quickly.
Yeah, he's going to really help make sure that Skarner can get access to that backline, gets that huge speed up, that revive too, if you're worried about the Skarner actually falling down. So I think this is actually, I like this pick coming out from Ohio State University. It's not what we might have imagined when we looked at this comp initially, but it does work in context. Xin Zhao going to be the jungler locked in from Winthrop, wanting to get real spicy today.
Yeah, with a Xin Zhao, now you have to give a lot of respect to the champion because it can do quite a bit of damage. But the big thing is it creates this massive zone of bubble that like you just can't damage into if you're Jhin and Morgana. You either have to stay in the zone to fight him, which gives a lot of easy access to damage for Caitlyn and Zoe and Karma when they want to throw damage specifically on top of Xin Zhao, or they have to back up further and push them. And even Malphite will even continue this trend further along. It's a fight forward composition from Winthrop with a ton of poke behind it. On the opposite side, they're doing a similar thing, but now you've got the Zillion, the Skarner for some reaction. I'm curious if what top laner they could go for to try to maybe continue that trend of can we play defensively? Can we play backwards in these fights?
And we'll see what their final pick is here. Looking for a top laner to go up against the Malphite. The Singed being hovered, good counter pick, not a champion we see too often, and it's going to be locked in.
Wow, when you think of like fight backwards champions who can kite back in fights, this is about as gold standard as you can get because now
the number one rule of League of Legends:
chase the Singed. Do not chase the Singed. Not a good idea anytime soon. And that it creates now this negative space where like if Xin Zhao and Malphite fight forward and you want to push your Zoe and Caitlyn up, all Singed has to do is run in with Zillion E, and then now they can't fight anywhere near this team. They can't continue to approach. So it's then up to Jhin, Skarner, Zillion, whatever the damage is, to kill off Malphite, Xin Zhao, whoever the diver is. But I think the Singed pick, good into Malphite, and also really good into what Winthrop's trying to do here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to keep our eyes, though, on both the Skarner and the Singed, because in a situation where they are fighting from behind, it becomes a lot more difficult to kind of, commit the speed up and the black shield to the Skarner that may or may not just get completely one-shot as he runs into the team. So I think this is a composition from Ohio State that can fight really effectively into into their opponents, but it does require them to at least be on even ground. So while the Skarner and the Singed are speeding towards the enemy team, they aren't just giving over free gold.
That's where this laning phase is going to be so important to watch, just because, again, it's about equalizing the gold. It's also about neutral objectives that could come out, being able to pressure around those. As a team on the side of the Ohio State University, it would be interesting. Okay, we're getting an update, and an unfortunate update at that the Singe pick was an Ornn and not a Singe, which is just the most traumatic news that I've ever heard in my life, because I was really hoping for the Singe pick here, but unfortunately, it's going to be the Ornn.
So this does change things quite a bit. What it does do for Ohio State University that I do like is give them a form of long-range engage. You now no longer have to rely solely on running straight into a Caitlyn, a Zoe with a Karma shielding and speeding them up, and a Zinzao in your face. Like you can sit a little bit further back, and Ornn can actually come in on a flank. He can grab a multi-man knockup, and the team fight specifically looks a lot better for Ohio State now, as well as the scaling. You now have the option for the ornaments to go through. Zillion scales incredibly well throughout the game with this low cooldown ultimate, and so there's actually a very real late game win condition for Ohio State.
My problem for the Ohio State University is their damage output, even with Ornn items, is dangerously low, especially their DPS. This team tries to take Dragon or Baron when the other team is fully up. What is Jhin going to be able to do 1,000 damage on one auto attack, and then it's still got 16,000 health to burn through over the next 30 seconds that it's going to take? That is such a difficult prospect. This has just got to be a pure fighting competition from the Ohio State University, because otherwise, I don't know how it is that they're going to be able to take that. And as you said, engaging into a siege composition with something like an Ornn ultimate is a really good way to generate fights like that. But again, that does put quite a bit of emphasis on the Ornn levels to get that extra bits of damage that you're lacking on the Ohio State. And then Winthrop also, it gives them a lot of openings to try to capitalize on skirmishes, neutral objectives, because they're the ones that can take it a lot faster.
Yeah, I do think that Winthrop comes out of this draft with a win, in my book at least, but with a little bit of a caveat. If they are able to do well in the laning phase, get to fights and objectives early, which I think is the most important point, to be able to set up Caitlyn traps, get vision control, I think they're definitely going to, I think they have a really good shot at walking away with a win here. I don't want to speak in definites, because then if they don't, somebody in Twitch chat is going to be like, well, Mr. Caster, you told me Winthrop was going to win, and they didn't. But if Ohio State, like you said, is able to keep the game fast-paced, if they're able to keep it scrappy, they have a really good team fighting composition that I think can shine in chaotic team fights where Winthrop doesn't have a chance to prepare.
And I'm actually in a really horrible place with neutral objectives here for Ohio State, because not only do they not have the ability to take it that fast, if they're the first ones there, you have to worry about Malphite and Jin Zhao jumping on you in the pit in a confined space, with Zoe and Caitlyn shooting proverbial fish in a barrel in that sense. And if they're not the first ones to a fight, they have to attack into a Caitlyn trap line. And that is just an absolute no-go. There is nothing beneficial about that.
Definitely not. This is probably going to be an uphill battle for Ohio State, but we have seen weirder in the game of League of Legends. Nearly any composition can work if the team is able to play around them well enough. So an interesting matchup. Now remember, this is going to be a best of 3. We are now into the playoff bracket of HUE Fest 2020. Just the quarterfinals today, and tomorrow we resume the rest of playoffs. But we will get to see how these teams adapt to each other over an entire series, rather than just having one game where a single bad play in the early game can ruin your chances. We now get to see multiple drafts, multiple different styles, and teams just being able to make changes according to what's going on.
I think a change that needs to be made by every single team playing against Winthrop is you probably need to kill Sir Kenji for one thing, and you need to not let Doxa just absolutely run the map, because it seems like with the KDA he's got, especially on something like this Zoe, he could absolutely run wild across all facets of the game, early, mid, and late. This Zoe's going to be a terror if Doxa gets off. I think pressure's got to be put there from the Ohio State, otherwise they might be in some real trouble. They will likely not have much of ground to stand on as the game continues.
With that being said, we're going to go to another short break as these teams get on to Summoner's Rift. Coming at you real soon, the first game of the playoffs for HUE Fest 2020. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We have gotten rid of the dreaded timer there. We are finally ready to get into the game for this first set of playoffs match for HUE Fest Invitational 2020. Winthrop versus Ohio State University. We were robbed of the singed pick, but we still have some spicy compositions coming out from either side. In my opinion, it is Winthrop that walks away with the better draft. They have so much range and team fight power if they're able to get to these fights and set up for them early. But in a scrappy game, which League of Legends often is, Ohio State University still have a very good chance to walk away with this Game 1 win.
I'm actually confused. Can you say that again? I didn't hear what you said.
I said that, Winthrop University have a very good composition, have a lot of range and a lot of team fight power if they can set up correctly. But in a scrappy game, which League of Legends often is, Ohio State still have a very real chance.
I don't know who that is. Who's Ohio State University? I only know the Ohio State University, and you need to stop disrespecting my home state like that. That's
TOSUA.
Thank you.
The
Ohio
Ohio State University.
That's right. It's the Ohio State University to anybody everywhere. Thank you very much.
You had me thinking I was like muted on stream or something. I'm freaking out, messing with knobs and buttons. And he's playing a prank on me. Twitch chat, can you believe this?
It's not a prank. Twitch chat will agree with me. It's got to be the Ohio State University. Otherwise, it's just not right. And I agree with you in a lot of different ways. I think, honestly, like the Skarner and the Zillion combination is disgusting. If you're able to get that Impale off into a double bomb combo, especially on top of a Spire, so much damage that could be put out from those two in the early game. And Icelandic hero, look at him. He's got Conqueror. Is this an AD Skarner? Is there some AD in this build? Is this a Warrior Skarner that we're about to see?
So there actually have been some recent Skarner changes, and I am not an authority on Skarner, and I cannot tell you exactly how he was changed, but I do know that he more often goes for a Warrior into something like a Triforce build. A lot more damage coming out from this Skarner than we have seen in previous metas.
Interesting. I know there's quite a bit of utility that's just embedded within the champion, so you go paint more often than not at least
Good
from
bind down here in the bottom lane, but it's Saskia walking forward. Riverl has burned the heal already. Level 1 going very well for Winthrop University.
That it is. Caitlyn getting a lot of pushing power. Again, when you got the Karma in your laning phase, the Morgana becomes a lot less of a kind of just a dominant pressure. Because Karma just like outright will just outpoke and outpressure the likes of Morgana during the laning phase, so that Jhin counter into Caitlyn doesn't work quite as well because now you are completely contingent on hitting those bindings exclusively, and at the moment it's just Sir Kenji just pushing up in the laning phase, not letting that ever be a possibility.
Cyborg doing his part though in the top lane, has chunked out the Malphite. You can see Riverl and Montana are just continuing to stay here, and Saskia is making their life a living nightmare. Both members down to 150 sub 200 HP, and you can see Riverl just desperately trying to farm with that W, but Crabapple He's going to take this as a sign. He can freely walk in here and do as he pleases because he knows the bottom lane is not in a position to respond. He steals away the blue buff. He's able to get the knockup on Icelandic. He goes back in. The flash to follow. And Crabapple is going to be picking up first blood for Winthrop University.
Super easy early dominant play here coming out from the side of Winthrop. They know they can invade because their bottom lane is just absolutely destructive early. And so it's a quick invade here from Crabapple Boy. He's able to take the fight. I think in a pure one-on-one, there's actually quite a bit of space for the Skarner to potentially look for this fight. But because, of course, there was no priority, he had no idea whether Sir Kenji Saskia would be there anytime soon, and it gave him a little bit of worry. And so rather than just turning for the pure one-on-one, knowing he'd probably get collapsed on too quickly, took a little bit too much damage from Crabapple Boy, ends up going down. So really, really nice play here from the side of Winthrop, setting that one up from the strong bot side.
Yeah, and for the Ohio State University, this is a disaster in the bottom lane. Riverell is now no heal. He is less than 10 CS 4 minutes in. He had to go back to base and just get boots. Caitlyn has a 15 CS lead, plus she's already gotten 2 turret plates. I mean, she hasn't gone back, didn't go for the cheater recall to get that BF sword. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, no!
Oh, Rivel actually gets a kill, so Saskia gets punished for sticking around. The flash and heal burnt. We didn't get to see exactly what happens. I assume Montana landed a nice binding, but that is actually going to go a long way to evening this lane out here in the bottom lane.
Tosu able to equalize at least a little bit from what happened on that early side of the laning phase. The Jhin, you got to keep him involved, because if you don't keep him involved, your damage, again, it's so low as it is, let alone if the Jhin starts to get behind as well. We've actually seen a couple of times, I've at least seen a couple of different streams in which it's actually the Ornn has so much pressure into Malphite because of that percentage health damage, because there's a fair amount of magic damage within the Ornn as well. So this lane, not winning for Malphite by any standard whatsoever. And we've seen that a couple of different times. This time Cyborg, the one taking advantage of that one. Now, the Ornn, again, if you get level advantage, you get those Ornn items really quickly in this game, could be a very easy win condition to try to success for the Ohio.
The Tank Bruiser Mage Assassin is always fun to deal with up there in the top side, and you can already see the Malphite has been struggling, and it looks like Cyborg is going to try to freeze this wave right outside his turret. I mean, there's really nothing the Malphite can do there. The Ornn can tank up those minions for days, and Crabapple, with the strong bottom lane that he has, is just going to walk over and take a free Mountain Drake. Icelandic is here, but he is going to spot this just a little bit too late, and he'll have to walk away.
If he has the Spire, he can maybe look to contest, but without the Spire, there's absolutely no chance he can put this shit out. And actually, he was spotted out, so now Crabapple Boy's right back on top of him. And this is tough, because now Morgana's going to be here first. The bottom lane here could show up. So
Crabapple is getting collapsed on all sides. Sir Kenji has roamed up to try to keep him safe, and Doxa will walk up to complete the mission of getting Crabapple out of the jungle. Saving jungler Crabapple.
And pretty easy, again, with that bottom side priority. That's why he's just continuing to walk into this jungle, trying to put Icelandic heroes behind as best as he can. And,
oh, don't do it. They're literally proxying them off the turret right now. Caitlyn has already taken 3 tower plates, 6.5 minutes into the game.
Wow.
And even though Sir Kenji and Crabapple didn't get anything done there, it's just the fact that they showed up is putting pressure onto this bottom lane. Riverall, instead of walking up to farm minions, is instead resigned to just clearing out the traps under tower, so that when the wave does crash, he can actually farm.
It's tough. I think here's a question for you, and this is kind of a joking question, but I'll phrase it as legitimate anyway. Is this a trap max from Jhin, just that he can actually farm underneath of his own tower with his traps instead of having to walk up and auto attack things? Because at the moment he's got absolutely no space to do so.
Definitely not. Had to go back to base for the call. This is one of the worst buys I have seen for an ADC in a while. It feels so bad to be on boots, a dagger, and a call, especially for Jhin, who really just wants attack damage more than anything else. That call is going to make him, what, a little bit speedier when he crits on his 4th shot, but at this point is not doing much for him. Thankfully, up in the top side, things are going well for the Ohio State University. You still have Cyborg, who is up a level on the Malphite. He is shoving in a huge wave with a 20 CS lead. So, yes, you are staring down the barrel of a very fed Caitlyn right now, but all is not lost.
And, okay, so here's a problem that I've got with OSU at the moment. They had 2 minions on the bot side. They chose to freeze, which is great to be able to get some CS back into the Jin's pocket. But a big problem that they could have used here is this orange strength on the top side. Actually, he's going to engage the Malphite. It should just be an alternate way, worst case scenario. But yeah, okay.
No flash for the top laner, but that's a wet noodle fight if I've ever seen one.
It is, but unfortunately, orange is frozen. It's a frozen wet noodle, which just hurts a lot more. Unfortunately, it's still frozen wet noodle, but either way. But again, their bot lane froze here, and I think they easily could have tried to use this timing to draw both Saskio and Serkenji to bot lane, and then go for a Rift Herald swap because of the massive wave they had on top side. But no communication from Cyborg to the bot side meant that they froze instead to pick up, what is that, like 7, 10 minions, something like that on Riverall. Is that worth losing this Rift Herald already to a very massive early game Xin Zhao? I'm not sure.
Yeah, and this is the side of the map that, Ohio State does have control on. They have the winning top lane right now. So the fact that Crabapple is going to be able to pick up this Herald, even though it's spotted out, Icelandic Hero is currently on the bot side just covering for Morgana and Jhin, and there's nothing he can do. So that top pressure not really amounting to much as Winthrop University picks up all the objectives here in the early game.
And the only real point of pressure they've got now at all is actually Cyborg. And unfortunately, he goes for the early Sunfire Cape, which it's not usually an issue, but I think there's some idea that if you want Cyborg out on the map, you want push pressure, but if he's not getting out on the map, you didn't want that because you'd like your waves to be stuck on your side to prevent Malphite from getting any sort of wave pressure at all. But because Cyborg has that, he's going to push out every single wave just naturally, and that's going to allow Malphite to just soak all this additional experience, get him, at least keep him relevant in the game where the rest of the map is just dominating. Look at that, 21 CS in the mid lane, 25 CS in the bot lane, even a couple about 4 camps in the jungle, something like that. This lead is just not getting smaller anytime.
And now it's turning into a dive. Teleport coming in to try to turn this around. TPs from both squad. Crabapple is caught behind enemy lines. Has to use the ultimate to buy some time. He will fall to the curtain call. Now Inferno diving in is going very low. Zillion ultimate will be used on himself, as it does look like Ohio State is finding some footing in this fight. Saskio finds Cyborg, but the rest of Winthrop is on the retreat. Saskio gets sniped from over the wall from Montana, and Riverall's going to flash forward aggressively, killing spree on this Jhin, as he's just barely not able to chase Daska down.
And if I recall correctly, that's actually the first death coming in here from Serkenji. An overstep out of the side of Winthrop University now actually gives quite a bit of agency back to the side of the Ohio State, because they get a couple of kills onto Jhin and Morgana for a little bit more damage across both of those members. The slow kind of approach to the Rod of Ages, and then also the Dragon will be huge for their team. Can Crabapple steal this? He's going to try. He gets it!
Goes in for the flash. He gets the steal. He gets 1 kill, and they're looking for more. Doxa's going to put Riverell to sleep and find the double kill. The Inferno will blaze as the ace in the hole will bring Montana just low enough for Doxa to tap him with an auto attack.
All right, that was a pretty solid play. I actually didn't realize that Doxa was going to be able to get there in time, but I believe that the teleport had come in behind the team, putting him into a great position. And the flash over there for Crabapple Boys, able to secure the Dragon, get them 2 for their Dragon stacking objective, which is, again, the Ohio State looked like they had a possibility of turning this game around. If they get that Dragon, continue the fight the way that they were, there was some chance that they had to come back in, but unfortunately, because of that hero play coming out from Crabapple and Doxa, at least a little bit of that stopped right here.
And this game has been so back and forth. We're only 12 minutes in. You would have expected after the first 3 minutes that, oh, Winthrop's already won this one. Their bot lane is so far ahead. Fast forward 5 minutes and you're like, oh, Riverall just got a triple kill in that fight. I think Ohio State's coming back. And then once again, it swings back over as Crabapple and Dox are able to team up for that hero play. And now that that bottom lane turret has fallen, they can start to use Saskio to roam around the map. They're going to drop this Rift Herald, start to knock down these tower plates as well. And it cannot be understated how much of this gold lead is just due to the fact that Sasuke has been able to pick up so many turret plates across the map.
2 full towers as well as plates, even if it was split among a bunch of people, is a huge amount for your Caitlyn. And already the Caitlyn has a pretty good DPS purely advantage over top of the Jhin, especially in these kind of mid-game fights. Once she gets the 3 items, really starts to put out DPS against frontliners and backliners all the same. And now your real fear here is that Sasuke can just move to top lane where they're already making a play. Yep, that's it.
Ooh, Cyborg is just deleted there. Doesn't have the flash, the teleport, nothing to get him out of there alive.
Oh.
And that top lane is looking ripe and juicy for Sasuke to walk up there and take out those plates. Only a minute left on him. He is still pushing out this mid wave. We'll see exactly what he wants to do here. But Infinity Edge already completed for Winthrop's ADC, is going back to base to buy some more items right now.
We'll be getting some attack speed because once that attack speed gets finished, there's the Zeal, and then the DPS really starts to come in off the back end of that. I was a little shocked, just like you were, because they had a wave starting to crash on the top side of the map. If they had rotated him, could have possibly taken at least a couple of the plates, if not the entire tower on the top side of the map. Instead, they just leave it up. Cyborg can kind of push forward and be able to work his way there. But already the mid tower, the bot tower taken means all dragon priority, especially for this early game for a team with a massive advantage like this one. Should be able to control those dragons, and since they've already got 2, the game now has roughly a 7.5–8 minute timer somewhere in there for the second dragon and then or the third dragon and the fourth dragon to spawn, and it's up to OSU to be able to actually contest it.
Oh, Cyborg in another spell of trouble right here. Here comes his team to back him up. The curtain call going to open up. Crabapple will get shut down by Cyborg. The ultimate at least denies the kill from the Jhin. Sasuke is just wailing away on this turret. It's going to be a kill over to Ohio State and a little bit of chip damage on the turret for Winthrop University.
I can appreciate the aggression coming out of Crabapple, but unfortunately it seems to be costing his team now a little bit more than it is gaining. In the early game, it was really, really good because he was able to kind of just purely flex his early game muscles, kind of just stat check the Skarner off of Spires, but unfortunately can't really do that as much now that the Cinderholt is done, and just kind of overextending himself a little bit too far. Nonetheless, they are able to drive off this team from this tower and allow for Caitlyn to set up yet another siege, and that's now 3 towers into the pocket of Saskia's Caitlyn. Like, this Caitlyn at this point could have half of her farm and still probably be ahead in gold.
It's absolutely crazy. And remember, 2 of those full towers came with the plates. I don't believe Sasuke picked up any of the plates in time on the top side before they fell off at 14 minutes, but he's now going to rotate down, grab this Rift Herald, and you know that this Rift Herald is probably going to get good value because there's only tier 2 turrets for them to actually attack now. So more than likely, this is going to open up the map even further for them. They're going to...
He popped it immediately! No! There's no
and
way
he even question mark pings himself at the end. He's like, yeah, guys, I know it was a mistake. But we'll see now what Winthrop can do around this. It is going to be popped here in the mid lane. Will they be able to actually charge with it? Doesn't quite look like it, as Icelandic is just going to, go over, pop the eye. So a bit of a waste. This also denies Winthrop from the full reset, so they don't have that extra gold in their pockets item-wise for this next dragon fight. This is a big opportunity for Ohio State if they can get in here.
I agree. Actually, dropping the Rift Herald would have been a really good strategy to confirm this Drake in the mid lane. They just did it way too fast. As you said, if they would have taken a reset or 2, picked some waves, especially top wave being as far in as it is, now you have to compete 5-on-5 for this, but their map state is certainly looking much, much better on the side of Winthrop either way. Now,
Ultimates and summoner spells up across the board. Caitlyn traps have been laid down, and the Spire lies in control of Winthrop University. So they have set up for the fight. Ohio State, can they still come out? Do they even want to go in for this one? It's the 3rd dragon. This would put Winthrop on soul point. Big chunk onto Montana is going to start off this fight. And the Orn Horn is going to be canceled. The Scar ultimate to drag Vargin back into the team. He's going to flash away, but Riverell will take him down anyway. Doxa will even it up as Jhin opens out with the curtain call. Icelandic wrapping around the fight, maybe looking for a flank. The dragon down to 1,000 HP, and Doxa's on 1. He's going to walk away from this fight. Winthrop grab the objective, and they will slink away with blinking health bars.
a couple of really big kind of just like paddle stars combined with a little bit more poke damage drove so many members on the side of the Ohio State University's team to such low health that they just had to pull out the entire backside of the fight. Zillion had actually burnt the ultimate on Ornn as well, who is on the front line, but the least low of anybody. But because that ultimate had been burnt and no real damage had been traded back, unfortunately, OSU loses their positioning in the river. That was an opportunity, a little bit of a window for them to strike, but couldn't quite find the team fight necessary to make it happen. So now, third dragon, especially an Infernal Dragon, what will be an Infernal Soul coming up in the next 5 minutes, combined with this map state and this gold advantage for Winthrop's looking really, really good.
And it will force Ohio State University to once again, when that next dragon spawns, they will have to respond to the Drake Pit. Otherwise, you're giving over the Infernal Soul, one of the strongest souls in the game. And they don't really have enough time to scale up this Zillion, to scale up this Jhin, to wait for these Ornn items to come through. They are going to be forced to fight a lot earlier than their comp wants to.
If anything, can they flood enough experience, is what my question is, into Cyborg to try to get an upgraded Infinity Edge, get an upgraded something for this team to see if they're able to do so. Actually, there's also, Icelandic Hero currently has a Phage in the inventory, maybe going for Black Fever. Could open up a little bit of space to fight. How I think they need to go about this, if they want to try to contest, is they need to work with the Skarner Impale. This ultimate has been basically untouched the entire game. You gotta use it to try to find a pick. Even just a little bit before the Dragon Timer, before something, is enough to give you pressure in that river. Be able to push out the enemy wards, things of that sort, to give yourselves the advantage for the Dragon fight. But if you go again in a 5-on-5 against this team, I really don't think they're going to beat Winthrop anytime.
And we come back again to that discussion of how can Icelandic Hero get into the back line. He has a lot of speed ups. He's got the CC immunity on his squad. But as long as Winthrop are able to set up around objectives and as long as they have the vision control, it makes it really easy for them to just kite out this Skarner and make sure they're not in position to get caught. Does have to flash away. Doxa in a bad position there. The Ornn Horn will go wide. Montana is chunked out, but the Black Shield will keep him safe. They're just going to chip away at the health bars there as Winthrop prepares to siege up on this mid lane tier 2.
That's terrifying words to use when you've got Caitlyn and Zoe on the opposite team, especially because Cyborg actually has no MR. He has only the one Null Magic Mantle into Zoe, so if he gets hit with a Paddle Star or even a Bubble Paddle Star, it could be 60-70% of his health bar at this point in the game, which is, that's your frontline tank. That's the only person you really got outside of Skarner. They're going to try to catch Kenji, but he's gone.
Yeah, Sir Kenji was found alone in the jungle on the side, but a flash away will keep him safe. Karma, so much utility and just safety with both the shield and the speed up. Winthrop are going to start up the Baron here. No wards in the pit means that Ohio State do not know for sure that this is going on. It's going to be a 4-man squad on the objective, and it's gone. They burnt that so fast that Ohio State didn't even have an opportunity to respond. So Baron up team. It is going to be the Dragon spawning here in just a minute or two. Things are looking very great for Winthrop.
Thank you, Observer, for pointing at exactly the champion I want to talk about. This is a Wits End second item on the Xin Zhao combined with the 2-item Caitlyn, which means you get quite a bit of DPS to throw into the likes of the Baron. At 20 minutes, Ohio State probably wasn't really looking at anything in terms of Baron. They weren't like, oh yeah, this team's going to work. A Wits End Xin Zhao and a Caitlyn with 2 items will have more than enough DPS, completely negating the fact that you got a Magi's Flute and Zoe to add an additional DPS and a Malphite to tank that. So now, what was potentially a good opportunity to look for something now is completely off the table for the most part. You are hoping for everything that Icelandic Hero can try to find any sort of pick to get pressure back, because this Baron isn't lethal damage whatsoever, but it will get you Infernal Soul 100% if played properly from Winthrop. You have to generate a pick here on the side of the Ohio State. Otherwise, I think this game's just going the opposite way.
Ohio State put between a rock and a hard place right now. Dragon spawning in just about 30 seconds. And they're dealing up with Baron up minion waves crashing into their towers, buying a lot of space for Winthrop to set up around this objective. You can see complete vision control all throughout the river. They've got the Caitlyn traps. They've got Doxa over the wall. This is the dream scenario for them.
They got to find something here. Can they... Oh.
Ornn going to be called out here. They are going to find Sir Kenji. He's rooted up, the curtain call going through as Sir Kenji will go golden. Montana flashes forward to try to find the ultimate, but he just gets deleted. Icelandic hero is going to be revived by the Zillion, but Crabapple and the rest of Winthrop are just tearing through the health bars of Ohio State. Saskia flashes forward aggressively, and this is all coming up Winthrop. They're going to get the fight. They're going to get the Infernal Soul, and now 7,000 gold ahead. They are in a good position to take game one.
And their Baron likely doesn't get them all that much in terms of the base, but they will be able to shove in and get at least the inner bot tower, maybe the inner mid tower at the exact same time. Set themselves up for, again, it's not a kill shot here, but when the next Baron comes up, that will be the kill shot, because now you've got Infernal Soul on a team with about an 8,000 gold advantage. The opportunity was there. I saw it multiple times. Icelandic hero, he has his flash, he has his impale. Jump on Crabapple Boy, immediately stun lock him with the impale, with the likes of the Zillion E, bring it back into the team. He dies, you now have a chance. There's no smite on the dragon. There's a legitimate chance for a team fight, but instead, just ends up not being quick enough to the draw, and unfortunately, Winthrop takes that fight and now looks to close the game.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now staring down the barrel of a Baroned up Infernal Soul Winthrop University, and Doxa on Zoe with 22 stacks on a Magi. Now, Winthrop University has paid their Skarner tax. They have bought 2 QSSs on both Zoe and Caitlyn, but honestly, their gold income is so inflated at this point that it really doesn't slow down their progression at all. The Dox is going to head over to this bottom lane, start shoving this one in, and Winthrop are going to be looking to crash multiple waves at once. We have to mention, too, that this Infernal Soul is especially good on long-range champions like Zoe and Caitlyn, who can get these rapid-fire crits or paddle stars over the wall that did enough damage on their own, but with the Infernal Soul are going to hurt all that much more.
Okay. So Winthrop got the Infernal Soul, sure. And they got Baron, sure. And they're currently sitting on like a 9,000 gold lead, sure. But Ohio State did kill Sir Kenji.
That doesn't seem like a very good trade to be.
That's a trade. Nobody else has done it all tournament. That's all I'm saying. Nobody else has done it. Nobody beat Winthrop and nobody killed Sir Kenji. I'm just saying it is possible.
Well, they're going to be looking to do it again here. Ornhorn going to land onto 2, but the back line is already so low from that poke. There's no follow-up to help Cyborg here, and he's just going to get absolutely deleted. The mid-wave is crashing at the same time, and Saskia doesn't even have to wait for the turret or for the minion wave to walk up here and take shots at the turret. It is a 4v5 now, as Winthrop University are breaking down the base 25 minutes in. Malphite still has ultimate to try to force a fight here afterwards, as he is going to just be tanking up that mid lane turret. My God, Montana, he pops the Zanyas, but that is a death sentence in front of a Caitlyn Zoe. There goes the unstoppable force into the back line. And this game is all but over. Crabapple gonna be walking away. Inferno flashes forward to maybe find some sort of double bomb, but it's not gonna be enough. He's gonna be chunked out here so hard. Doxa goes golden to stay safe from that one. And game number 1 of this best of 3 will be going the way of Winthrop University.
That it will. All too easy for them to be able to go, oh, no, you got to do him dirty like that. Come on, Observer. He didn't do it. He dies to the third, unfortunately, but this will still be the game. I didn't think there was ever a question about it. Such good work from the side of Winthrop. I thought they executed on their composition very well. They took advantage of not only low damage, but also kind of a hard execution that the Ohio State needed. They needed to engage very hard. They needed to be very clear-cut about when they were engaging, and their damage had to come out very quickly, which required a lot of steps. So Winthrop, knowing that they couldn't acquire all of those at once, was just able to walk away with this one.
Yeah, and we saw flashes of light there from Ohio State University, able to turn around that bottom lane after a disastrous level 1 to 3. Jin was able to pick up multiple kills. We saw them in those scrappy team fights come out ahead, but it was... I feel like it was partially the comp, but just also you were talking about it. There were opportunities for this Skarner to do what he needed to do to grab the jungler, to grab priority targets, and they just weren't happening. So I think the communication needs to be shored up a little bit for Ohio State University, but Winthrop has shown some weaknesses. This was not a super clean game from them, not a perfect game by any means. And in a best of 3, all it takes is one crack in that armor and you can start to make a comeback.
I just run into the issue that, like, I felt like that was Winthrop overreaching more than it was the Ohio State being able to actually make plays was the problem. And so many times, like I said, there were opportunities for plenty of champions, but they weren't able to capitalize on any of them. That's a communication thing. Maybe that's just kind of a first tournament, first playoffs match type thing where they got a little bit nervous or something like that. Hopefully they get that kind of nerves out, because like I said, that first play where they were able to respond, if they were able to make a couple of different rotations across the map, I think the first Rift Herald was a point where they had an opportunity to grab something, and they did none of it. They just kind of sat back and let Winthrop do anything that they wanted. I'd also like to see Cyborg get more involved on something carry potential. I don't think the Ornn, not that it was bad specifically, but I think getting him onto something could be the one mismatch they maybe have on the map.
All right, well, now that we've talked about all that boring analytics, let's talk about the real storyline here, Rebels. Sir Kenshi was taken down for the first time in UFest 2020. Round of applause for The Ohio State University. That they walk home with the real prize.
Yeah, they can.
It's a death in the column of Sir Kenshi. No, I mean, I don't think that they're, after watching that game, this is not a done and dusted series for me at all. I think there are definitely some things to work on for the Ohio State University, but they have a real shot going into this game too to turn it around. Looking at the draft phase specifically, are there any changes you'd like to see coming out from either of these teams?
Ohio State definitely needs more damage. Like, if they don't draft more damage, I'm going to be frustrated just off the fact that, like, Skarner has really good CC and Zillion's got really good CC, but if you're taking those two, you need a carry. You need somebody that can do some damage. Jin can do damage, but not like a carry, not like what you need. He's not a number 1, he's a number 2, number 3, somewhere in there. And they had 2 or 3 of those. And yes, once you get Molten Edge, things like that, you could break like 1,000 AD and start really pumping out DPS, but they were nowhere near that. They need a consistent damage AD carry. And again, I think maybe Cyborg could really fill some of that role as well. If you need more damage profile, if you need additional damage in your composition, get Cyborg involved in general. And then draft Zach, I think, is a really good champion here for Winthrop, because if you're just going to int into the backline as often as you can, maybe don't do that on Jin Zhao, maybe do it on Zach, so you get a little bit of leeway to work that. But other than that, Winthrop looked really good.
Well, you've heard our thoughts, and all that's left is for the players to play the game. We're going to go into a short break as we get ready for game number 2. These teams will be right back for the second game of the quarterfinals of HUEFest 2020. Don't go anywhere. Hey, I caught you trying to leave the desk. Come back here. It's time for game number 2. It's quarterfinals of HUE Fest 2020. It's the Ohio State University going up against Winthrop. Winthrop walking away with a pretty convincing game 1 win. There were some bumps along the road here and there, but at the end of the day, Sir Kenji died. So was it even really a win?
Yeah, I don't know. At this point, I think if you kill him a second time, maybe Winthrop automatically has to forfeit. Maybe that's how we're going to play this out across all things.
Can we get a rule check, refs? If Sir Kenji dies again, can we just give the Ohio State University the win they obviously deserve? All kidding aside, though, really impressive performance from Winthrop University. I thought, honestly, I don't even want to look too much into that bottom lane early on, because the level 1 losing your heal plus getting both players chunked out super low kind of snowballed into a pretty rare situation there in the bottom lane, where Caitlyn's actually able to take every turret plate on the map 12 minutes into the game. As long as they can keep themselves under control in the level 1, I think they can avoid that situation again. Looking at the rest of the composition, though, I thought Doxa did incredible on the Zoe. Very strong pick. You were talking about how underrated it was, and he was seriously advocating that for you, Rebel. He was like, hey, this guy, he's right. Zoe's a strong pick. And then we saw less than optimal results coming out from both the Ornn and the Skarner.
A big fan of the Zoe pick and big fan of Doxa, because again, he was one of the best performers in that group stage, and then he showed why right there, also making a lot of moves on that Zoe pick as well. And as you said, the Skarner, the Ornn, they did what they could as often as they could, but they weren't able to have the kind of impact that I think they wanted to by any standard. I'm curious how much of this draft is actually containable here for OSU. I actually wouldn't be massively shocked if they just went to a complete 5 different champions for this game.
Well, that's what we're here to find out. We're into the picks and bans of our game number 2. Olaf and Echo taken right off the table. This time, it's Ohio State University on the blue side.
Funny thing, I actually remember back when I was super hard paying attention to OSU or the Ohio State University's esports team. I remember they used to have a mid laner named Peridot, who was a really good Echo player. So maybe I don't think Winthrop's throwing back to that. I think their mid laner might play some Echo. I don't know all too much about the champ pool here, but at minimum, that's a little caveat just for people's entertainment. And then, of course,
that would be next level BM Rebel. Hey, we're gonna ban.
We're gonna ban an old
that your
champion
old mid laner used to play, because we're that confident. The Ohio State University, their first pick of the draft is the Hecarim.
Very, very strong jungler. Right there with Lilia, and then I think Graves and Nidalee are right there as well in terms of what the jungle pool can contain. This is just a fight-forward composition. The Skarner, if he plays the Hecarim like the Skarner, he's absolutely playing this game so incorrectly that it's painful. This Hecarim needs to get out and get going early, not just because it's strong early, but also because its econ is very, very high in the fact that you have to build Trinity Force first on this champion compared to anything else. And the response from Winthrop is Jin Zhao got buffed, I think, last patch and was kind of creeping into some pools, but I haven't seen it too much. But Winthrop highly valuing this Jin Zhao pick.
Yeah, they have first picked it now twice, or sorry, second pick in the last draft. They went with the Caitlyn first, but first pick here on red side, looking for an ADC to back it up here. They don't have the Caitlyn. They banned that one away, and the Zoe is also off the table. So we will be seeing a different look from Winthrop, and it's Xayah in the bot lane.
I don't know about that Xayah this early. The problem with this Xayah is there's situations in which Xayah is a very strong champion in specific kind of matchups. But right now, with Ashe up, with Senna up, with Kai'Sa up, with Jhin up, there's so many options that are just stronger than Xayah that I have trouble figuring out why this would be picked. Outside of just if they want to play pure forward aggression with Rakan, but they lose it because now you get Rakan Hecarim with a Kai'Sa to dive into the backline. that was a blunder from Winthrop. They just gave away their compositional strength. And yes, you get the Leona response to Rakan, but that really doesn't matter all that much because if Rakan could just play pure defensive for the laning phase and then play offensive when skirmishing fighting around.
Yeah, it's that age-old tactic back to when Xayah Rakan was dominating the meta for like, I don't know, 80 straight patches.
A whole year.
Where teams would pick the Xayah and then force the opposing team into the Rakan and then come out with the counter pick. We've been seeing that one since like early season 7, ever since Xayah and Rakan came out. Now here in season 10, it's a little bit more nuanced as that Rakan does have options later on to the game. It will be the Xayah Nautilus against the Kai'Sa Rakan. Seems like the lovers duo is having a lover spat because the supports have been swapped.
They have been. Although, again, for Winthrop, I'm so confused because, like, Leona at minimum has a ridiculous amount of, like, CC and lockdown for the laning phase, which is kind of what prevents Rakan from playing aggressively whatsoever. Even when Hecarim comes around, you still have to play a little bit carefully as Rakan just because you're too squishy. I don't think the Nautilus punishes the same way that the Leona does. So now that bot lane can get aggressed again. So now you've got Xayah, who's lower priority, lower power than Kai'Sa. You've got not the same kind of response that Leona has to Rakan, and then now it's also accessible to Hecarim a lot more because you can CC with Rakan. You can start off ganks with that. I don't know what Winthrop decided to do in this one, but to me, their draft just doesn't look that great.
Couple of question marks coming through Winthrop's draft, but now going to the second round, the Jason Akali band away on the side of the Ohio State University, and Winthrop has taken Zillion and Diana off the table. They don't want to give that Zillion back over, especially not with a Hecarim on the team. That is a recipe for disaster, and we'll see what their first pick here is of the second round. It's the Orianna. Have some good ball delivery systems in the Xin Zhao, and does offer some late game team fight damage.
That it does. I like the Galio was the other thing I was considering, but again, you have to be careful with how much damage you have, and at that moment, if you take Galio, you almost have to take an AP top laner as well out of fear that you don't have enough magic damage to actually burst through the other team, so at minimum, the Orianna is going to provide that. So now you also open yourself a top lane counter pick. You can go tank, stall the lane, you can go damage if you want more damage, whatever you want to do, because you have everything for the most part covered on Winthrop. So at minimum, they have a well-balanced composition. On the opposite side, the Cinder comes out, was nerfed a little bit, isn't quite the high priority. I think Orianna has far surpassed her in terms of kind of pick potential, but still does okay in the laning phase. The long-range stun, really good for trying to punish the Xayah. They're going to blind the gang.
Interesting choice here. Late game powerhouse there up in the top side, but as you said, blind pick opens up the possibility of Winthrop just picking a hard counter. They are hovering the Kled there. Good matchup into the Gangplank. We'll see what they end up deciding to lock in as they're going to go through a couple picks. You're not going to bait me, Winthrop. I'm going to wait till you lock it in before I give my analysis.
They locked it.
All right, Rebel, take it away.
No. I'm not getting baited by this either. This happened last game with the Singed. I'm waiting for the lock, and I want confirmation from our production to make sure that is a Yorick and not something. In fairness, they were hovering it for a long time. But I just want to make sure that's the Yorick before we start anything else. So at minimum right now.
We learned our lesson here on the broadcast desk. We don't trust anything the teams tell us. Pro Draft is notorious for these little visual hiccups, we'll call them. But looking at the compositions as a whole, even if we ignore the top lane pick coming through there at the end, which I think Yorick first Gangplank is definitely a matchup that we can spend some time discussing on how that actually works out. But for the rest of the map, how are you feeling about these two comps?
I think it doesn't really matter what has been designed here from the side of Winthrop. It's actually confirmed Yorick, so we will get a chance to talk about that. But on the rest of the map, you've got Xin Zhao, you've got Orianna, really good ball delivery system, combined with a Featherstorm and a Nautilus for a lot of additional AoE and CC. That's a typical 4-1 composition. You just play immediately to a strong side, you send one lane neutral, and you overload with 4 members into one of the other lanes, and you do ridiculous amounts. This 4-man squad is almost a full team composition in its own. Doesn't even need the top laner, which is why, I mean, you throw the Yorick into this, now you've got one of the absolute best champions for a 4-1 composition to flip.
Absolutely. Yorick, a champion that doesn't need the rest of the team either. So they work really well with each other. Will be interesting to see how that top lane actually shapes out. It was more bot lane focused, at least in the early game, in game number 1, that Winthrop University put a lot more resources into their ADC and support. This time, having to shift gears a little bit, you've got a bit of a safer bot lane, a scaling mid lane. You're going to have to make sure that your top lane is covered and gets a lead so that you can run that 1-4 effectively. On the other side, though, we have this Hecarim, which is a big question mark because we weren't too impressed with the Skarner. Hecarim, a champion that needs even more success, especially early on, to really get out and get running. How do you see this one shaping out?
The Hecarim is just it's a really strong champion, and to me, as you had said, there needs to be some punishment in lanes, I think, from both junglers in order to get either the 4-1 going or the opposite composition going. And the Hecarim is what that's the punishment button, because you've got melee without a lot of mobility in the top side in the Yorick to be able to punish against the Gangplank, who can already put some damage down, put some additional kind of slows in, things like that. Bottom side, you have the Xayah, who is relatively weak very, very early in the game, and so you can punish that lane as well. And so it's just going to be about how Hecarim can feast on the side of the Ohio State, which, as opposed to what happened with the Skarner, it doesn't give me much hope. But if he can find that very aggressive kind of predator style of just constant yanking across the map 100% of the time, there is some legitimate damage that you can do into this team.
Well, we've seen the team comps. Winthrop currently 1-up in this best-of-3 series. They are series point, and taking this one will ensure that they move on to the semifinals round. It is going to be The Ohio State University looking to play foul to this playoff run. We're going to go to another short break as these teams get on to Summoner's Rift. Don't go anywhere. This is a matchup you don't want to miss. Welcome back, everybody. And hey, Twitch chat, guess what? I've got a chair, okay? I've got a printer over there. There's furniture in my room. I just wanted to clean it up for you, okay? I didn't want you to see how much of a slob I normally am. So be appreciative. We don't live in closets, I promise you. I haven't just moved into the house.
Yeah.
This is a normal living space. It's all you that are weird, not me.
Tomorrow I'll have my desk oriented properly so you can see the remainder of my room so that I am not just a blank wall. But apparently, I thought that you all would rather see the wall than my room, but apparently that's wrong. So I misread the room. I apologize for that, Twitch chat.
This isn't even my bedroom. Like, this is just my office / workspace. I have another room that I actually sleep in, and yes, there is a bed in it. I do not sleep on the floor. I see you people in Twitch chat saying that I sleep on the floor. It's not true, okay? What is true is that we're in game with the Ohio State University, Winthrop University, Game 2 of the quarterfinals, series point.
Nope.
For Winthrop.
No. We are not in. We are not in game with the Ohio State University playing against Winthrop for the playoffs. We are in the Ohio State University's game up against Winthrop with a Yorick in the top lane, which we have not hyped to any extent that is necessary because this champion does not get picked.
And we're still going to have to wait because it's a 5-man engage here from Winthrop. Sir Kenji flashes forward, and that Gangplank is now without his own flash.
I tried to hype that, but unfortunately, these players are too good. They just know that the possibility is there for it. That's okay, though.
They does open up a potential, though, for ganking Cyborg on that Gangplank. Gangplank not a champion that really has any escape tools. So without that flash, if you can get Crabapple up there early, you can see he is going to be starting on the top side. So most likely pathing down towards bot, but there's at least an avenue to exploit.
Yeah, you want a really, like, kind of, I don't know if there's a better way to say it. If you want to really pog a gank pathing here, what you do is you just go red, you try to get the Yorick to level 2 as fast as possible, you go W on Yorick level 2, you trap Cyborg, he can't leave, and then immediately just gets knocked up by Crabapple with the likes of the Hail of Blades. That would be tragic to watch. If they really wanted to meme it up, they could go W level 1 on Yorick, and then just have Crabapple just insta-gank level 2 like a Jarvan.
Sir Kenji gonna find a hook there onto Riverell. Saskio taking a bit of damage as well. All in the bottom lane. Level 1 again. Round 2 fight. It's the Kaisa that comes out on top. Both ADCs will fall down. It is supportal combat here now. 2 minutes in.
And neither ADC. Okay, the important part about this is that the Kaisa actually walks away with the kill, which is humongous because I would have said because it gets her combat stats. In this case, she's only going to get Pharah Booth, unfortunately. But both ADCs are going to miss a couple of waves. A couple of minions have burnt all of their summoner spells. And already, the Xayah is not strong in this laning phase. This is not a really good champion to do something like this with. You need to make that play work. And unfortunately, the bottom lane here from Winthrop just kind of fumbles the ability. And so now the Xayah is going to be put way behind in the lane.
And Montana actually smurfed that fight. I don't know if you noticed it, but at the end, was able to flash on top of Riverell just to give him the Guardian proc. So not only does he hit Saskio with all the CC that he can, puts out that damage. But, oh no, Riverell, now he is caught out before his support can join him. Saskio, if they can find this kill, lane gets a lot easier. Will he go down again, though? Can Montana pick up the second? He will. And now Icelandic Hero has come to turn this one around. Good job blocking that hook there, and it will be another kill for the Ohio State University.
Oh, hey, look at that. There's the top lane gank we're talking about. Gangplank not able to get out fast enough.
Cleanse this, you filthy casual. Your traps inside a wall, and you can't go anywhere.
Can't orange terrain, Gangplank. Sorry about that one. Yeah, I don't know what is in Saskio's... I don't know if he probably had a snack or something in between this. I don't know if somebody just placed it with something, but gee, many Christmas. He is bloodthirsty right now. Before the level 2, before the feather pull, which is so strong on Xayah, has already taken 2 all-ins against this bottom lane. And if you think the Xayah was behind before, it's just going to be even worse. The only good thing is this wave is crashed under the tower. Can't really walk up his Riverell. He only just hit level 2 compared to the level 3. This would be the all-in timing.
CS.
Yeah, 1 CS.
Riverell has 1 CS.
2 CS now. 2 CS. Thank you very much.
All right, I stand corrected.
That's right.
Riverell has doubled his CS since my last update, so...
And he does have the kill, at least, so there's that. And the 2 assists, so there's at least a fair amount of gold in his pocket. And Saskio didn't have anything. He only has the longsword.
All right, round 3. Here we go. The hook and land out of Montana. He is able to battle dance away before Saskia can get the pull through on those. And it will be the wave crashing into the tower. Rivera will finally be able to get a little bit of gold for himself outside those kills. And looking at the state of the game, it has been a doozy here in this first 5 minutes. In the top lane, despite that kill going over onto Cyborg, he is sitting about 10 CS up, so not doing horribly in that lane. Icelandic Hero as well. He got the kill in the bottom lane and is many camps up over Crabapple. So this is... Although the gold lead is almost dead even, there are definite strong and weak points on the map already for these teams.
Well, certainly. Actually, back to the top side here to try to set up this York as best as possible. He senses this.
Big wave under turret. We'll see if the York can survive this. Crabapple, one more auto attack will do. He traps him inside the ghoul prison. And another kill will be going down. This time, it is going to go to the York. Some more gold back in his pocket. And with Crabapple showing on the top side, Icelandic will be picking up this first Inferno.
I think it stands to be said yet again that you cannot orange terrain Gangplank. That's not possible. You can't do that. Unfortunately, bad counter matchup here for the Yorick, which is, again, this is the focal point because they want to generate this 4-1, and the Xayah not doing horribly, able to stay even in farm. If the Orianna continues on the route that she's on, this 4-1 for Winthrop does look pretty terrifying if the Yorick continues to get ahead in the side lane. So the game plan from Winthrop, once again, kind of showing and poking its head through and already being successful.
Ooh, Doxa falling very low. Has to flash away.
Oh, Icelandic,
the Icelandic Hero, he just runs straight through that slow field. And Doxa is able to get up a free kill.
That's
unfortunate.
If you clipped that, somebody might consider that inting. Like, he literally just runs under tower, gets slowed, and here's another bot lane fight.
Nobody in Twitch chat clip that. Delete the VODs. Saskia now in trouble. A Gangplank ultimate coming through. Gets the feather pullback, but Montana will pick up his second kill of the game. Just has Saskia's number this game, honestly. It's the second time he's killed him in lane, pre-7 minutes.
Saskia, please, just pull back on the reins, man. You're playing Xayah.
Just farm.
You're not playing Draven. You're playing Xayah, please. Just farm. Like, the 4-1 is there. The Orianna got a kill. Your Yorick is ahead. Your Xin Zhao's doing well. Just stop giving kills to this bot lane. There's no reason.
Montana, check your PayPal after this game. Saskia is on the Ohio State University now. Flame aside, I don't want to flame Saskia too much. I'm sure he's not actually inting. Everybody has bad games, and unfortunately for him, this happens to be one of them. He is 13 CS up. But those 3 deaths are really hampering on both his experience and just overall gold.
Yeah, he's in kind of a rough position, especially because you want to go into double BF items on the likes of the Xayah, so you want to go Infinity Edge into Essence Reaver, which is relatively expensive compared to what will be like probably just a Rage Blade Kai'Sa with the Monmian first and then into the Rage Blade. So, ooh, this is a punishment that can come.
Sir Kenji does land the dredge line. No shockwave. There comes the shockwave. Inferno, one more auto attack. He throws down the outplay button, but it's not enough to take down Doxa. That's going to be a kill over to the mid laner. Now 2-0 plus a 15 CS advantage means Winthrop University, they have a real threat there in the mid lane.
They do, able to finally get their Orianna into a massive advantage at this point in the game. Again, the one point where they're at a deficit is kind of Saskia, who's not doing terribly. Again, he's relatively even in farm. In fact, I think he's exactly even in farm compared to the Kai'Sa, who has only the 1 kill. Your top lane isn't in a fantastic place. You've got wave clear with Machine, but that's about all you've got on the likes of Yorick. And this Xin Zhao will still be able to fight across the map, a little bit behind in farm. But just taking stock of what's happening when fighting starts to occur, especially in like 3v3, 4v4, even 5-on-5 territory, which I doubt we get to at some point. We will be seeing Winthrop with at least a little bit of advantage. I want to see OSU. They got to use this Hecarim to generate some momentum in side lane. Because when they gank bot, they were able to do bot. When they gank mid, he ran under tower, but they got to keep trying these things. That's what the Hecarim is for.
Yeah, he is power farming to his heart's content at the moment, but just the Raptors even left up available, so eventually he's going to run out of chickens. Sir Kenji once again moving into this mid lane, just sitting in this brush. Has been, despite the bot lane's theatrics here early on, Sir Kenji has been performing really well here in game number 2 of the quarterfinals. These frequent roams to mid have already resulted in a kill and just tons of pressure overall. But now, Dragon spawning, and the mid-jungle duo for Winthrop is much stronger at this state of the game, which will correlate into stronger team fights around objectives.
With Harold here,
Crabapple face checks the brush and finds 3 members. Icelandic Hero's gonna take that free shutdown and then charge into the bottom lane. Sasuke throws out that ultimate, but he's out of mana. It's gonna be a double kill for the horse. And Icelandic Hero's gonna walk away from that one very happy as they get a free reset before the dragon spawns.
Deny the Rift Herald play, a free reset with a little bit of additional gold onto all your members. Your hack room starts to get a little bit more active. Exactly what is on the docket here for OSU if they want to continue to stay competitive in this game. Done a really good job here on the back end. Icelandic looking a lot better on the hack room compared to what we saw on the Scar. Skarner was kind of inactive. It wasn't accomplishing all that much across the map. I don't think it even ulted in the first 10-15 minutes of game, something like that. But already hack room has been around the map, found a couple of ganks and done some really
Absolutely, Icelandic Heroes stepping up here in this do-or-die situation for the Ohio State University. Now Crabapple looking to see what he can get done. Still has that Herald in inventory, but will be first clearing out all this vision around the dragon. Still some deep wards for Ohio State. And we'll see what they're able to get done. Teleport available for both top laners. Gangplank does not have the ultimate, so to impact a fight around an objective, he would have to commit the TP. It doesn't look like the Ohio State University wants to contest, though, as they have just spotted out this objective and it is already going to be going over. I almost thought that Montana sold that right there.
It was real close. At least the animation looked. Okay, that is a kill. No, not. There's something there. I was curious whether or not they could actually try to force something here with Doxa because of the mana advantage with the blue buff compared to Syndra, who just didn't have one with the pushing power he had. I would love to see if they could make a play towards the top side or even the bottom side with this advantage on Doxa, but it doesn't look like they're forcing. Instead, they're just going to drop the Rift Herald mid lane, likely go for the power play to get 2 or 3 infinite.
Icelandic Hero is on the flank. We have both Sir Kenji and Montana roaming up, and here comes the charge. Doxa still has flash if he needs to get out of there. And there's Sir Kenji, finds a good hook. Montana's going to go into the back line. Everybody walks away. I really thought that one was going to happen, Rebel.
It was really clean setup. I liked the idea from both teams. Again, Winthrop just trying to punish the mid lane because they had shoved out Inferno because he had no mana. And on the opposite side, they knew that was a possibility. And so Icelandic on the top side of the map already sets up for that one, but just not enough damage, not enough ability to get that confirmed. I think had Montana been there a little bit faster, maybe the chance was had, but I think had to respect the pathing of Sir Kenji in the river, so had to take a little bit longer of a route. Unfortunate on that regard, but again, it's not huge. A Rift Herald gets the first tower of the game in the mid lane, spikes the Orianna a little bit, but at minimum, this isn't looking like last game at all. Last game, Winthrop had everything for the most part of the map, and this one, OSU, they have a lot to strike back.
They absolutely do. Still think that both these teams need to rein in the level 1s in the bot lane. We've seen a lot of action that really didn't need to happen at level 1. But now it is a Death Brush set up here. Oh, that's not another player.
Solo.
That's just Yorick's ultimate. He's going to be looking to push up here in this top lane. All he's probably going to do for the rest of the game is just push, push, push. But right now it is a 2,000 gold lead for Winthrop University. You're right. Nothing near what they had last game at this point, but still sitting with a good advantage and going into this mid game, feeling pretty confident. You've got Saskia, who is getting closer to that Essence Raver. Riverell has finished that Mira mana, so you'll be starting to stack that one up, and you've seen completed items for Doxa as well as Crabapple finishing off that jungle.
And when we get to the late game, I think there starts to be a curious kind of function to how these game will play out. Because at that point, you obviously, like, Gangplank will be able to outplay their Warwick, or Yorick, my apologies, by a pretty substantial margin. Once you get to probably 3 items, or 2 items even at that point, if it's crit. And then the rest of the team, you got really good engagement. Like, that's
Shockwave in the mid lane puts Doxa on a killing spree. Don't even know how that one happened, but we'll see if Doxa gets punished here. Icelandic has got his number and he's running him down, but no vision and a lot of brushes from the Ocean Soul means Doxa can just walk away.
I don't know what has been happening, but it's just been bullying on this in this mid lane right here. Doxa has looked
40
fantastic.
CS and 3 kills up, no worries. Now he's in the top
no.
lane, looking to do the same to Cyborg. Doxa's saying, enough of this bot lane crap, I'll just carry the game myself.
This is the point I was going to try. Back to bot lane.
Now Sasuke is under the turret using his ultimate. Montana gonna kill him for the 3rd time this game. My God.
All right. Okay. Again, Sasuke, please pull off on the range just a little bit. But at minimum now, your Xayah's starting to get into crit itemization, which helps. And the Featherstorm's always going to be really good in those fights. But the big thing is, I was going to talk about late game, York can respond to the 1, but the rest of the team fight starts to become curious because you've got a couple of dive options and you've got quite a bit of damage. But with Orianna, if you're able to strike with any sort of shockwave immediately, this team is absolutely shredded. And that's what Jin Zhao does better. His engage, while it's not as long range as Hecarim's, is immediate and allows for that shockwave to come out and at least pressure everybody out. And with an Orianna this fed, you're at a real fear of just getting one shot if you're Inferno, if you're Reverell, and you lose a lot of preference, especially in a 4-1 situation against this opposition, where this Orianna is really the key here for the side of Winthrop.
Triforce completed already here for Icelandic Hero, decided to forego the actual Smite upgrade and tier 2 boots just to make sure he got that big power spike as early as possible. Also completed there for Gangplank in the top side. That's a pretty big spike for the Ohio State University. And now Sir Kenji has been caught clearing a ward. He misses the dread line and he'll go golden, but he will most certainly go down. Icelandic Hero into the backline, trying to find Doxa. Great shockwave onto 2 and teleports being channeled. Inferno finds a great scatter the weak, but it's just not enough damage. Winthrop University are turning this fight on its head. A double kill for Crabapple. He pops the ult just to be sure as he dives onto Cyborg on the wrong side of the map. He has nowhere to go but back to base, the expressway. And Winthrop University come up with a huge team fight. He'll pick up the dragon afterwards.
Off the back of the catch on this Sir Kenji, they're able to stall the fight long enough, and they get everybody involved, including New York, which is relatively rare to see into a team fight like this. But it secures them a team fight, which is massive, and then also a second dragon, so they're able to get the dragon priority here. Neither team sitting on more than just a 2, so you can't put pressure on the soul at any point. But again, for the team on the side of Winthrop, winning fights like that is huge. Your Jin Zhao also now very, very strong. An additional kill onto your Yorick. And not a kill, not a shutdown onto Inferno, who had a really good ultimate, almost killing Doxa. If they kill Doxa, that might be worth it. At least you get Cinder some gold, but the whole play was just kind of ruined once that got prevented, and then the remainder of the play was just them getting run down.
Interesting use of the Rift Herald here. Winthrop University decided to, just full out take the bottom lane tier 1 without the Herald, and then pop it just to ensure they could get a good recall, some chip damage onto that tier 2. I feel like there might have been some better opportunities, but also got to make sure you just get the use off before that timer expires.
You could make the argument that what it did was stall a little bit of time here to make sure that this Yorick could push up the lane, but outside of that, there's nothing, and they might actually catch him here with Montana.
Yorick dancing around, looking for some vision or some camps. Will not be punished quite yet, as he is just going to walk out to safety. No objectives on the map to speak of right now. Waves are pushing towards Ohio State, which is exactly what you want when you are behind. Lots of gold to pick up here on the map. And Sir Kenji once again is caught out, putting down some deep vision all in his lonesome. Found in a 1v3. Montana will pick up the kill. The bona fide carry of the Ohio State University. It's Montana of 300 on Rakan.
This game has literally pentupled the number of deaths that Sir Kenji has had the whole tournament. Can you believe that the Ohio State University is seems to be able to do this? Constantly catching him out as he tries to put forward wards. This forward warding is really important. It does help you try to snowball with a composition where you can catch people with a shockwave, with a Jin Zhao ultimate, things like that. But Sir Kenji being a little bit too aggressive, maybe just not respecting the response that can come through from the side of HUE. On the opposite side, the same play though.
Looking for this blue bluff right here. Crabapple extremely far ahead right now. If he is in a fight, there is a good chance Winthrop should be able to win it. Gangplank ultimate is going to be laid down just to try to deter the team from walking in. But they're just going to wait that one out, and they're going to walk right back in. Crabapple has the smite available. He wants his blue buff, but Syndra is the best champion in the game at shutting this down.
He's not able to get that blue buff on the invade like that, but no lives lost on either side. Just a little bit of kind of they pass by like ships in the night, unfortunately, but that's almost beneficial for both teams. I think that pushing too far here for Winthrop could have made them burn cooldowns that they didn't want to. When Baron is going to be spawning, the next Dragon's going to be spawning, things like that. And I think right now they should be mostly concerned with setting up their waves to make sure that A, Yorick is defended, and B, that they can set up a 4-man fight on the opposite side of the map or in the middle of the map where they're really, really looking to have their pressure.
Gangplank currently shoving in that bottom lane right now. We will see Baron spawning here in just about 10 seconds. A 4,000 gold lead for Winthrop University has put them once again in a great position to make some moves in this game. Remember, in this best of 3, Ohio State is down 1 game. This is series point for Winthrop, and this is a single elimination bracket. You lose, you're out. So the Ohio State University is really looking to make a comeback here, and pretty soon. On their side, though, they do have tons of scaling. When you're looking down the barrel of a Gangplank and a Kaisa, the longer this game goes on, the better their chances look. As long as they can avoid big things like an Orianna Shockwave, a huge Saskio route from the Feathers, they have tons of damage in the late game to be able to fight with.
Absolutely, especially with the Gangplank, he can clear waves, but then also throw an ultimate across the map to be in effect against kind of immobile characters, which is pretty much everybody, because the only one who can get out of it for the most part very easily is Saskia with that ultimate. Drop that onto a team and which prevents them from fighting in any.
Here we go, Montana goes over the wall and is going to jump right back out. Crabapple soaking up a lot of damage, but right now it's Icelandic and a 1v4 in the back line, and Saskia will take him down. Jungler gone means this dragon almost certainly belongs to Winthrop, and they might actually just run straight over to the Baron. Big mistake there from Ohio State. They just weren't able to get the follow-up on that engage.
But they were not. They started to hit some pretty good breakpoints here. Almost the Rabadons for the Orianna, and a little bit of attack speed here also for Saskia on the likes of Zaya. And this fight was broken super well to make sure that they could find a pick off onto Icelandic as soon as he engages onto the bottom of the fight, just overextend. They do give second Dragon here over to the side of OSU, but I do think they can do some legitimate damage with this Baron buff. At minimum, set themselves up for this massive 4-1 split push with the York they've kind of been alluding to with everything.
At least Ohio State University is able to get that Ocean Drake, so they will avoid the Ocean Soul point for Winthrop University, and that's a win condition that they can play around. If you can stall the game out long enough to grab that Ocean Soul, it is a powerful enough buff that it can bring you back into this game, especially with the late game composition that they have.
They can. Although, getting to that late game, especially for like Syndra, is going to be a really tough problem because she's so far down right now. She can only really respond to the York and going to the 3-1 right now. Look at that gold difference, 3,500 gold behind Doxa, and a little bit behind the rest of her team, just in a vacuum, well behind the power curve of where she should be in this game. You got to get her in. A shutdown or two here would really go a really far distance to try to get the Syndra back in, who that's a lot of damage. It's a lot of pressure you can put onto Zaya specifically, because she's going to stand so far back in fights. I think really the Syndra is the only one that can access her.
That death cap in Dox's inventory is his gold lead over Inferno. So much gold, and now here comes the fight. Crabapple in trouble here. He flashes out the ultimate, actually keeps him safe. Crabapple is able to survive that fight. That is huge. Going to be looking to possibly go back in. I think he was looking for a red steal there, but both teams are just going to disengage. Sirkenji will steal away the Raptors, and it will be a full reset from both squads.
Yes, but now the Yorick and the Zaya are actually on the bottom side of the map right here, getting covered by the likes of Xin Zhao, and because Gangplank is so low, actually shedding off to a side lane backing here, they could maybe look to just pressure this inhib tower. Look at them! They're not responding with anybody but Inferno. He has no damage. They could maybe look for this. If they really press down, I think they could have taken this, but instead they're just going to kind of walk away. They're going to get another wave. The Gangplank will be back in theory.
They still have to be careful because Crab Apple does not have Splash, does not have the ultimate, and is currently sitting on just a few hundred HP. Also missing the flashes for Doxa, some big ultimate cooldowns waiting for as well. So that's the smart play from Winthrop. They probably could have gone for that turret, but they want to make sure that in this high-stakes game, they're able to keep it calm. Remember, $10,000 on the line for the League of Legends Championship. So big money here. Now let's Icelandic Hero going in onto Doxa. Have found him, but a Shockwave is going to turn it right back around. And Montana has nowhere else to go. 2 kills already for Winthrop University. Make it a third as Riverell will fall to Doxa. And that is probably going to turn into quite a lot of gold here as they're going to clear out the entire jungle. That mid lane tier 2 has fallen. The top one should be soon to follow. And Winthrop University will be knocking on the inhibitor turret's door just 25 minutes into the game.
And I thought there was a chance that they'd be able to run out this Baron buff without losing all of their outer towers. To me, that's kind of the benchmark. If you've got Baron and you're ahead by this amount of gold, every outer tower should be gone here. They're going to engage base.
Great hook by Sir Kenji is going to put Inferno down to just a few hundred HP. Saskia has to blow the ultimate to stay alive, but there is no trade kill thus far for the Ohio State University. The top lane inhibitor turret has gone down. The inhibitor is getting very low, and it seems like Ohio State is running out of options. This is the last-ditch effort for them. Icelandic tries to find the kill, but it's just not enough damage. Doxa picks up another double kill. The first inhibitor or Nexus turret will fall. The second one will go soon after, and Winthrop University will claim a 2-0 sweep and continue their undefeated run through HUE-Fest 2020.
And despite some early game shenanigans, which I have to say is probably the only word that actually describes what Saskia was doing, what an amazing play from the side of Winthrop. They played to top side, getting their Yorick ahead, making sure Gangplank wasn't going to be anywhere near. They then played to Oriana, which is their win con when you're talking about what the 4-1 is kind of operating around. And from that, they just immediately take command of the map. There wasn't enough play from the Hecarim. He got a couple of things done, but not quite enough compared to what the Xin Zhao was able to do. And Winthrop, they just run away on the back of really a ton of proactive.
Can we put Saskia on Draven? That is my one run request here. Yeah. If this is how he plays on something like Xayah, I want to give him a Draven or
Kalista,
a Lucian, or give him like something super spicy like a Pantheon. Like, I just want to see this guy pop off. He was so aggressive throughout that entire game. Even in that last fight, you could see he was over the wall with his jungler engaging on that fight with his ultimate. Very aggressive player. Obviously, occasionally it came back to bite him in the butt, but Winthrop is able to pick up the win overall. 2-0 for their first playoff match. Feels pretty great after an undefeated group stage run. Now, obviously, they have not gone up against some of the expected favorites of the tournaments quite yet. Teams like Harrisburg, teams like Maryville, so we will see how they stack up against them later on in the bracket, but they will be moving on to the semifinals that will be happening tomorrow.
They will. Really, like, the Ohio State did a phenomenal job. I thought they had a couple of really big moments where they were able to show quite a bit of play, but this was a tough one to ever really predict that they were going to do a ton. This is one of the kind of established esports organizations with Winthrop where the Ohio State came in with a good roster. Like I said, they had some good stuff, but you saw what the difference can make when you've got such a solidified, solid roster and an organization that's been supporting it for so long. Winthrop is so established, and you see what kind of power that can really give a squad like this.
Yeah, absolutely can. We'll be excited to keep an eye on them as they try to make the playoff run all the way to the finals. It looks like they will be going up against the winner of Harrisburg University's B team, the Tempest, and the UTD Comets. That game is going on right now. It is currently tied 1-1. We'll be patiently awaiting the results for that. But that is all we have for today on the broadcast desk. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Check out our website, HUEinvitational.com, for all your info on casters, schedules, anything you could want for the event. We're going to have quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the grand finals, where none other than Captain Flowers himself is going to be gracing us with his presence. So make sure to tune into all of that. For today, I've been Audio. I've been joined by Rival Fox. It's been a whole lot of fun, and make sure we catch you tomorrow.